You're good, Marty.
All right, are we ready to go, Matt?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the hearing involving Amtrak's application under 24308E. And I think we were still in the middle of the examination of Mr. Banks. Is he available and ready to retake the stand?
Chairman Orman, can you hear me? This is Ray Atkins.
Yes, Ray.
So before we call Mr. Banks back, Norfolk Southern and CSX would like to raise some issues with for the board to consider before we restart his cross.
That's fine. And actually, there is one issue that I wanted to mention, so I'm glad you reminded me of that. So go ahead.
For our perspective, we think it actually might be advantageous to move the Zoom into the confidential setting.
Right now, you mean?
Yes.
All right.
There are still a couple people joining right now. Should we wait maybe a minute or two to make sure everybody that needs to be in there is actually joining the meeting? We still have a couple people coming in.
All right. Yeah, sure. Let's make sure we have a complete group.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and send you.
Okay. How do I get Matt?
Yep, you're on, Marty.
All right, are we back in session?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, is that everybody on here, council?
Counsel for CSX and Norfolk Southern's here.
All right.
Are we in the confidential room now or back in the public room?
We're back in the public room.
Thank you.
So I'm going to say a couple of things. First of all, I apologize to all participants and the public for the length of that recess. But the question that was raised, which we'll talk about here in a moment, required me to consult not only with staff, but as I think people know here, I have insisted since the time I've been chairman, that this board acts by consensus and collegially, and the questions that were raised required input from each board member, which cannot be had under the Sunshine Act unless I talk to them one at a time. And that is time consuming, but those conversations have been had, and I now have the input from each board member. And I would only say that doing this properly and proper procedure and having a full and fair hearing is more important than time. And so when council makes a request, as has been made, just be aware that we're going to spend the time necessary to properly evaluate it and make a reasoned decision. So there's no way to avoid it, but it is time consuming. Having said that, it's been determined that the subject matter that council wanted to address the board on under the Sunshine Act must be discussed in public. There wasn't any proprietary or confidential data involved in the question that was raised. And so an issue was raised by Mr. Atkins. We are reassembling in public session, and I would hand the floor back to Mr. Atkins to re-raise the issue, and we will have this discussion in public.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Ray, you're on.
Thank you, Chairman. So I'll start again. Norfolk Southern and CSX has a proposal and a suggestion for the board members to expedite this hearing and to have it comport more closely with what we think are the expectations for a trial type setting on the record. The specific recommendation is that board members, although they do have a role as the judge to ask clarifying questions of witnesses, both during direct and on cross of all the witnesses that are presented, we'd be urging the board members to limit themselves to questions of a clarifying nature and that fall within the bounds of what is expected of when you're in a trial of this sort under the federal rules of evidence. We offered that recommendation for 3 reasons. The first is just efficiency. We think that that process would promote the efficiency of this trial. The parties have designed their evidence to get all of the information out before the board through their witnesses. I think the majority of the questions that were asked yesterday would have been addressed and will be addressed by subsequent witnesses. And the board also has existing processes to make sure that all their questions are answered. So any questions that are addressed about the record in this case could be addressed to counsel in closing arguments, or if there are any other witness questions that they have of the record, the presiding officer has the ability under the board's rules to seek to ask some supplemental questions. But we think that letting the parties play the role of advocate and to put forth their cases is just more efficient. Second reason is we have very serious concerns from what we heard yesterday that this hearing might extend well into the April with a break in the presentation of evidence. We think there's a due process and precedent problem with that from our perspective, where we have to put on our case this week. And the way we're going, we'll be lucky to get our presentation done by Friday, and then an extensive break because we understand the board are very busy next week and the week after. That will be harmful to our case and inappropriate. And then the third point, which I'm going to ask Mr. Donahoe to address, is there actually are parameters in a trial-like setting that the reviewing courts are going to expect and that judges adhere themselves to. There are certain principles that they're expected to follow, and we think if you were to limit yourself to clarifying questions during cross, that there's really no likelihood of treading over the line. And so, if I may, Chairman, I'd like to introduce Dan, who has 32 years of experience. He is simply one of the most experienced trial attorneys in this space. He tries before federal judges, state judges, triers of fact, and he's just going to lay out some principles that we're hopeful the board will keep in mind. When we say this, understanding this is a case of first impression. Like none of us has done this before, so we're offering these forward in the interest of just helping the board understand that its role in this type of proceeding is different than, say, in a merger proceeding or any other type of proceeding where you can ask questions of the witnesses. Here, because your role is more of a judge, there are expectations about what the line of questioning to witnesses will be when you're in that role. So, Ms. Donahoe, if you could just give the chairman and the members a little bit of your perspective on those principles, and then I'll wrap up.
Good morning to the board, and I will be brief, but there's a couple points I want.
Mr. Donahoe, your mic is not.
There we go.
There you
Good
go.
morning.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Chair. My points will be brief, but I think there's a couple caveats and a cautionary tales that need to be said here. First and foremost, I realize this is a somewhat new process, but it is similar to juries and jury trials, and the board similarly has the role of a judge in this case, and primarily under the federal rules of civil procedure, a judge is primarily a fact finder, and they also rule on the admissibility of evidence. With that being said, I think there's a couple things that the judge in this case or the board has to be careful about. And the first is based on case law, Wright and Miller, under Rule 43 of civil procedure, which we've been told are the applicable rules in this process. The trial court is not permitted to appear to be an advocate or a prosecutor. And if its questioning is too partisan or too extensive, it constitutes reversible error. And I don't think any of us want that to happen here. Another important point is from the case law is United States versus Pellegrino, which is 470 F2D 1205. Judges are not permitted to usurp the functions of the representatives of the parties. It is our belief that based on some of the questioning yesterday, that did occur, that the questioning done by the board did usurp the function of Amtrak's counsel. The other thing we'd like to point out is that in United States versus Cassignol, Cassiagnol, on appeal in the Fourth Circuit, the appellate court said that the judge conducted exhaustive interrogation, which covered 13 consecutive pages of cross-examination of one of the party's witnesses. I don't have the page count from yesterday, but I would suggest that the questioning done by the board far exceeded 13 pages.
Well, what's the site, Mr. Donahoe, in that case?
I'm sorry, 420 F2D 868, Fourth Circuit, 1970. And the last point I'd like to make is that there were some references to newspapers and outside sources by the board yesterday. And I also believe under the federal rules of civil procedure, that is improper. And I would cite the case of Petrobras, Petrobras versus Samsung, F4th 247.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full site.
9 F4th 247.
Thank you.
It's a Fifth Circuit case in 2021 that specifically said, concluding that newspaper articles were not proper material for judicial notice. And I would indicate that some of the references to newspaper articles yesterday were in fact an attempt at judicial notice. I would also cite the case of Brown v. City of Pittsburgh, 586 F3D 263.
Give me the site again, sorry.
Sorry, I apologize. 586 F3D 263, which stands for the proposition that reliance on facts in press reports and statistics on websites was reversible error when the parties had no notice that the court was relying on such evidence. In general, I just believe that some of the questioning, certainly not all of it, and I realize the board is trying to get information, but it is my belief that it went past the fact-finding role and more into the advocacy role, as I thought there was certainly questions about Mr. Banks's credibility, and I thought there was somewhat commentary on his questioning, which I believe, given the way this process has been set up, is improper. Thank you.
So let me just wrap up, Chairman. So we want to put on the record, just so we have it, an objection to the line of questioning that took place yesterday. But what we're really hoping to do here is just help all of us get to an efficient process here so we can get this done by Friday. I think I mentioned in confidential, but I'll say it in public just so I make sure I hit everything. We think we need to get through 4 witnesses today. That's 3 hours of direct testimony to have any chance of getting the witnesses all done by Friday. And so in order for that to happen, I think the board's going to have to let the parties put on their cases and step back into the role of the judge and not take on the role of an advocate. So we would respectfully ask the members, and this, we would like to treat this as a standing objection, so we don't have to raise it over and over again. Chairman Overman, I hope that's okay. We would, if it's overruled, but just so we don't have to continuously raise this point. But we would just urge, in order to get this done by Friday, so we can have all of the witnesses' testimony complete by Friday, we would urge the members to have their questions of witnesses be clarifying questions that come out of the scope of the testimony, and reserve questions about the record and its completeness and whether it satisfies the burden of proof to counsel in closing arguments. And if you have any supplemental questions that are not fully addressed over the course of these next 4 days, there's still an opportunity for you to ask the parties to supplement the record with written comments. Thank you.
Does counsel for the Port or Amtrak want to address this issue?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Jesse Amundsen for Amtrak.
By the way, let me say for the public that about the first 2 minutes of what Ray said was all that was said in the private session. Nobody missed anything. Ray did an excellent job of recounting everything. I was very concerned that this discussion be held in public, so the public hasn't missed a thing. So I'm sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, we would just take issue with the timing of this objection being raised today, as opposed to when the chair began questioning yesterday of the witnesses. Clearly, as you heard from Mr. Donahue, it appears that what CSX and NS are trying to do is set up some sort of appellate issue upon their first witness being subject to questioning, and then precluding the board from questioning other witnesses in the same way. We also believe that the board in this case is not actually an Article 3 adjudicator, that the board is acting as it is charged with the public interest. We do share the concern of CSX and NS in trying to get through this proceeding as expeditiously as possible, but we do not believe that the board should, if the board has questions of the witnesses, the board should have the opportunity to ask those questions of the witnesses, particularly because the board has already taken the opportunity to ask questions of the first witness of CSX.
All right, and Rob, do you want to weigh in on that?
Just to let you know, I'm going to defer to my colleague, Jim Hellenhaus, who is kind of our resident litigator on this proceeding, and I'm going to turn the floor over to him. I will say from an IT perspective that the sound is going to be coming through as if it's from my source, but it will actually be Jim, so I'm going to ask your IT people to make sure that they can get him up on your screen for you. But Jim, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Jim Hellenhaus on behalf of the court. I know the board raised that it has a concern that it has the added duty to consider the public interest. We would proffer that it's up to the parties to present evidence of what's in the public interest, and it's the board's job to decide whether to weigh that evidence as opposed to inquire about that evidence. And in this regard, I guess if I want to put it in analogy to litigation terms, it's moving for a preliminary injunction. One of the factors is the public interest. Does it favor it or does it not favor it? And this is sort of an analogous situation where the parties have an obligation to prove to the public interest of what's in the public interest, and it's the board's role to decide that. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Chairman, yeah, Mr. Chairman, the other thing I would add is that the court clearly shares and is very concerned about the prejudice of a proceeding that could conclude this week without the completion, the presentation of the evidence, particularly if Amtrak is in a position where its evidence is presented at a much later date. And I am very concerned about how extremely prejudicial the court feels that would be under the circumstances. So just want to make sure that we were on record now. We can raise that point again at a later point if that unfortunate circumstance unfolds here.
All right. Anybody else want to be heard on this?
I'd just like to add one thing. This is Dan Donohoe. In response to Ms. Amundsen's comment about the timing of our objection, I would just note for the record that Mr. Banks is still on the stand. So technically, we have not waived any objection to what occurred yesterday.
Anybody else? Okay. I think we've all heard your arguments. I'm going to tell you how we're going to proceed. If any of the other board members want to weigh in, I will ask them to do so after I finish. I'll take the simple question first. As far as the timing is concerned, Rob, or if any other lawyer has any case law about prejudice because of hiatuses between the presentation of evidence in a non-jury matter, please provide it to us. I am unaware of any such law. I've tried many bench trials where judges have given you a day of trial every other week, and a trial that takes 7 days extends over 6 weeks. And I imagine, Mr. Donohue, given your experience, you've been through the same. Sometimes it's not possible. And if we have to have a recess, I can assure you there will be no prejudice to any party. All the evidence will be considered, equally for what it's worth, regardless of when presented. We didn't determine the timing of this matter. The timing of this case is being determined by the number of witnesses that the parties have. I might add, by the preparation and efficiency of counsel and witnesses in terms of their presentations. The board has an obligation to perform its duties under the law. And in my view, we would not be performing those duties if we attempted to adhere to some kind of an artificial schedule, because the matters are complex and the questions are time consuming. I would not cut off any counsel from their examinations. I suppose I may come back to eat those words, but I think counsel should be entitled to ask the questions and try the case the way they want to on both sides. But equally importantly, I would not artificially cut off or suggest limiting board members in any way from asking the questions that they believe need to be asked. We will look at the cases that Mr. Donohue cited for enlightenment on this subject, but I would just say a few things and then we will proceed. I start out by noting, Ray, the rebuttal brief that you filed at page 61, at which you cited to us, as you well know, having been former general counsel here, our obligation. And what you cited was a case called Public Service against BN. And the quote in your brief is, the board, like the ICC, was, quote, not intended to be a passive arbiter, but the guardian of the general public interest, end quote, and within a quote, with a duty to see that this interest is at all times effectively protected, end quote. I think you're absolutely right. I think we are not supposed to be a passive arbiter. We are not a court. We are not a jury. We have some similarities to those bodies, but we are an administrative agency with an obligation to protect the freight rail network, to ensure that the law is enforced with regard to passenger rail network with a very broad and important public interest. I would also point out that in the short time staff has had a chance to look at this, I will cite two matters from you. I'm sure that there could be more research, do more research, but we have a fabulous staff, as you know. And I will read this to you from Roach against the National Transportation Safety Board, 804 F. 2nd, 1147. The record reveals that the ALJ conducted the hearing fairly and made his findings impartially. An ALJ has an obligation to conduct the hearing in an orderly manner and to elicit the truth. He has the right to interrogate witnesses for that purpose. Also, Jackson against the United States, 329 F. 2nd, 893. Quote, in a non-jury case, as in an appellate court, needless or active interrogation by judges, although not always helpful, is rarely prejudicial. So with that observation, I will say this, speaking for myself, although I think I speak for the other board members, they can weigh in if I don't. All the matters we hear are important. It's hard for me to elevate one more than the other, but everybody agrees that this is a precedent-setting case. It involves potentially nearly $500 million of public funds. It involves a statute which has never been litigated before. And in my judgment, our obligation is not the same as a court or a jury. And I might note, by the way, you know, there's a growing trend in courtrooms to let jurors ask questions for just this reason, when they don't think the lawyers have asked the right questions. And a number of trial judges are allowing jurors to weigh in. I think we occupy a role a little bit different than jurors and judges. And I think we all take these obligations quite seriously. And I would just say, with regard to the current examination that's going on, CSX Norfolk Southern's case rests almost entirely on this RTC report. That's the essence of what you are saying proves your case. That's not the only thing, and I don't mean to say we prejudged it, but nobody could quarrel with the idea that the RTC report is, if not the central piece of evidence in the case, a central piece of evidence in the case. And we're being asked to make a decision based on it. And if counsel haven't asked questions to elicit the foundations and the bases on which these conclusions are reached, it would be a dereliction of our duty, in my judgment, for us not to elicit that information. And I will confess that I spent many years in the courtrooms, and I have a trial lawyer's demeanor. A lot of people would say that's not an attribute, and I might not necessarily quarrel with them. So if my style of question has bothered somebody, I stand admonished. But nothing I have done, in my view, nor any other board member, is prejudicial, biased. It's an attempt to elicit facts on which we need to make a decision. And if we don't have those facts and we make a decision, if there's a reason for an appellate court to overturn us, that would be it. And I want facts in the record that will sustain any decision we reach. And I think I speak for the board members. So if a board member asks a question, I would suggest that you raise your concern in a timely fashion at the time. I'll make no ruling on Mr. Donahue's observation that you have waived or not waived any objections. This is much more informal than a court proceeding in that regard. And if anybody wants to, if you want to come back in, Ray, and strike any of Mr. Banks's answers, either at the end of his examination or at the end of the case, we'll entertain such a motion. If you want to make objections when a question is posed, you will have a right to make such an objection. But I think if you want to facilitate the efficient processing of this, you'll let the questioning proceed. I'm not going to tell you how to try your case in that regard, but I am going to absolutely insist that this board fulfill its obligation in the way each individual board member has its own fiduciary duty to the public. We're all appointed by the president. We're all confirmed by the Senate. We all took the same oath, and we all have our own obligation, and we act collegially but independently. And so I'm not going to tell any board member how and whether and when to and how many questions to ask. That's up to them. So with that, we will proceed.
So Chairman, so I'm sorry, I'm going to put our objection on the record now that you've made your position forcefully. You have a different role here. Judges who are affirmed by the Senate and the president and who have a constitutional obligation to do justice also have to play within the role that is prescribed for them. And we will supplement the record today with some additional briefing on this issue, but I would just caution all of the board members that yes, you're the guardians of the public interest. That means in your decision-making process, you have to take into consideration broad facts and things of that sort. But in an adjudication on the record, which was not the case in the Excel case, this is a unique case where you are charged by Congress in stepping into the role of a judge, and you can overstep those bounds if your questioning is too partisan or too extensive. And there's several cases, we'll cite them all, that say if you are asking questions of the witnesses over and over and over again extensively, you will have exceeded those bounds. Now, Chairman, we will raise our objections on an ongoing basis. I appreciate you're not going to tell the other members what to do or not do, but I want it on the record that we believe that this unique type of setting, you have to play the role of the judge and not of the advocate. So I'll leave it at that, Chairman, just so the statement's on the record. And in the interest of efficiency, I suppose you've made your position clear. Unless the other members are going to overturn you, we'll move on to the continued redirect of Mr. Banks.
I think you've made your point, Ray. I think it's time to move on, and we don't need to address this further. There is one, does any board member want to weigh in on this at all before we move on?
Marty, it's Patrick. I just want to make sure that I have clarity on how we're going to proceed. Ray, and this is for all CSX NS counsel, do you expect, if you hear a question in the future, to the specific concern at the time of the question going forward?
Yes, definitely.
Yes,
Based on
Mr. Oberman's statement that he's going to continue. Yes, we will start objecting to any question that we think steps over the bounds.
And just to reiterate something, Marty, I personally would have found it helpful if you had done so yesterday without commenting on whether or not you needed to or whether or not you waived anything.
So Patrick,
on a personal level, I would have found it helpful because you didn't appear to have any issue stepping in for other questions. And the second is I do find it a tad confusing when you cite in one of your last filings a case that explicitly says the board's job is not to blandly call balls and strikes, and then come in today and say, be a judge. And, famously, some folks refer to judges as calling balls and strikes. So, there is a little bit of a mix. I know they're different contexts, but the failure to raise a concern during a question, as well as some argument that suggested we should be more assertive, I think helped sow a bit of confusion as to what NS and CSX were suggesting the board should do.
So my apologies if we sowed any confusion. We will try to make it clear in our briefing today. When we were talking about public interest, it's when you wrestle with the decision in this case. But if some of the confusion is on our end, but I will also make this one point, Member Fuchs. The reason that the courts require judges to be careful in their questioning is precisely because of how difficult it is for counsel to step in when it's the judge themselves who's asking the question. So we wanted to make sure we were up all last night, making sure the cases that we had are sound and reliable. We'll share them with you today, but that's actually part of the reason why reviewing courts ask judges to be careful So because of how difficult it can be for counsel to step in while the judge themselves is asking questions. I appreciate, maybe we should have been more aggressive yesterday. We will be more aggressive going forward, so that you know right away if we have a concern. But that was part of the reason we waited, to make sure that we could review what took place yesterday and assess the proper role for the board.
I appreciate that. And I think you know us well enough to know that we want to treat people who come before us fairly. And so it's with that in mind is, I would be, extremely disappointed if you had felt that way. So, I want to do everything we can to prevent that going forward.
Thank you.
Any other board member have anything to say? I'm just going to say one more thing, Ray. And I stand to be corrected if I am wrong, but I am reasonably confident that the concern about judges' conduct on the bench in the middle of the trial is primarily aimed at influencing the jury. The trial judges who I have tried cases before are very concerned about saying anything in the midst of an examination which might influence whether the jury should believe this witness or not believe the witness. That's the primary concern. In my experience, it's the one I would be concerned about. This is not a jury trial. And I will tell you that if a fact that I want to know in order to figure out how to decide this case is not brought out by counsel, I'm going to get those facts out if I can. So I have a record on which to decide. I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't think we should have any more argument about this, but I will say this, and I absolutely will not stop you from making an objection when a board member asks a question. But if you do, state in a very simple terms the grounds for your objection, we'll rule on it and move on. If you want to make a standing objection to any board member's questions, be my guest. You can do it any way that you think serves you and your client's interest. We will serve the public interest. I just want to raise one other procedural matter because we did not deal with it yesterday because we didn't have it. I did have a chance to look briefly at the motion in limine that you filed, you and Norfolk Southern filed concerning one of the Amtrak witnesses. And we're not going to rule on that in advance, but when that witness takes the stand, I think it would be appropriate for you, if you want to persist in your motion, to raise it at that time. You won't have waived it if you wait until that witness is called, but we have so much to cover here. I didn't want to stop, research your motion, deal with it then. I'd rather you focus on it specifically at the time that witness is called, assuming they are called.
We understand, Chairman.
So with that, Mr. Banks, I think, is to be recalled.
So we will go. Oh, so I'm sorry, Member Hudlin had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Karen?
Yes. When you do whatever you're going to do to object, either during the questioning or at the end, I would hope that you would include not only a recitation of the question that you thought was improper, but the fact that was brought out that you would prefer not having been brought out pursuant to such question. Thank you.
By the way, there is, thank you, Karen. One other observation I would just make for all concerned. Any concern you may have that the board is somehow acting in a way that is not treating all the parties equally, I think you should reserve those observations until the board has had a chance to not only hear and perhaps question the railroad's witnesses, but also Amtrak's witnesses, and then make an assessment at the end about how the board has handled its conduct of this hearing. But that's up to you. You can choose to do it that way or not if you want. All right, Mr. Banks.
So the three of us are going to step away and leave the podium to Mr. Warren.
Mr. Banks, welcome back.
Morning.
Good morning. You understand that you remain sworn from yesterday.
I do.
I have a few more questions about the RTC report that I didn't have a chance to ask you about yesterday.
And Chairman Oberman, while you're formulating that, I wanted to make clear that our standing objection to your further questioning of this witness stands. Yeah, at this point, I believe the chairman has cross-examined Mr. Banks for longer than Amtrak's entire cross-examination was, and we continue to state that objection for the reasons that we've expressed.
For the record, the board does not accept your characterization of this questioning as cross, but I understand your point. Mr. Banks, in doing RTC studies in the past that you stated you had in your experience, would it be correct to understand that it is common for RTC studies to have to consider the question of movable bridges on the rail line that's being studied?
If I understand your question, sir, if there are movable bridges on the corridor that is the subject of an RTC analysis, then yes, it is appropriate to include.
Well, no, my real question was, have you personally had occasion to do RTC studies where movable bridges were?
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, I perhaps didn't state it very clearly.
I do not recall a RTC study that we did that had movable bridges.
So this one was the first one that you were involved in, that you personally had to consider movable bridges?
That I recall, yes, sir.
All right, so does the RTC study include input from the Coast Guard as to how each of the movable bridges on this line actually functions?
I believe that some of that information was available to us. It would be best for you to ask Mr. Dingler about the specifics. But in any case, Mr. Dingler proposed a methodology to address the way the bridges were done. I know that was the subject of at least one clean call and perhaps more than one clean team call, excuse me. And my understanding of it is that the way we resolved it was in fact if not neutral, then perhaps potentially favorable to Amtrak as compared to other assumptions we in fact considered.
Well, I'm asking you this question because you said you audited it and edited how the study was done, or what was included in the study. Did you personally find out if there was input from the Coast Guard as to the actual functioning of these bridges? And is that in the study?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to object. The witness just testified that Mr. Dingler did the study. Mr. Dingler is going to be a witness coming to testify.
Objection overruled. Can you answer the question, Mr. Banks? Did you find out if the input was there from the Coast Guard and that input was included in the study?
Well, I think that's a two-part question. The first part is, did we get the information from the Coast Guard? And I thought I answered in my previous answer. Yes, we did.
Right.
But what I was trying to convey to you so that you didn't get misled was that we didn't necessarily rely on the information provided by the Coast Guard because we thought it would lead to results that would raise more objections than what we did.
Are you in a position to explain what you did, what you relied on and what you didn't rely on, or is that for Mr. Dingler?
For Mr. Dingler.
Well, the reason I asked the question is that we admitted into the record yesterday the letter we received from the Coast Guard dated March 28th, which says among other things, that trains are usually controlled by the block method. That is, I'm quoting from the letter, that is, the track is divided into blocks or segments of a mile or more in length. When a train is in a block with a drawbridge, the draw may not be able to open until the train has passed out of the block and the yard master or other manager has unlocked the drawbridge controls. So do we know that each of the drawbridges involved in your RTC study operated in that manner or not, in terms of not opening when the train was in the block?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. I think you need to first establish whether or not Mr. Banks is even aware of this filing. I don't know whether he is or not.
Objection overruled. Mr. Banks, are you familiar with this provision the Coast Guard has in its regulations about bridges not opening when the train's in the block?
No,
So you don't know whether the RTC study accounted for that procedure for any of the bridges on the line. Would that be a fair statement?
but Mr. Dingler would.
You're sure he would know?
If any member of our team would know, it would be Mr. Dingler.
Okay, then we'll ask Mr. Dingler that question. Do you know whether your team or anybody at your railroads that you were hired by had any discussions with the Coast Guard about entering into particular arrangements for any of these bridges in terms of limiting the times that they may open or close in the event of the passenger trains being added to the line? Was that explored with the Coast Guard to your knowledge?
I am not aware of any such discussions or communications of any sort on that topic.
All right. Well, when you say you're not aware of it, would it be fair to say, given your role, if they had happened, you would know about it?
I'm actually going to have to object as leading, Mr. Chairman.
Overruled.
I would have thought that I would have heard if such communications had taken place.
All right. I have a couple more questions on the bridges. We are told, I believe, in your paper, or the railroad's papers or in the study, that some of these bridges are currently remotely operated and others are planned to be remotely operated. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes,
And the ones that are remotely operated don't have a bridge tender having to go there on a high rail. Is that right?
yes.
Now, I think you told us that among the quote trains that are measured or events that occupy track includes the high rails that the bridge tenders have to use to get to their job. That's included in the various occupiers of track when you did the RTC study.
Correct.
Did you take into account or in any way account for a reduction in high railers over time as more of these bridges became remotely operated? Is that in the RTC study?
I don't believe it is.
So if if you or whoever ran the RTC study were to change the input to account for a reduction in high rail trips, there are 3 a day, as I understand it, correct? 3 shifts on these bridges?
Yes,
So if one or more of these bridges, when they become remotely operated, reduce the number of high railers, and that data were entered into the RTC modeling system, you would come out with a different result.
we would come out with a different result. And I think we anticipated that you might have questions along this line. And I think Mr. Dingler is in good position to answer questions about what ifs related to the bridges. Not unlimited what ifs, but some what ifs.
You mean the specifics,
Yes, sir.
which you're not equipped to tell us about today.
I'm
Correct.
going to object to that question, Mr. Chairman, as argumentative. And I apologize, but unfortunately, this is why we raised the objection. And this is a difficult position to be in, but I'm going to object to that question. I don't think it is appropriate.
Overruled.
But Marty, I will say for my future questions, Matt, I don't at all take issue with your jumping in. I know it is an uncomfortable situation for you, and I appreciate that. But to the extent I ask questions today, please don't hesitate to jump in.
Thank you.
Was there any part of the capital projects aimed at equipping any more of the bridges to become remote than might now be planned to become remote in the future?
No.
All right, and the last question I'm going to ask for the moment is of you, Mr. Banks. I wanted to get clarity on the origin of the 14 projects, which are the subject or mentioned in the RTC study. Was it the RTC modelers who came up with the design and where for each of these projects? How did they come about?
To the extent design has been done, it was done by Ted Niemeyer's group at V3, working as a subcontractor to us. However, the Clean team recommended the set of projects for Mr. Niemeyer to cost out.
And that team, I'm not sure I could find it in my notes. That team included you, Mr. Guthrie. Could you tell us quickly the rest of that team?
Mr. Dingler. Hannah Ross.
Right.
Holly Sinkanen, Sinkannen, I think.
Right, I have her, yes.
Randall Hunt. Gentleman whose name I forgot yesterday, just give me a second. I'm sorry, can Mr. Warren instruct me with the right answer?
I don't think I can testify,
Okay.
Charlie.
No, but Matt, if you know the name, it'll speed things up. If you could refresh the witness's memory, I have no objection.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that it's this. I
just
did
want-
not make an objection if asked and answered, but Mr. Banks was asked this yesterday. If he doesn't remember, I do not believe it is appropriate for me to supply the answer.
There was another gentleman from CSX.
All right, I think it's
responsible
totally,
for special projects.
all right, it's totally appropriate. My question was, do any of these people experienced in the actual design and construction of railroad infrastructure as opposed to, computer people, analysts of the system?
I understand your question.
Yeah.
Answer if you know, Charlie.
Yes,
Who were they?
the gentleman from CSX has a.
So
Sure.
I want you to finish before Mr. Chairman, as Mr. Banks testified, a number of the members of the Clean team will be coming, and some of them may be able to recall and answer your question. So I don't think it's appropriate for me to be jogging Mr. Banks's memory. If he doesn't remember, you are going to have ample opportunity to talk to other individuals who could answer that question.
Yeah. Well, all I would say is, Matt, when the tribunal asks you to provide information, It's not objectionable for you to provide it, but if you choose not to, it won't delay just finishing this examination.
And I can tell you, not only am I not sure it's appropriate for me to be supplying answers to the witness that he doesn't remember. I don't remember. I wasn't on. The tape.
That's fine. All you had to do
So-
was,
right.
Matt, if you want to proceed, all you had to do was say that. Come on, we're talking about the name of a human being. We're not talking about a contested issue. Mr. Banks, all I'm trying to figure out is, was it the railroad person whose name you can't remember who came up with the proposals for these
No,
different sidings and so forth?
no, sorry to interrupt you. No, it was not. The RTC modelers, not just in this matter, but in matters even in the course of trying to improve network capacity or fluidity, are often confronted with the issue of they know there's a problem that warrants solution, which might be a capital improvement. They often, in fact, as far as I know, always identify the location and the kind of problem, the kind of investment that might be a solution. And then they usually test it. They don't have to be engineers to do that. In fact, most of the modelers are not civil engineers. They're operations people. The only thing that we did differently here than is usually the case is that we hired an engineering firm to go out and look at the sites and look at the constructability issues and then give us a high level estimate of what they think the range of costs might be for each of those improvements.
So the team came up with the areas that improvements you thought were needed. And then it's Mr. Niemeyer's firm that went out and said, could you really build these things? Is that how it worked?
We're close. And how much they would cost is another aspect of Mr. Niemeyer's work. We didn't come up with the locations. To be sure, RTC indicated where the problems were. It does that. Okay. Then the team came up with solutions that we thought would address those problems. It's not necessarily at the site, for example, where a failure would occur, but the RTC software does indicate where the problems are, and experienced modelers then test solutions to the problem.
But in order to then recommend these 14 projects, somebody had to come to the conclusion that they were buildable and would actually work in a railroad network.
That's right.
In terms of switching and so forth, right?
The first level screening was done by the clean team, and then in a process that began before the visit to the field by Mr. Guthrie and Mr. Niemeyer and an assistant to Mr. Niemeyer. We discussed, the people who were there, discussed the issues and the constructability and the extent to which those locations made sense from an engineering point of view. Then Mr. Niemeyer and his group went back and costed them out. And if they had questions, they asked us about it.
And in terms of how these additional pieces of infrastructure would then intertwine or work into the existing networks, mostly CSXs, I guess, didn't somebody have to evaluate whether they would work? Whether you put a siding here and you put this kind of switch in, it will actually handle the train and that sort of thing?
I believe I'm following your line of thought. That work that you've just discussed is really done in the context of the RTC model. You test the model and you see, okay, if I put a switch here, if I extend this siding here, if I put double track over there, either individually or collectively, what are the impacts of those?
Well, all I'm trying to understand here is how do we know, and I assume there's an answer, that the railroads themselves who will be operating trains over this new infrastructure know that they will actually fit into their system, their dispatching and their train starts and whatever else you have to do. The yard work, we heard a lot in the RTC report about on this line, a lot of yard work ends up going out onto the main line. Didn't the railroads have to eventually see the recommendations of your team to see if it would actually work?
Well, the answer is yes. The short answer is yes. The longer answer is that, as I discussed yesterday, there were 2 representatives on the clean team, one from each railroad, who became aware of what these proposed improvements were. And if they had a problem with them, I believe they would have raised them. I don't remember any such objections being raised, but perhaps they were. And if such objections were raised, I would think Mr. Guthrie or Mr. Dingler would be in a position to answer that question. I do not recall any such objections.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, if I will, our next witness, if we can get to him, is Mr. Ricky Johnson, the chief engineer of CSX. So I think he will be able to answer your question, and he'll be followed by Randy Hunt from Norfolk Southern, who will also be able to talk from the railroad perspective of how these would work.
And who was the next person, Matt?
Randy Hunt.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's very helpful. Thank you. Those were the only other questions I had for you, Mr. Banks, at this point. Anyway, are there any other board members have questions for Mr. Banks? All right. Matt, do you have any further examination for Mr. Banks?
I do have very briefly some quick redirect. Charlie, you got a number of questions yesterday about what I'll call the original RTC report by Mark, the original RTC report that was marked, I believe, 23D, that was submitted with CSX's and NS's opening evidence. You recall all of those questions, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Do you recall that there was also a rebuttal RTC report?
Yes.
And do you remember what was the purpose of the rebuttal RTC report?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. So let me ask this way. What was the purpose of was there a rebuttal RTC report?
Yes.
Yes. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the rebuttal RTC reports?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you take a look? I believe that binder right there should contain. You tell me if this is incorrect, Charlie. I want you to make clear for the record what you're looking at. A document that's marked JE 40B. That is the rebuttal RTC modeling report. This was appendix.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Sure. Let me state it clearly. It is joint exhibit 40B. So it's marked JE 040B. This is the rebuttal RTC modeling report by H&TB and RL Banks that was attached.
This is joint exhibit of all parties or joint of NS?
This is joint all parties. And one thing we can do that might make things easier is if it starts with a JE, that means it's a joint exhibit that is, and all of those are in the records. I mean, they were, in the record before yesterday, actually, because they're just all the prior filings and evidence that has come in. Do you have that in front of you, Charlie? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll ask again. Do you recall what was the purpose of the rebuttal RTC report?
Well, the purpose of any rebuttal is to respond to reports put in by the other side and to try to put them in the proper context and perspective.
Okay. And was one of the criticisms from the other side that the rebuttal RTC report responded to the criticisms about how on-time performance was used in the original RTC report?
Sorry, would you repeat that question?
I'll start again. Was one of the questions, yeah, you just testified that the purpose of the rebuttal RTC report was to respond to the criticisms that Amtrak made in reply. And was one of those criticisms that the rebuttal RTC report responded to the criticisms that Amtrak's experts made, asserting that 95% on-time performance was improperly used as an input to the original RTC model?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, let's turn to page 11 of the rebuttal RTC report. It is actually, just the record is clear, if you look at the exhibit numbering, it's page 11 of 48 at the very bottom, but it's also, it was originally numbered page 10 in CSX's Norfolk Southern's rebuttal evidence. Mr. Banks, do you have that in front of you? This is the section that's titled 2.3 modeling passenger trains.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is this
sorry, Matt. I'm trying to follow along.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Let me know when you're there. So what I'm looking at, or what I've directed Charlie to, is section 2.3. It's titled modeling passenger trains. It would be on page 11 of 48 of JE 40B. Member Privacy, do you have?
I'm coming up on it. I'm sorry.
All right, just let me know. That's fine.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So Charlie, is this the section that we were just talking about, the section that specifically responded to the 95% OTP argument?
Yep.
Okay. So, and on this page, page 11, am I accurately quoting when I note that the report reads, in hindsight, the RTC modelers acknowledge that the modeling report could have been clearer as to how the OTP metrics were used in the modeling process?
Where are you reading from on that page?
I am reading, Mr. Chairman, from 5 lines down on page 10. And I apologize for just reading into the record, but I think it will make things a little faster.
What does my pagination has this on page 11. So what paragraph? What's the beginning of the paragraph?
It's the bottom paragraph on the page.
How does it?
It begins in hindsight. I can read from the beginning if that would be helpful.
No, I just want to know where the paragraph itself begins in hindsight.
No, the sentence begins in hindsight. The paragraph begins Messrs. Crowley and Fapp.
Also state.
Yes, also claim.
Also claim or also state. Okay, I see. I'm sorry. It's right. It's the first paragraph under section 2.3. Is that where you're reading from?
Yeah, yes, that's right.
I see it.
And that's right. And apologies for that, but just to be clear, that the sentence, yes, the sentence that I was directing you to, Charlie, is, in hindsight, the RTC modelers acknowledge that the modeling report could have been clearer as to how the OTP metrics were used in the modeling process. Is that right?
Yes. The confusion is it's on page 10 in some versions of this, including mine. Okay.
Yes. Well, hopefully we can cut through that. And so why don't we turn just to move this along? If you could turn to what is either page 11 or page 12, I guess, depending on which version that you were looking at. Turn the page, and Charlie, that paragraph that is cutting across the pages that begins the modeling inputs and infrastructure project selected. Do you see that paragraph?
I do.
Would you mind reading that into the record? Because I think that does respond to many of the questions that we got yesterday.
The modeling inputs and infrastructure projects selected were not done to obtain a high OTP, nor is the 95% OTP an input into the 2021 Gulf Coast RTC model, period. Rather, this is the final OTP obtained in the model once the freight impacts were fully mitigated, period. When a passenger train is provided preference, comma, it will have a high OTP regardless of the impact on other traffic, period. Other traffic will attempt to avoid delaying that train, even if it results in significant delays to freight, period. The OTP measure was provided as a confirmation that the service works for passenger trains in addition to freight trains.
Thank you, Charlie. You also got a number of questions yesterday about the growth assumptions that were used for the 2039 model. Do you recall those?
I do.
Okay. And I believe you testified, got a little confused, but I believe you testified that the growth, the data for the growth inputs came from, CSX and Norfolk Southern.
Correct.
Right.
As also how to treat that growth in terms of how they would impact trains.
Do you recall specifically which individuals at CSX and Norfolk Southern were responsible for providing data to the RTC modelers?
I don't.
Would it? I'm going to show the witness. I apologize, but I believe you testified that Hannah Ross and Hollyson Cannon provided that information.
Matt, I'm just going to interject here as a follow-up earlier. Just let me know when you think it's proper for you to give the witness an answer to a question and when it's not. But I have no objection to your doing this to move it forward.
Yeah,
just for the future. Okay.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to move this along. It is approaching noon on day 2, and I'm just trying to get something clear in the record.
Just keep me posted so I can follow along your approach to the case. Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to log. I apologize, but I'm going to have to object to that last comment.
Your objection is overruled.
I appreciate that.
Matt, I have to say without being snarky, I am having a little bit of difficulty following what you think is inbounds and out of bounds. Because the name was out of bounds, but what you're doing seems to be a bit more than a name. I'm just trying. Is that we can't do it, but you can? I'm just
so
really trying to understand. I'm really, if you could just explain so that I know what parameters you're trying to impose on the board.
To be clear, I was Mr. Charlie has been up here for a long time, and I think I'm probably going to call my redirect in a minute, but he had actually testified that the data that was used, and I don't want to testify here, but my question was leading, but it was reflecting the witness's prior testimony, and I feel like if I keep talking about where I want to go, then I really am testifying, and I don't think that's appropriate. But what I do think is appropriate is for us to, I'll end my redirect to Mr. Banks, and we can get moving with our other witnesses who I do think are going to be able to respond to all of these issues.
Oh, I know. And my question was I just want to know, what you think we can say and can't say, because you were taking issue with trying to get a name in the record, and I have to say I'm confused.
Okay, well, I mean, to be perfectly clear, if that's possible at this point, I don't think it's appropriate for me to be supplying an answer to the witness. That's not quite the same as a leading question. So that last question I asked, maybe I should have withdrawn it. Maybe it was a little bit too leading, and I should have shown Mr. Banks something to refresh his recollection. But I think that we can, as far as I'm concerned, I think I can end my redirect, and we can.
And I think all of us are just trying to get to truth, and we're doing the best we can, and I know you are too.
I do, and I appreciate this is, this is a very uncomfortable position to be in as an advocate, where you feel like you need to object to questions from the board, and it's very difficult, honestly, because and I understand that it's difficult for the board too, because ordinarily in a public hearing, you've got all a party's witnesses up there, and you could pose a question and somebody's going to have to answer it. You know, like at the 7-Eleven hearing, you know, if it's a legal question, you can ask it of the lawyer. If it's you can ask whoever's there. And we're in a situation here where it's a trial and we're bringing our witnesses forward one at a time, and they each have knowledge about particular parts of the case. And we do think that we think that in this trial setting, it creates, you know, significant issues when the board members are asking, you know, questions, and then it creates issues when we try to have to clean some of that stuff up on redirect. I mean, I'm not going to belabor this. We want to get this thing moving, but you know, this is the basis for you know, what the objections we've been talking about much of this morning.
Mr. Warren, may I ask?
Well, I don't think you should ask,
Add something,
Charlie.
not ask. Add.
Let's just proceed. If Patrick, if you were finished.
I am, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Matt, proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions for Charlie.
All right. Amtrak, Ms. Bracy.
No further questions.
I have a further question. Mr. Banks. You cited some language in the rebuttal report saying the modeling report could have been clearer as to how the OTP metrics were used. Can I take you back to page 27 of the RTC report, section 3.5.
The build case 3.5.
Yes.
I'm there.
If you look at the second sentence of that paragraph, I'm going to read it and then I'm going to ask you a question. As such, the project selection must meet the following criteria. Provide capacity to achieve above 95% OTP for passenger trains and limit the need for passenger trains to enter and be delayed in a siding. You follow me?
I do.
Is that the language which the rebuttal report said could have been clearer? I just want to know what we're referring to here.
I believe it is.
So you now looking at that language saying it's not as clear as it should be.
I'm going to have to object to the premise of the question. We've just shown the rebuttal RTC report submitted many months ago, indicated that should have been clearer.
But what about it is not clear?
Shall I answer that question, Mr. Warren? To the best of my ability?
It's not up to Mr. Warren.
I've objected, and I believe the chairman has
overruled
through silence overruled my objection. So yes, you need to answer.
I believe what is unclear is that it leaves the impression that we're trying to achieve a 95% on-time performance as an absolute objective, when in fact, what we did was reach a consensus on the fact that on the approach that we should use 95% OTP in order to have a cushion such that we would be able to meet the enhanced customer OTP percentage.
Well, if I take you back to page 10 that you were just reading from in the rebuttal report, that sounds different from what you just said. On page 10, it says, nor is the 95% OTP an input. I thought you just said you used 95% as an input in order to achieve 80%. I'm just trying to understand your report, sir. Mr. Banks.
I'm going to object, Mr. Chairman. The report is by Mr. Dingler and Mr. Guthrie, who will be testifying.
Overruled. Mr. Banks has made it clear that his job is to audit and edit these reports. And you have put him forward as one of the world's foremost experts on RTC modeling. I think he can speak to this report and educate the board. If you want us to make a judgment in your favor based on this report, I want to make sure the board understands the report.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but my page 10 doesn't have any text. So can you?
All right,
give
well,
me
so page 11 in my report, it's in the paragraph that you read from. The modeling inputs and infrastructure projects selected were not done to obtain a high OTP, nor is the 95% OTP an input into the model. That's the rebuttal report, sir.
I'm sorry. I was looking at the RTC report. Excuse me. I'm sorry. We're the rebuttal RTC modeling report, right? Page 10.
Well, it's 11 on my copy. It's the paragraph that begins the modeling inputs and infrastructure projects. It's the one you just read from, Mr. Banks.
I'm sorry. And what is your question?
Is the court reporter able to read back Mr. Banks's last actual answer on in what way it was misleading? Because I wanted to follow up on the way he answered the question to make sure I understood what we're looking at here. Ms. Reporter, can you do that?
Yeah, give me a second to find the area you're asking about.
All right. It was the last question that he answered before we got into this exchange here.
I'll start reading and you tell me if I need to go up or down. The witness, what I believe is unclear is that it leaves the impression that we're trying to achieve a 95% on-time performance.
Right, keep going.
Okay, as an absolute objective, when in fact what we did was reach a consensus on the fact that on the approach that we could use 95% OTP in order to have a cushion such that we would be able to meet the enhanced customer OTP percentage.
All right, that was the answer that I wanted to do. So, Mr. Banks, it sounds like you're telling me that you use the 95% as an input in order to achieve the cushion to get to 80%. Is that the way this worked?
No. So I think the problem I'm having in communicating with you is the key to it is in the second line, the word input. You cannot input OTP into the RTC model. We were focused on the output. If the output was 95% OTP, we believed it provided enough of a cushion so that Amtrak would be able to achieve the customer OTP metrics it was looking for.
Well, how do you program? I'm ignorant about how the RTC computer software works, as I am about all computer software. How do you arrange for it to output at 95% if you don't put that into the input? I'm confused how that works.
So you put the improvements into the RTC model and you see what it does to on-time performance.
And where did the 95% come from? It just happened to produce the 95%? Is that what you're saying?
It produced the 95%. And we thought the 95% provided us enough of a cushion.
Well, the reason I'm confused here, Mr. Banks, is that in your initial report at page 27, the team wrote and you approved saying the project selection must meet a 95%. It just didn't happen to turn out a 95%, but it must meet it. Is that the way it worked?
Let me look, please. I'm sorry. What are we?
Page 27 in the original report.
I'm sorry. And what is it specifically thanks for giving me an opportunity to read this. Tell me again what your specific issue is.
You just told us that the 95% OTP was what happened to be churned out once you put these projects in, that you weren't aiming at 95%. I thought that's what you said. Now, your original report says, no, the projects were selected so that it must meet 95%. Those strike me as two very different ideas about how we got to the 95%.
All right, my apologies. We chose projects that we wanted to result in on-time performance that would meet 95% as a surrogate, because we thought it would then give us enough cushion to achieve the customer OTP.
So the language that we were just looking at on page 27 in the original report is not lacking in clarity. It states exactly what you did.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying not to object, but I think we're outside the scope of redirects, which was just pointing out language in the Rebuttal RTC report that that specifically addressed this language. And I do think that we're at the point where your questions would be answered very directly by Mr. Dingler, by Mr. Guthrie. And I think we've explained, and I think that the evidence that's already in the record explains that in the Rebuttal RTC report responds to this argument, and you could accept it or you could not accept it, but we've acknowledged that language in the original RTC report was not as clear as it should have been, and maybe there's a different term that you want to apply to it, but I think that this is ground that's been covered.
Well, Matt, I would just say this: you invited this man to come in here this morning and tell me that something was not clear in this report. Now, you want us to rely on this report. I'm trying to find out which aspects of the report I should rely on as a board member and which we should disregard. Now, as I understand Mr. Banks's testimony, and I'd like him to have the last word on this, the language here in this initial report is not unclear. It is exactly what you did. You put projects in that would churn out a 95% OTP. Isn't that what you're telling us? That is not unclear.
So the report that we have been discussing here was prepared by Mark Dingler and Larry Guthrie. I did review it. I had lots of questions about it. I made some edits to it, but my suggestion is that you discuss this issue with Messrs. Guthrie and Dingley. I don't think I can provide you any more information with respect to this particular issue.
Well, you just told us it was unclear. Are you now saying you're not sure if it's unclear? We shouldn't rely on you. We should rely on the next witness. I just want to know what parts of this record to base our decision on, Mr. Banks.
With respect to this particular issue, I think the board would be well advised to speak to those gentlemen.
All right. Amtrak, do you have any questions? Hello?
We don't have any questions.
All right. Matt?
No.
Mr. Banks, you're excused.
Thank you.
We have been going for quite some time. I wonder if we should take a 10-minute, what's the pleasure of the board? Should we take a 10-minute recess and convene and go for a little while and take a later lunch? So,
Chairman, just stepping in, Ray Atkins. So I'll be doing the direct for Mr. Johnson, who's next. His testimonies, direct testimony is about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, just to help you understand if you want to do lunch now and then run the whole direct with him, or do a lunch break in the middle of his testimony.
what's the pleasure of the board?
Why don't we just break now for lunch so we can knock it all out this afternoon without that, if you don't mind. If that's okay with, I just speak for myself.
All right. Does everybody agree with that idea on the board?
I agree.
That's okay.
All right. We'll break now. It's 12:04. Why don't we reconvene at 12:40?
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you all. Matt, are we on?
You're good to go.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It is 12:41 and we are back in session, and we will proceed with the next witness for CSX and NS, whoever that is.
Chairman, we're calling up Ricky Johnson from CSX.
All right, so just for preparation purposes, Ray, there's no concern. I'm looking at the witness list. It looks to me like it's not exactly the same order that you submitted it to us. There's no problem. You can call them in any order you want. I was just
So
might want to get prepared.
So the list is, Ricky Johnson is next. Randy Hunt from Norfolk Southern will be our third witness. And then if we can get to them today, Holly Ross will be our third witness. And then Holly Sincannon will be our fourth witness today.
Okay, that's fine. And then your next witnesses will be Mr. Dingler and Mr. Guthrie.
So yes, they'll end our presentation. Mr. Dingler.
That's the end of it, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Well, do you want to go ahead and swear him in?
I do. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Johnson, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do we have a mic? There you go.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Ray, proceed.
Excellent. So Ricky, could you please introduce yourself to the board?
Yes, Ricky Johnson. I'm the Senior Vice President of Mechanical and Engineering for CSX Transportation.
And can you tell us how long you've been working in the railroad industry?
Absolutely. I started my career 29 years ago, actually in Mobile, Alabama, Burlington Northern. Worked with AGR, another railroad there in Mobile, and come to CSX approximately 21 years ago. And have moved around our system and presently are here in the headquarters at Jacksonville.
So what positions have you held during your employment with CSX?
I've held the position of track supervisor, assistant division engineer, assistant chief engineer of production, chief engineer of the southern half of CSX, chief engineer of the northern half of CSX, vice president of engineering, and senior vice president of engineering and mechanical.
Can you describe your current responsibilities?
Absolutely. I'm responsible for the maintenance and infrastructure for all the track, bridges, signals, communications, all of the facilities, as well as our locomotive fleet, our car fleet, and the rebuild and general maintenance of all.
And can you describe your responsibilities specifically regarding the Gulf Coast line?
Yeah, so on the Gulf Coast line, we have some small shops for some car repair, but primarily there on the Gulf Coast, I'm responsible for all of the infrastructure from the signaling to the track to the bridges, as well as all the buildings and facilities along that way, as well as any design and construction that would go on in that area.
And how do the operations along the Gulf Coast line compare to other lines that CSX operates?
Yeah, it's unique in a couple different ways. The first uniqueness is it's about 138 and a half miles from end to end on what we refer to as the NO&M sub. It's about 80% of it is a single track railroad with sidings for the passing of trains. And unique to this line is really it's the sheer number of drawbridges on this line. You have 7 of them on this subdivision. And right north of the subdivision, you actually have several more on the bottom end of what we call our M&M subdivision, right directly north of Mobile.
other aspects that's kind of particular to this line and only this line is really its proximity to the Gulf Coast. We have large stretches that are within a less than a half a mile. Some the water's on both sides of our track as we transition from Bay St. Louis into New Orleans. This line is very capital intensive. When you look at the cost of capital for this line, we're almost 500% more per mile, if you look at it here over the last 15 years, compared to the entire rest of our network on a per mile basis. It's a very expensive railroad. We get hit almost annually with at least one, if not multiple, primarily hurricanes, tropical storms. In fact, this last year, we lost approximately 12 miles of this route due to the hurricane that come across this subdivision.
Ricky, how high would you say the stakes are in terms of the line's importance to rail transportation and sort of the economy in that region?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really, we ought to think about it in two different areas. New Orleans. It's a tremendous gateway for us as well as the other carriers that interchange traffic there. It's the second largest volume of interchange for CSX. And it's a critical point for the east and west traffic. As we think about, we've all read a lot about the congestion in the supply chains and choke points. And you think about Chicago a lot when you think about east-west interchange. And while they are definitely the bigger player, New Orleans equally is important, especially to us, CSX, and to our interchange partners. And then I would tell you that we have a lot of significant customers across the coast of Mississippi, but really when you get into the state of Alabama and you start at Theodore, Alabama, and then more importantly, as far as volume growth, you get to the Port of Mobile. It is one of the fastest growing ports in North America. They have invested a tremendous amount of money over the last several years. They've worked with multiple different carriers in and around out of Mobile to really grow that volume. And the port, I'm an Alabama native. I'm very familiar with this area. I've got family in all three of these states that go across this line. And, the Port of Alabama is the economic engine of the state of Alabama. Also, it's the coal export for the state of Alabama through the port at McDuffie Island. This is a very critical route for not only the success of us and the smaller companies located across this line, but our interchange partners at both ends, as well as the states and the state of Alabama, whose heartbeat of their economy is located in Mobile.
So given its importance, what's CSX's position with respect to the passenger service over this line?
Bring it on. We'll welcome passenger trains. It's about doing it the right way. It's about protecting the public interest. The public interest is not only the 26 or so passengers that'll be on these trains, it's also the 50 plus customers that we have across this line. It's about the 10,000 plus people that are more that depend upon the jobs that these companies that we serve, that they produce. It's about the growing economy and growing the business in and out of Mobile. So we welcome it with a proper investment, but zero is not the proper investment as was here without even a dedicated station track at Mobile. The basic 101 of how you run a passenger operation that has a terminus in the middle of a yard.
So, Mr. Johnson, our goal here today is, since we can't travel to the Gulf Coast, is to bring the Gulf Coast to the members. And I thought we'd start with a broad overview and then dig into some specific features. Would you be able to recognize a map of the Gulf Coast?
Yes.
Chairman Oberman, I'd like your permission to show the witness CSX NS Exhibit 273.
273?
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead.
So we're going to go ahead and pull it up on the screen. So, Mr. Johnson, can you describe, can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a map of our NO&M subdivision that originates there in Mobile and with its terminus on the other end in New Orleans.
Thank you. Will this map help you explain the key features of the corridor?
Absolutely.
Chairman, we'd offer this exhibit into evidence as an illustrative exhibit.
Any objection? Amtrak,
No objection.
Port,
No objection, no objection.
it will be admitted.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Johnson, so we're just going to try to provide an overview just to level set the board where we are. So we're going to go into Mobile in a bit more detail in a bit, and as well Gentilly at the tail end. But could you walk the board through, let's call it a typical movement of a morning passenger train, how it's going to traverse from Mobile down to New Orleans, and just highlight some of the key landmarks at a high sort of 10,000 foot level?
Yeah,
Why don't we start in Alabama?
Okay, absolutely. So the train would, as proposed, would tie up into our Choctaw Yard. And in the morning, it would traverse out of our Choctaw Yard and would actually occupy both tracks on our double main track at the north end of Choctaw Yard. And it would move out to the passenger station at Mobile. At that time, they would commence to loading the passengers, is my understanding. And at the same time, their crews would have to secure the train, disembark from the engines, and then traverse to the other end of the engines, set those engines up for PTC. And then once they finish their operation, they would start to move south. Immediately after their movement, within about a half of a mile, they would traverse onto single track at Choctaw Interlocking, which is at the north end of Choctaw. And for those as I speak kind of in railroad direction wise. Mobile will always be on the north end. New Orleans is the south. So as we speak about points, if I say north, it's the end closest to Mobile. If I say south, it's the end closest to New Orleans. But please feel free to ask me if you need clarification on that. As they traverse and start onto the single track, they immediately come by the McDuffie Island Coal Terminal, which is a very busy terminal for us. They immediately go over the old IC interlocking that we'll talk about a little more detail as we go into on a future overview. Brooklyn is key in that this is an area of huge development. The state of Alabama, the county, the city of Mobile has invested many millions of dollars in moving their commercial airport from out in this area to downtown Mobile. Their vision is this will be a multimodal complex. They're in the process. There's already some commercial flights going in and out of here, and they are developing this, as well as this is the location that everybody that we've talked to outside of Amtrak want the Amtrak station to be, is here at Brooklyn. In fact, when they did their permitting for this Aeroplex here, they actually zoned off a location next to our track for an Amtrak station. It kind of fits. You fly in, you get on the train, you go across. Or they'll have bus services stuff planned for downtown for any kind of the tourism aspect from an Amtrak train and or the airport. As you leave there, as you see these lines here in the state of Alabama, this is what we call the Theodore Industrial. This is an area of growing business. I think you heard from one of the customers in the public comments section, Wholesome. This is an area of just busy traffic, lots of customers, lots of chemicals, cement, lime shipments, just absolutely growing. The interesting thing about here is that this is locals. So we have locals that traverse daily and serve customers all across this line. Again, I said 50 plus customers. So this is a heavy used area from Mobile, down to Theodore for our locals, in and out every day to serve these customers. As we traverse on over, their first stop is actually in Pascagoula. Pascagoula, you have your first drawbridge as well, which we'll talk about drawbridge more in detail here after a while. But here at Pascagoula, we have a lot of chemical business, a lot of chemical customers. We have an interchange with another railroad, the Mississippi Export Railroad at this location.
Mr. Johnson, did you say that the first drawbridge coming down from Mobile, you don't reach a drawbridge till Pascagoula? Did I understand that?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir. And we'll have a map of the drawbridges here in a minute, Chairman Oberman, that will show the exact location of all.
All right, I just wanted to be clear. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. We interchange with Mississippi Export Railroad here at this. This is also an interesting location in the chemical business that's here. A lot of big chemical business here. In fact, we have a yard here that is actually off of a controlled siding. It doesn't have power switches on this siding because although it is designated a siding, it is actually a switching lead. But it's long enough that if we had to pass something, you can, but it's not powered. There's no power switches. So this is a huge industrial area. As you get down to the Amtrak station, again, we'll be on road crossing circuits. There is no dedicated station track. There's numerous road crossings that'll be affected here. Whether or not in some of these stations, they'll be foul of the crossing, and others at the very least, they'll be on approaches and they'll have to time out. And of course, any little movement of the train would reactivate these gates while we're loading the passengers for the 10 to 15 minutes that they'll be at these stops. As we leave and we continue across this line, really, when you get to Biloxi, that is the next stop. This is another area. Heard some talk earlier about road crossings and things. And really, when you think about Biloxi and Gulfport, there's approximately in those two cities alone, put together, there's approximately 30 crossings in each one of those cities. So most of these, any of you that's been to Biloxi know, every single block, there's a railroad crossing. Kind of unique here, you also have, and for the majority of Biloxi, you have tracks, you have roads that run parallel to our tracks. And then every block, you have a crossing across the track. So in essence, you have 3 routes that kind of come together to cross the track in each way. So we're very concerned that if we're stopping on these crossings in this area, we really need to take a hard look at what's required to protect the traveling public. As you continue to the west, their next stop is Gulfport. This stop is interesting in that we interchange here with KCS Railroad, the Kansas City Southern. And the Amtrak station is directly adjacent to a railroad diamond. So depending on the length, you'll actually have a passenger train stopped on top of a railroad diamond in the middle of it, which if you've been around railroads, that's kind of one that you just kind of, it makes you tense up. Although we have protections in place, you like to have redundancy or eliminate the risk if all possible. Also, at the same time, we will potentially be setting on top of a road crossing the entire loading and unloading at this station without moving this station or having a dedicated station track. As well as with the concern with the crossings that I talked about, we got to remember that once a train rules by operating signal rules, once a train stops in the middle of a block, a signaled block, until they can see the next signal, they have to run at restricted speed. So I can have the speed at 79 miles an hour for Amtrak, or if there's a town ordinance or whatever, I can have it at what the track speed is, but they've got to move at restricted speed until they see the signal. And that's how we operate in a signal environment. As you continue on west, Bay St. Louis, Same scenario here, road crossing approaches and others. Here's the station here, right here in Bay St. Louis. You do cross, I'll go back. Well, you do have 3 drawbridges, counting the one at Bay St. Louis, Pascagoula, Biloxi, Bay St. Louis. More on them in a minute. As you come down to this area that I'd like to highlight, you have the Portfianville Railway. It's actually a port operation here, right before you cross over into Louisiana. It's a very busy port, a lot of interchange there, a lot of traffic in and out of this operation. As soon as you cross here, you go through a little area called Ansley. It's a little town, a little community. And once you leave Ansley, right in this, right here, you do not have another road crossing or access to this railroad until you get past the floodgates going into New Orleans, towards Michoud, a place called Michoud. This area here is the area that we typically get battered. You have 3 drawbridges across this line here. This is the area, you can see the concave nature of the thing. So those of you that pay attention to hurricanes, you know, is the movement. This is where water builds up. We're about 10 to 12 foot above sea level here. And this is where the brunt of our damage typically happens with any kind of a storm across this Gulf, even as far east as Biloxi, Pascagoula. As you continue then, and all of this is single track from where, you remember I told you we went to single track to begin with, way back within a half a mile of the route. We're still on single track. And we stay on single track till we get approximately 8 to 10 miles to Michoud. And then we go back to double track into Gentilly, where we, at the north end of Gentilly, we go back to single track there at around Gentilly. And we'll have more on Gentilly. The other crossing I'll leave to the other, excuse me, the other Amtrak stop on this route will be on the Norfolk Southern. I'm sure Mr. Hunt will speak to that more than I can. Also, I would mention there is a drawbridge right here at New Orleans that is controlled by the city of New Orleans. It is not controlled by CSX.
So thank you, Ricky. Do you know approximately how long the Amtrak train is supposed to take to traverse from Mobile to New Orleans?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Jesse Amundson on behalf of Amtrak. We understand that the board at our pre-hearing conference asked for a better understanding of the geography, et cetera, of the area. We would just note for the record that none of this information was in Mr. Johnson's verified statement. And so this is the first that we are getting this as testimony from Mr. Johnson.
Well, is this information, Jesse, that Amtrak didn't have before? I mean, is this news to you?
It's not news, sir, but Mr. Johnson, this goes well beyond the scope of Mr. Johnson's verified statement and the purpose for which he was offered by CSX.
Well, up until this moment, everything he has said has been testified to without objection. Are you prejudiced in some way by hearing this, by our hearing this testimony?
No, sir. I'm simply saying that this is not, this was not contained in his verified statement. We believe this is responsive to what the board asked for at our pre-hearing conference. But as I said, this is the first that Amtrak is getting the this information through Mr. Johnson.
Well, unless you have some objection and argue prejudice, I don't see any reason to prevent Mr. Johnson from continuing with this description. I think it's helpful to the board. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, proceed.
So again, my question was, do you know approximately how long the trip for the Amtrak train is to take to get from Mobile to New Orleans?
Yeah, absolutely. I know that, well, this one is planned at 3 hours and 26 minutes versus the old trip that when we run the Sunset Limited, which was in the middle of the night, 3 days a week, It was between 5 and 6 hours was the plan for that. So it's, you know, it's an hour and a half plus tighter schedule than what was previously run on this line. And again, that was at night versus this being in the middle of the day. And it's also, you know, 2 trains, 6 trips versus 28 on the majority of the route. But it's 6 trips versus 56 when you think about the 8 trains a day that they propose with their operation in Mobile, which is the busiest area on this line.
So we'll clarify that 8 trains a day just for the board's benefit and with a slide momentarily, just to contrast how quickly the Amtrak trains will traverse, just on average or roughly, how long does it take a freight train to traverse from Mobile to New Orleans?
Yeah, 8 to 10 hours.
Okay. So, Chairman, we're going to turn to Mobile, and we'd like to introduce a second map that offers a more. Oh,
let me just ask this question. Is somebody going to explain why it takes 10 hours to go 150 miles?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's
is this Ray? Is this the appropriate witness? Just so we.
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you just elaborate on that, Mr. Johnson, while we're here?
Yeah, absolutely. So on this line, so when you come on duty, you know, you put your train together, right? So they come on duty. You're usually looking at a couple hours on duty. So it's, you know, while they're in the yard, they're building their train, they're putting their train together. Then they leave out of the yard. Potentially they have to meet locals. You've got numerous locals that work all across this line. For example, you got 3 locals out of Mobile that work customers and serve industries. You've got 3 locals out of Pascagoula. So they have to do that as well. Also, when you're going across this line with the drawbridges, 6 of them here from Gentilly going north, you also have to stop, right? You have to stop. You know, you have home signals on these bridges, and you know, the home signals are, you know, they're depending on the speed, the exact speed of the track, they'll be spaced. But you typically within a mile of each drawbridge, you have a circuit, and it's only within a mile of the drawbridge. And so if there's boat traffic, and you can't plan the boat traffic, because especially across the coast of Mississippi, you have just as much pleasure. You have I think it's over 200,000. The Senator of Mississippi's office shared with us. There's over 200,000 pleasure boaters and commercial fishermen outside of your typical barge and commercial business on the industrial side that you think about. So there's just a tremendous aspect, and it is totally random.
But just so I understand, Mr. Johnson, there are no drawbridges in the Mississippi part of this.
No, absolutely. There are.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Yes, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So there's just tremendous opportunity to have a delay because of that. You also have the interchanges in the middle here, where there's Portfianville Railroad. You have the Mississippi Export Railroad. You have the KCS interchange. You have all of these opportunities to have some delay, and that's why the plan, and that's how we operate and schedule our trains.
So the 8 to 10 hours, are you including the time in the yard to assemble the train in that 8 to 10 hours?
Yes.
What would be the time once the train is assembled and it embarks on its trip?
Yeah, it's highly variable. I couldn't speak to a specific time. It's highly variable. It's dependent. These drawbridges open, Chairman Overman, 6 to 10 times a day on average.
Well, let me ask this way: how long does it take to assemble the train in the yard before it starts out?
It depends on how many cars they're picking up. Are they taking one track? Or are they taking 2 tracks? Do they have to do the class 1 brake test? It's all kind of variables as it is across any area of any railroad, across any part of our network. So it's,
Well, the only reason I ask is I'm trying to understand the operation of the line. And on the question of bridges and infrastructure and places where the train has to stop on its trip, and tell me if I'm wrong as a layman, it strikes me none of that is relevant to how long it takes to assemble the train in the yard before it starts. Is that a correct understanding?
ask that question again. So I can
Well,
make sure I understand what you're asking.
You said that it takes 8 to 10 yards for these trains generally speaking to make this trip.
That's correct.
And that includes the time at the beginning of the trip that it takes to assemble the train in the first yard.
That's correct.
But that amount of time, it strikes me, but tell me if I'm wrong, is irrelevant or unrelated to whatever the infrastructure limitations are during the 150-mile route, bridges and intersections and diamond crosses and so forth, correct?
No.
Okay, well, could you enlighten us on it then? I don't understand.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna touch on this in a later slide, but I'm glad to give you a little bit of information here, or I'll give you all. But I've got pictures and all to be able to explain it where I want to make sure everybody understands this. So New Orleans is a terminus. There's no through trains on CSX that operate through New Orleans. So Gentilly, a bypass around Gentilly is one of the proposed projects. This is a track that will be 100% only used by Amtrak. Why? Can you imagine trying to zigzag Amtrak through yard tracks that have 2 switching operations with remote control engines on each end of this yard, as well as departing trains in non-signaled, non-controlled track? That's why you need a bypass, is because of the nature of the yard operation, which is not only the switching, it's also the inbounding and departing of our freight trains. So they are not, it's not one and the same. If I have to serve a customer off of the main line, right? Let's talk about my local, or let's talk about a train that's serving the Theodore Industrial Complex in Alabama. Today it's hand throw switches, right? And it's a Y. So you line your switch to go into Theodore Industrial Complex, and you pull about 500 to 600 foot and you come to another switch. So you line that switch, you pull your train all the way down into the Theodore Industrial Complex. Now you're finally clear of the main line with your 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 foot train that's going into that location. But the track is not free to run freight train or Amtrak train. Now I have to walk all the way back out to the main line. I had to restore the main line switch. I then have to walk and restore a derail. And then, of course, I had to restore any other switches that need to be restored for the next movement there to tell of the Y switch. So there have been infrastructure proposals to power these switches up to facilitate these trains clearing the track faster and getting them.
Mr. Jackson, I think maybe you misunderstood, or maybe I didn't state the question clearly. When you started explaining how a freight train, Mr. Atkins asked you how long it takes a freight train to get from Mobile to New Orleans, and you said 8 to 10 hours.
Yes.
And then you said that includes the amount of time it takes to assemble that train in some yard near Mobile before it begins its journey.
Yes.
And all I'm trying to understand how the railroad operates, whether it takes 1 or 2 or 3 hours to assemble the train in Mobile is unrelated to whether that train's going to get stopped by a diamond intersection in Gulfport. That's all I'm asking. They're 2 separate issues you have to deal with, are they not?
They're 2 separate issues affecting the same crew.
Yeah, I understand that.
And the crew has 12 hours.
Right. Does
So
the
you gotta
crew
solve what you can solve.
does the crew that's taking the train to New Orleans Is that the crew that's assembling the train in the yard? It's not a different crew?
The switching of the train is done by yard jobs within a yard, whether that's Mobile, whether that's New Orleans. But when the outbound crew or the through train comes on duty, they build the train. They put the train together at Mobile. They pick up out of two
Okay.
tracks and depart.
So it's related in terms of crew time, but it is not related to how the train itself movement down the line. That's separate from how long it took to put the train
Yeah,
together.
if you're asking about specific time, yeah, you could have, okay, how long does the trip take to get in and out of the yard? Okay, that's one. Two, how long does it take to get from point A to B? You can break the time down however you want, but yes, you can break the, any way you want, you can break the time.
Would it be enlightening to us to know, for example, how long it takes the train, once it gets to Brooklyn, typically to go all the way to Gentilly?
I think when we go through Mobile in expanded detail, you will see that how the Amtrak operation without a dedicated station track and the location of the signals and the assets, not only with CSX's switching movement, but also of our departing trains picking up or making a pickup or set off in Mobile, as well as the Alabama State Docks, as well as our McDuffie Island operation. I think here in a future slide, if you'll indulge me with that, it will become very evident of why we have to do something.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I wasn't, and I'm certainly, I'm looking forward to that part of your testimony. For the moment, I'm just trying to understand the movement of a freight train as the line operates today. That's all.
So Chairman, I don't want to cut off these because I think these are perfectly appropriate clarifying questions that we've spoken of. What we're trying to do is give you digestible chunks. So if we don't cover this question more completely towards the end, maybe there's some additional clarifying questions.
No, I'm happy to hand Mr. Johnson back to you, Ray.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, Mr. Chairman, I actually want to pull up a second map, which is a more detailed map of Mobile. So with your permission, may the witness examine CSX Norfolk Southern Exhibit 281. So Chairman, I don't know how you want to go through this process. Before I show something to the witness, I'd like your permission to show it to him, unless you don't think I need it.
Well, it's just a different map?
Correct.
Is there any objection from Amtrak?
We'll go ahead and put it up on the screen so Amtrak can see the map, although we provided a copy of it to them.
No objection.
All right, proceed.
Thank you, Chairman.
I guess I should make sure the port doesn't either. You guys are not 100% aligned.
No objection, sir.
Right. Go ahead, Ray.
Thank you very much. So you've already sort of mentioned, Ricky, that the operations in the Port of Mobile are particularly complicated. Can you tell us, please describe a little bit for the board so they understand what some of the major rail facilities in the Mobile area are that they've been hearing about in the testimony?
Absolutely. So hopefully you can see my red circle here. This is our CSX line that comes in north of Mobile into what we refer to as our Cybert Yard. So the dark blue here where my cursor is, this is our Cybert Yard. Unique here and to this yard is that all of the yellow that you see here that kind of encompasses us on both sides, this is the Alabama State Docks, the port railroad that uses these tracks. And so we are surrounded by them, which, as you've seen some of the infos talk about their use of their rights to cross over our main lines here to be able to serve the port and the water side of the port and to do their business. Also here, you have coming in here, you have the AGR Railroad. That's the old Burlington Northern. Before that, the Frisco AT&N Railroad that come into Mobile. They actually come here and they actually interchange in the outside two tracks they own that's adjacent to the port property here. Norfolk Southern Railroad, the purple here, they come into this area here. They also have an interchange here, as well as the CN. The CN is actually, this is actually now operated by an outfit, I believe is ALE, the Alabama Export Railroad. And so they actually operate in this area as well. Multiple movements in and across CSX's main line. As I stated earlier, as we're switching out the north end of our yard, we are going across drawbridges. It's the nature of how this yard is sandwiched into this geographic location. And as well as the south end where most of the interchange to and from, whether the other roads are coming to us or we're going to them, come in and out of the south end of the yard, as well as this is our switching lead. As we're switching the inbound interchange or switching for outbound interchange, our trains continually take up the track here. And on the same segment that Amtrak is proposing their station here, that is right adjacent down at the convention center in downtown Mobile. Also, 2 to 3 times a day as the port has to come out of their yard and facility, they also utilize this same track segment where Amtrak is proposing their station to be, or I guess I should say concrete walkway, because there's no station here. There's no facility, no infrastructure other than a raised concrete platform. And
well,
then
Mr. Johnson, the 2 to 3 times a day the port trains come out, are those at the same time generally each day, or how does that work?
It varies. They try to group it. They're like anything. It's, do I have 100 cars to switch and take over today, or do I have 50? So it's variable. But it's in blocks, I would say, throughout the day, during the daytime, the morning and the afternoon. And they go over and they switch their tracks over here. And you'll see some overheads and some drone stuff here in a minute that really kind of paints this picture. As you continue south, here's that Amtrak station that we spoke of. Here's our Choctaw Yard. This is a critical yard for us. We do block swapping in this yard for a lot of our customers at Theodore and Pascagoula. There's very minimal 3-4 usable tracks in this yard, as well as the outside track here is actually the main lead where we take 1 to 3 coal trains a day into McDuffie Island Coal Terminal in order to export our coal that comes out from west of Birmingham out of the coal fields up in that area. Very, very high quality metallurgical coal. As you continue going south, here is the CN railroad here that actually crosses us, and that is their access as well into McDuffie Island for their traffic that comes into this area. As you continue further west, here's Brooklyn. You can see we have some customers and some industrial tracks here. But here is the new airport and industrial aeroplex complex they're building. The vision of the state and the communities and the people in this area. They're funding this new commercial airport, and their plans are for it to be a multimodal port. Again, as I said, there's already property set aside in the master plan for this airport to facilitate the Amtrak station being located at this location.
Thank you, Ricky. So, Chairman, we're going to use a second exhibit to get a little bit more granular just on the Mobile's track area. These are actually timetables. It's CSX and Norfolk Exhibit 285.
Ray, let me ask you a question.
Of course.
Will there be either this witness or some other witness who will place on these maps where the infrastructure projects are and what they would do?
Yes, absolutely. Mark Dingler will walk you through that. It'll be a slightly different map, Chairman Oberman, but we could always pull this map back up with Mr. Dingler and do a compare.
Well, I think that Mr. Johnson's descriptions of how things work are very helpful. So you eventually, I suspect I and the other board members as well will want to connect these to what you contend are the needed infrastructure projects.
Absolutely. We have a substantial period of direct plan for Mr. Dingler with a similar map where he walks you through by region, first starting in New Orleans, then the middle, then Mobile, each of the proposed projects.
Fine. We'll hope, then I won't take Mr. Johnson's time on that subject. Thank you.
Okay. So if you go ahead, well, I'm sorry, pause. Does Amtrak or anyone have any objection to us showing this exhibit? It actually was produced in Discovery. I think it's unobjectionable.
No objection.
Port?
No objection. No objection.
It will be admitted. 285.
Yep. Thank you. And can you go, we're going to go ahead and zoom in on a particular section of this. Thank you. So I'm hopeful this will be helpful to board members. I understand timetables are not as intuitive for members to read. So if anyone has any questions about what they're seeing here, obviously Mr. Ricky Johnson sees this type of chart a great deal. So Ricky, I'd like you to use this just to illustrate. You mentioned 8 trains a day instead of 4 trains a day. Could you walk through how the current plan to put a layover in Choctaw and a Mobile station in where it's located, how the trains are going to traverse in and out of over this little region, and tell them what this timetable is representing?
Okay, absolutely. So this is the Mobile, a lot of the area that was just on the maps. You can see McDuffie Island here. Choctaw Yard is this dotted line right here in this area. This is Choctaw Yard. I talked earlier how we go from double track onto single track at Choctaw Interlocking. That's here. Amtrak Station is right here. This is Amtrak Station right here, about where the one is, right in this area. But in this track segment, all of this is a signalized track here. So this is where it's at. So let's say they were coming from New Orleans. This train is going to traverse up the single main on the number 1 track. They will stop here. Once they stop here, after they change ends of the train, do their initialize the other end PTC, load, unload, or unload passengers, they will then reverse back. There's actually 2 routes for them to reverse back. They could come up to this interlocking, cross over onto number 2 main, take number 2 main then to where we can't operate here. This is also an area to where coal trains are staged typically in and out of Choctaw Yard for the McDuffie Island. They will then enter non-controlled track. So now they will stop, they'll line hand throw switches and go into what they propose, our Choctaw Yard, which they have, to my knowledge, the only time an Amtrak train's been on this track was back in the 1984 World's Fair out of New Orleans. They had permission to Y trains here to take people to the World Fair at New Orleans. But regardless, this is where they plan to fuel and service the locomotives here. There is no, again, I question the $0 in infrastructure as the water is all along. The Bay of Mobile Bay is right here. And we're talking about fueling trains and servicing waste on and off these trains with no infrastructure to protect the waterways here. We got issues. But as you can see, as the train traverses up and then back, they could also come back in here, but this is a more lengthier time because you have to wait for a hand throw switch to time out. This would take about 40 minutes if they did this way. This way, you got to figure it's about 30 minutes. By the time they change ends, unload passengers, it's 30 minutes each time, 2 times a day. You're basically what is happening with 8 trains here. You're taking a 24-hour period that we can run trains today, service our customers, serve the port, serve the communities and the public, and you're taking 4 hours. Now we're going to cram 24 hours of operations into 20 hours because we're not even building the simplest infrastructure of a station track at the terminus of an Amtrak or any passenger operation.
On that subject, just so I understand while we're fresh here, are you saying if a second track was built right where your red dot is, where the station is, the Amtrak train wouldn't have to go down to Choctaw? It could just wait on the second track until it's ready to head back south.
They would not, that would minimize the impact to the coal trains
Yeah,
and the operation there. They would still, in their route, come up through Choctaw interlocking, or depending on where their track breaks off, they would still occupy the main up to that point. But yes, you
right.
are.
But then they would move off of it. I take it.
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to understand that. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
So Ricky, thank you.
Mr. Johnson,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes.
so I think you referenced a need for infrastructure. I believe your icon was down near the Choctaw Yard because of waterways. What type of infrastructure, and perhaps you'll be getting to this later, but what type of infrastructure would you anticipate for that?
I would just say that this is a very old yard. It's very tight track centers. Basically, if Amtrak is servicing and blue fagging equipment, and we're trying to switch out our coal trains when we're switching out bad orders that need to be repaired or worked on before they go north, there's a safety issue there potentially. But even more important to me, look, this is my home state and I'm an avid outdoorsman. The environmental issues that, how can you say we're going to spend zero, but we're going to fuel and service? At least that's what I understand that has been proposed, is that we're going to fuel and service locomotives here. And you're not going to even put down fuel pads or to catch fuel when you're adjacent to the Bay of Mobile. You're dumping the waste out of trains here, or unloading and reclaiming the waste. And you're not going to have protective pans and any kind of infrastructure here. We're not going to widen the track centers to where the workers we still got to be able to serve our community, our customers here. So what are you going to do? Are you going to build another track? No, we want to use your track. Okay, well, I guess if basically with 4 trains a day and the layover times here, they're basically taking this yard and saying that if you rule in favor of them being able to tie up in Choctaw Yard, we basically lose the use of our Choctaw Yard. And you basically allow, without money and infrastructure improvements here, we allow unsafe conditions to happen as they're fueling locomotives, as they're fueling and working on or about tracks as we're traversing this area and switching in this area.
And Ricky, if it's just to reiterate, I think you've said this already, Chairman Oberman's point, if the dedicated station track was built off of Main Line 1, none of that would be necessary because they wouldn't have to lay over in Choctaw Yard.
It's Operation 101.
Thank you.
And I know Amtrak's.
So one of the things that was confusing for me personally was you're talking about the TSAD trains, and can you show them where those are and how they have to truck?
Yeah, absolutely. So I talked about on the map, we've seen where yellow is all around. So here's our side yard right here where my red circle is up and down. This is the lead coming off the Alabama State docks. They come on, they hit CSX track. Then they enter here. Then they have to pull down on this signal. Well, as long as Amtrak's sitting here on this main without their dedicated station track, nothing can happen. Our crews can't come out. Our crews would come out right here at the same location. There's a track for our yard that comes here, Alabama State docks. They come out here. They can't take headroom, the Alabama State docks, to be able to use these crossovers to shove over. And these are the tracks in the yellow on the other side over here. So they use our tracks to pull out. They had to clear the rear of their train, and then they shove back and into their facility over here where they can serve all the customers within the port facilities here in Mobile. So if they're stopped here, taking 30 minutes delay or however long it takes for Amtrak to move back and get out of the way, well, that's delaying our switching crews. Now we have bottlenecks with our switching. That's delaying the freight crews here. If they're crossing over, well, I can't originate or bring in a coal train in and out of here because I've got to leave the track open to give them priority to come in here in this yard that is not facilitated for Amtrak operation.
So Ricky, if you can go up just above the one to where the line is, come there, right there. So there's basically a signal there that if there's a Amtrak train that's in the track on one, that signal will read red.
Yeah,
and
so they'll be able to come out and just a few foot inside the interlocking. There's a red signal here because this signal would be red.
Okay.
Or it would actually be red here. Everything here, 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 and here would display red stop signals until you can line something here through this interlocking once they clear this segment for them to be able to have headroom.
And we're going to show you this with drone footage in a moment, Chairman. So,
I have a quick question.
Of course.
How many trains a day, freight trains, are we talking that operate in this area?
Okay, so we have 8 to 10 freight trains a day, 1 to 3 coal trains a day, and we have an occasional loaded that traverse the NO&M sub, an occasional empty grain or loaded grain train that traverse our NO&M sub. But more importantly, you got the, as you're switching, you allow us to be as CSX and Alabama State Docks can talk about their 2 to 3 movements as well in more detail if you have it. They're 2 to 3 times a day. Our switcher here is multiple times a day, right? You can't switch 2 cars at a time or you'd never serve your customers. You'd lose all your business. You'd have dwell that we'd be talking to the STP about every day if that was the case right here in this yard. So there are multiple, 15, 20, could be 30 times a day that we come out to take headroom as we're switching. That's not to mention the interchange operation. So we also have the Alabama State Docks interchange. We have NS, the CN, which is operated by the Alabama Export Railroads. You have the AGR. You have all of these railroads and that we all interchange with each other and you take up this track. And I think in the, I would dare say that in the modeling, as you asked, they can give you specifics about the number of train movements in these sections. Mine is a guesstimate and that's based on 29 years and it's based on me actually working for 3 different railroads here at Mobile. So I understand what happens.
So based on that, how congested is this section of track? In your 29 years on a scale of maybe 1 to 10, what would you say in terms of congestion?
Yeah, so I don't know if I'd use it congestion. I would tell you that out of a 24-hour period, you need about 23 hours and a half of this track to facilitate the operation in this area because of the nature of the operation, because of it being waterlocked on 2 sides, our property, and locked on the other side by other railroads. So you've got the infrastructure that you've got. There's no opportunity to build more infrastructure at this.
So wait, you said 2 things just on top of that. So there's no opportunity to build more infrastructure. That's what you just said. And if you're doing it
at Seibert Yard, there's no opportunity in Seibert Yard. So that's what I said. I specifically said Seibert Yard. And there's no opportunity. So a broader question, is there opportunity to build more infrastructure? Absolutely. We can build a station track here. We can go down here and do something in Choctaw.
I'm not talking about Amtrak right now. I'm talking about freight perspective, just from a freight perspective. So
yeah, absolutely. And you think about the freight and the growth and the traffic, the growth of the Port of Mobile. Where does the traffic go out of Mobile? I shouldn't ask a question, I'll tell you. It goes north and it goes northeast on us. Very little goes back to the west. Here at CSX, we recognize that growth to the point that we're investing over $70 million in building siding capacity and growing our capacity north in conjunction with the port and the state of Alabama.
Well, I want to stick to this area here.
Okay.
Not about the north. So you're saying you use 23 and a half hours
That you asked me in my estimate.
Well,
Again,
I'm basing it on your estimate. So
okay.
I'm
Yeah, I
taking
would
your
tell
estimate.
you that there is traffic on these lines around the clock. And
Okay,
if you have, let me, 1 second, let me finish, please. If you have inbound traffic today and you inbound 400 cars in this yard, okay, you need X amount of time. If you inbound 500 cars, guess what? You need a little more switching movements to get those switched. The railroad, no railroad, we're not a static environment. We're not an assembly line per se that every day I'm going to produce X. There are fluctuations in traffic and volumes, and so it varies day to day.
I guess what I'm saying though, is there room for growth on this line today?
Yes, there is room for growth on this line, especially to the north. There's room for growth, and
Well, not to the north. I'm not, again, Mr. Johnson, I'm not saying to the north. I'm just talking about.
Wait, Robert and Mr. Johnson, let's not talk over each other.
Yeah, I don't mean to be. I'm just trying to.
No, I understand.
And Mr. Johnson, I don't mean to also. I just want to be brief. I'm just talking about this is one section. I just want to figure out. I haven't been down there, so I don't know. So I'm just trying to get your perspective because you down there, you know.
Okay.
Trying to get a better picture.
And the reason you're getting hung up on the word north, board member Freeman, if it goes north, it also has to use these tracks here. It can't go up here and go north. So yes, there's opportunity here to originate more traffic in this area and go north. North, we recognize that on the line of road, we needed to expand in capacity. We needed more capacity going north because that's where the volume growth is going to happen. That's why I mentioned north. But that same traffic that is going north would use these tracks in and around our cyber yard. Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, that's sort of where I'm getting at in terms of where we are today, where you are today.
Yes,
That's what, I'm just trying to understand, you know, how much is being used in this area that you're talking about, not necessarily north, but currently you're describing, you know, the TASD, you described Choctaw Yard, and I'm just trying to figure out, get a better understanding as to what the capacity is in that area right now today. You know, is there any issues in terms of infrastructure from the freight side today? I just want to understand how you guys operate today.
There's no issue. We do not have any plans to build infrastructure in our cyber yard area. There's no issues there today. Again, it's a very heavily used area, and my concern, and of all the areas across here, this is the greatest concern I have, is that we're about to take the port and all of our business and the coal pit business right here, the state of Alabama, and it is a very heavily used area. And when we think about shrinking that time from 24 hours a day ability to use this and taking all of those movements of the 8 trains a day that Amtrak has proposed, it's extraordinary.
Member Primus, is that we're going to move to some drone footage, but if you have additional clarifications as we go through the drone footage, that might help you also visualize the area and the operations.
I appreciate his answers. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Ray,
I have one clarification question. I hope it's clarification. We've heard testimony that CSX is planning infrastructure along the New Orleans Mobile line over the next apparently 20 years. That infrastructure was taken into account in the RTC study. Can you tell us, Mr. Johnson, what of that infrastructure is planned for this area? Now, if I'm asking a question that calls for confidential information, I'll hold it until the next time we go in a breakout room.
So Member Hudlin, I'm not objecting to this. This is a perfectly good clarification question, but I just want to, the testimony you heard yesterday was that we included it in the model. Not that it was, that those infrastructure was along the line from New Orleans to Mobile, just so you all are aware. The RTC model also models from New Orleans up to Montgomery, which is north of exactly the northern movement that he's talking about. So I just would ask to clarify, the testimony was that we included what CSX was proposing to build over the next 20 years in the RTC model, not on the New Orleans to Mobile subdivision. So if with that clarification, I'd ask Ricky to go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, it's it is north of Mobile. That is the $70 million or a subset.
Mr. Johnson, I can barely hear you. Can you do something with your microphone?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. Yeah, that is north of Mobile. That's a subset of the siding extensions that I talked about primarily between Mobile and Montgomery. There's also some of that towards Birmingham, Alabama, towards Atlanta, Georgia, towards Waycross, Georgia, the routes, and down our Dothan subdivision towards Waycross as well. So that is the route immediately north of Mobile, the M&M subdivision. That is what was planned, and that is what has been included as we think about the traffic flows in and out of Mobile, because Mobile is a terminal where trains terminate and originate because of crew district and seniority district changes in and at Mobile.
So that infrastructure will allow more trains to come into Mobile. Is that correct? Is that?
It will facilitate more efficient movement of trains because of the growing volume. Yes, because of the growing volume in and out of Mobile. Most of which, the majority of which is originating at Mobile with the port growth that is just tremendous, has been tremendous, and will continue to be going forward.
So just to my understanding, I think from what Matt said, is that there is no new infrastructure planned by CSX between Mobile and New Orleans.
That is correct.
That was included.
Yes, none at this time. We don't have a need for it right now.
So Chairman, with your permission, we'd
Ray,
like to.
I have one follow-up.
Of course.
You told Robert Primus that there was room for growth to the north, and I couldn't clearly hear your complete answer for a moment. Are you saying, is there room for growth to the west from Choctaw Yard?
Yeah, I think there's room for some minimal growth to the west with our trains.
What's minimal? Can you quantify that?
I would probably refer to some of the following witnesses. I'm not going to quantify because, again, we get tied up on percentages or whatever. I know that this area has grown over the last 15 years. Look, if you look at our whole volume as a portfolio, as a company, the headwinds we've faced with coal, if you look at our NOM sub, we've grown 15%, over the last 20% over the last 15 years.
Where is that growth, sir?
On the NO&M sub. If you look at car loads on the NO&M sub, which is the route we're talking about, New Orleans to Mobile. And
where do we find those numbers? Are they in the record?
I'm sure that I would tell you that the Hannah Ross and others that will testify about the car numbers. I haven't read all the, I've got a day job, and I haven't read all of the submittals that's been submitted. So I would tell you that somebody else would have to answer that question, sir.
Who's the someone else, just so we can.
So if you have a question about the record, Chairman, that might be best directed at me. If you just ask a fact question of Mr. Johnson, then he's going to try to give you an answer, and he's not going to know whether it was in or not in the record. And that was not a scripted part of his direct. So we weren't planning on introducing that through his testimony on direct.
Well, when I asked him about how much room for growth there was to the west, he said another witness. That's all I'm asking. Who's the witness he had in mind?
Oh, I would say that you can ask any of the others that come from CSX, the modelers, or whoever. I can't tell you who knows that or who doesn't know that.
Well, there aren't, the only people we have coming are modelers. There aren't any other CSX witnesses, are there, Ray?
No, Hannah Ross was a former CSX witness, and she's the one that put together the data and the growth forecasts on this line. So Ricky might be referring to her. She stepped into a part-time position in the fall of this year. So we routinely, as a group, refer to her as a CSX employee, but technically she's now a consultant.
All right, proceed.
Thank you. So Chairman, I'm going to introduce one of the drone footages, and I want to pause before we put it up because it'll be hard to put up if there's any, oh, there it is. So this is CSX Norfolk Southern 013. It's going to depict just slowly so you can see it, the current location of where the Mobile track will be.
Before we get into that, there was an objection raised earlier to the drone.
Yes, sir.
Footage. Amtrak, do you want to be heard on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And first, if I might also just ask a clarifying question about the exhibit that we just saw. That exhibit was initially produced to Amtrak as a highly confidential exhibit. Amtrak challenged the designation of that. It was then designated as CSX as a confidential exhibit. I'm assuming that the fact that CSX put it up in this public hearing means that CSX no longer considers it a confidential exhibit.
That's correct.
Okay. As to the drone footage.
It would be useful going forward, Ray.
My apologies, Chairman. I had that in my script. I just forgot it.
It's okay, but it might be useful, maybe tonight when there's a break to go through and any ones that you're going to use that are no longer confidential, highly confidential, to make a list of it and get it around to everybody so we can save time.
We'll do, Chairman. It's the only one in this presentation. It's my error.
All right. Jesse?
Thank you. We would appreciate that very much. As the chair is aware, we have repeatedly raised the issue with CSX and NS of over designating their exhibits as highly confidential or confidential, or their data, excuse me. As to the drone footage, we would just simply state that we understand that the board at our pre-hearing conference requested that the parties provide the board with drone footage and with a better understanding of the geography of the area for purposes of the hearing. We asked that the parties stipulate, because CSX, NS, and the port each individually went off and produced their own drone footage, whereas I believe what the chair had initially suggested, at least, was that the parties agree on kind of getting some sort of drone footage of the area. We simply offered a stipulation stating that we do not agree that this is a representative sample, that these are samples of drone footage that have been produced by each party for their own purposes. And this is not at least what the board had contemplated in terms of a joint presentation of typical or representative conditions along the line.
So Chairman, if I could just respond, it was our understanding that when we talked about drone footage is that we told you we were putting together drone footages and we would share all of our drone footage that we had collected with all of the parties, which we have done. So we're only going to use 3 today, but all of the drone footage was shared with all of the parties so that they could select whatever they'd like. Also, we're not submitting this as evidence of the typical operations in Cybert Yard. It's simply being used as an illustrative tool to help the board see the yard in question, so you can ask some particular questions that just don't come out if you look at a map or a diagram.
Well,
I could just respond to that.
Ahead,
If that representation that it is not offered as typical and illustrative, that is exactly the stipulation that we asked for. So if it is just being offered as a visual aid, as Mr. Atkins just represented, we will withdraw our objection to that.
2 things. A, so stipulated. 2, B, I long ago gave up the idea that you parties are going to agree on much of anything, so I'm not surprised. 3, when I made the request, and I think the board members agree, that really what we wanted to do was to see the physical layout of what this line looks like, where the bridges and sidings would be and so forth. and not necessarily for you to show us 24 hours of footage so we could see what a typical day looks like. So I'm going to admit this evidence for the sole purpose of showing us the physical structure and not the trains on that may appear in the film. Fair enough?
Absolutely, Chairman.
All right, let's go.
So we're going to go ahead and run it. Ricky will walk you through it as it's progressing. And at any point in time, anyone else, it's not very long. It's only about a minute or so. Everyone needs us to pause it. So go ahead, Ricky, and we'll start the.
Absolutely.
Is he going to tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes.
So this is number 1 track. This is the convention center. This is number 2 track. The Amtrak station, you're approaching the Amtrak station. It's hard to see because again, it's just a little about 2-foot raised piece of concrete here. This is the Amtrak station right here. Right there. You can see that little, looks like a walkway right here next to this City of Mobile parking lot. That is what is referred to as an Amtrak station at Mobile.
That was a station building that got destroyed in Katrina. Is that right? Or was torn down for, there was a station building there at one point?
I would defer to Amtrak to answer
all right,
that
we'll get
question.
into that later then. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Again, this is the convention center. We actually have our tracks that run underneath the convention center here at this location.
And Ricky, can you describe which direction we're heading? So what do you see
Yeah,
beyond the convention
we
center?
are north. We are headed towards Cybert Yard here at this location. We're heading north towards Cybert Yard.
Okay, so we couldn't fly over this convention center, Chairman. So we had to break this into 2 parts. There's a no-fly zone at this juncture. So we're going to flip over now to CSX Norfolk Southern 0116. Can represent to Jesse that this is being introduced for this with the same just as an illustrative exhibit. So not to illustrate the actual operations, but just to show the infrastructure and let the members visually see the complex operations in this area.
So if it were on here, Mr. Johnson, what were we just looking at? Is it to the bottom of the screen?
Yes, sir. Right here where my red line, this is a continuation.
Okay.
Less than a half a mile behind us is the convention center that you've seen the 2 tracks go underneath, sir.
All right, that's very helpful.
Okay. So before we start, just kind of orient people here of where we're at. So when you get around here, all of these tracks on this side here, and you'll be able to see it in more detail as the drone footage runs, the Alabama State docks. And I'll mention it and pinpoint it as we go forward. From this building right here that you see the doors, that's our car shop at CSX. From here over to our main line, this is Cybert Yard. And all of these tracks over here, this is the Alabama State Docks facility and yard and classification yard. Right here, this building right here where you see my red, that is the old Burlington Northern, my day 1 on the railroad. I kind of like that building. And this is their switching yard here as well.
But that's not Burlington Northern now, is it?
No, sir, it's the AGR, Alabama Gulf Coast Railroad. It's a G&W property.
Okay.
This is the NS. NS comes in here, as well as the IC, which is now the Alabama Export Railroad.
Which is that part of CN?
Yeah, I believe, yes, it's a short line that operates that track for CN now. Sort of like the Mississippi Export to Alabama Export. This is actually a state docks movement here going in to service a customer.
Hey, Mr. Johnson, where was that? Was it the TASD you said that
yes.
Comes out? Is it where is that?
I'm gonna stop it when we get it's right in this should be right in this area. Let it run and kind of get around the curve, and we should be able to see it clearly here.
I think I can see it. So, how far is that point that where your red dot is from the station that you just pointed out, from that walkway?
I would, and this is approximate, I do not have that in my memory, but it's, I would, stop the video, please. I would say it's, so this is the Alabama State docks interlocking, probably less than a mile, I'd say, approximately in that neighborhood. I'm sure that, yeah, that would be my guess right now.
Okay, I mean, that's for that, the other map you show, it gives it more perspective here. That's again, the question I was really asking, that you got, Ray, you guys, this doesn't flip around so you can see how far away from that. It just keeps going forward.
That's correct. It doesn't rotate.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's curves in here and some buildings and warehouses. So it would, you'd be able to see the direction, but because of the curves down through the downtown Mobile. But if you're looking here, again, from here to here, CSX, Alabama State Docks, all of this that we've been going by over here, Alabama State Docks.
Are those all, are those box cars? Just,
Yes, sir. Most of them are box cars right
Okay.
here and
All
right
right.
here. Yes, sir. And again, that's our car shop, and this is where we switch. So when you think about switching cars out of all of these tracks, you have to take headroom out here onto the main line. And this is where the Alabama State Docks will come out onto our track and make the movement that we talked about with the crossover moves across our main lines in order to get over and serve all of these industries here.
how do they get there?
They come out of their yard here. They come here, they enter on the CSX track. They come through here and they come right, let's see, right here. They come out of this switch right here onto the number one main.
Then what? Then how do they get over to the yard?
Scroll on back just a little bit. They have to clear the crossover moves. I'm trying to see the signal here for, I think we have to go back.
Yeah, that's the end of the drone footage.
Okay. I'm not sure you can see anyway, if you remember the diagram, there's a crossover. They cross over and then they come into this track here.
So Ricky, they need to come down the mainline track to get, and then they come back up to cross over on the main line too, and then go in
Yeah,
and then cross the line.
They had to clear the crossover and the interlocking, and then they can make a reverse movement to.
And where is the track that takes them into the yard there to the right of this photograph?
This train here is setting on top of the switch that it comes in. These two tracks come together and then they go into number two main here.
All right, could you run it forward then? So, okay, so.
Yes.
Pause right there.
So they go down towards the station.
Yes, sir.
They switch onto the track that this train is sitting on, and then they come to where this switch is right above your red dot.
Yes,
And
sir.
then they go off to the right and get into their yard. Is that it?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that is the move they have to make is that what, when you said 3 trains come out of there every day? Is that?
Yeah, two to three trains a day on average. As they're switching, they classify, they have a big classification yard here. And they switch it up. They come over here, they pull, spot, and then they have to take it back over in order to, switch it, get it ready for interchange to a number of these carriers. And again, they can testify in greater detail
So
to the operation.
is there no physical infrastructure that can be built to get their trains from one side to the other than this move?
I will tell you that crossovers is what we have looked at. I would say the existing crossovers work today. So I have not been party.
Is there a physical structure in the railroad world that would allow them to get from here to there? Other than this move you've just described, I'm just trying to be educated here.
I would tell you that the only way to cross over is either a bridge or a tunnel. Tunnel you're not going to do in this location. It's impossible to get that low, and the waterway, I can tell you that you pull a tie out in this yard in high tide, water actually will come up into the bed of the tie that you just removed.
Well, I'm just trying to wonder, because we've heard, and I'm sure we'll hear more from the port, and we've heard a little bit from you about the increased port traffic, and you're building an intermodal yard up in Montgomery and so forth. I'm just wondering, if Amtrak disappeared tomorrow, how you're going to handle that increased traffic if all of it has to make this complicated move to get from one yard to the other.
Yeah, it's no issue there. The intermodal, this isn't the intermodal here. The intermodal is not located here. The intermodal is actually south of here, down towards south of the Brooklyn, not Brooklyn, south of McDuffie Island, the coal terminal. That's where the intermodal facility is.
So what kind of traffic is the port moving on these trains?
I would tell you that it's, they can answer the specific commodities. I can tell you it's merchandise traffic. It's obviously a lot of boxcars and grain hoppers, and they can give you specific commodities. I wouldn't have.
All right,
have that
okay.
knowledge.
I just wanted to get a general idea, but that's good.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we're going to go and proceed forward just so we can get you up to the Siebert Yard on the video.
We're going to stay with this video, Ray?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
So,
Yeah,
Ricky, as we're coming, we're just going to go ahead and run it. So we'll just be quiet for a moment to let you see the yard, and then we'll start in again when we get about halfway up here. I can tell it's a little jerky on your end, Chairman. Are you seeing it okay in terms of the lag that I'm seeing?
Well, it's a little jerky, but it's quite visible and demonstrative to me. I don't know about the other board members.
Okay.
Again, here, as I've said, this is our classification yard. We switch on both ends of the Siebert Yard. Here on this end is primarily the interchange and that operation. And then on the other end is really our outbound traffic that we're switching here on this end. And again, the other end, that's our office building there. The other end right here is where there's a drawbridge that we're actually actively switching over that drawbridge. All of this is still the port property. This is actually a huge automotive facility here. So all of this is the port, continues on this side.
And Ricky, can you tell us which bridge that is up to the north? Because I think we're going to mention it later on.
The 3 Mile Bridge?
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you.
3 Mile Bridge.
When you say automotive, Mr. Johnson, it looks to me like an empty lot. There's no tracks in there, is where you were pointing, but I can't tell.
Yeah, and the port will be able to answer any questions about that you have.
Well, what is it? When you say it's an automotive facility,
Place to load or offload automobiles.
but there's no railroad tracks in there. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. How is it used for the railroad, or is it?
It's load, offload on and off ships, and then load into rail cars potentially, or load into 18-wheelers as well.
So, Mr. Johnson, when you say load and unload, are the cars being driven off the off of the trains, or are they being, how are they being unloaded?
I would defer to the port on that operation. I was just trying to, the main point was me identifying what was the port property and what was the state docks. They can answer all the questions that you have.
So can you just say physically where the cars go from being driven onto a rail car? That's all I'm trying to understand from this picture.
There's none there to my knowledge today.
No, but where would it be? I can't see a connection between that parking lot and a railroad track.
Again, they can explain the operation
All right,
there.
okay, we'll save it for the port then, okay.
Yeah, I was more just trying to display how we're landlocked or rail locked here, you know, and why this is an area that is actively used around the clock.
So Chairman, our intention is to move now to talk about some of the movable bridges over the line and end our discussion of Mobile, but I don't want to cut short any further clarifying questions you might have about this particular
Well,
operations.
I have a couple of questions about this. If you could back this up to the beginning of this roll, and then I want to go back to the previous drone for a minute. Just this one we've been watching. Can you go back to where it started? Is this the beginning, Ray?
Yes.
So were any of the tracks we're looking at used in the past for the Amtrak station?
No. You mean, was there an Amtrak station on any of these tracks?
No. Was any of these tracks part of the tracks that went to the Amtrak station? Or was there a separate station track here?
Yeah, there's never been a separate station track to my knowledge there at the Mobile spot. The Sunset Limited, which is a totally different operation or totally different train than this new service that's being proposed, they came all the way through this area in the middle of the night. Three nights a week they would traverse two, so it was 6 trains a week in total, 3 each direction.
Can you go back to the previous drone then, Ray? I had another question.
Absolutely. Could you
and go up to where the Amtrak station would be?
Yep, we will do. Just give us 1 second.
Yep.
You may keep going a little bit more. And it'll come into kind of where you can see it here. Okay.
So all right, so this is good. Perhaps you could stop it here. So what we're looking at here is 2 tracks, right?
Yes, sir.
And how do you refer to them, Mr. Johnson? Track 1 or?
Yes, sir. This is track 1 that the train is operating on. And this is track 2 here.
Okay. So would you explain to me again, because when you were talking about the operation here from the whatever we called that piece of paper that Jesse pointed out had been confidential. What did you call it?
The timesheet?
The timetable?
Timetable? A
Yes,
different
sir.
name for it.
So
hieroglyphics to me, when you were talking about that, but I want to make sure I understood what you were saying.
yes, sir.
I thought you said that when the Amtrak, if the Amtrak train came here and stopped, it would stop on the same track where we're seeing a train now.
That's correct.
And that nothing else could get by. So everything at the yard to the north of here just has to stop.
Yes.
But there is track 2 there. Why can't the trains just go past the Amtrak train on track 2?
Yes, sir. So here comes a freight train, or coal train. Let's say it's our coal train, 1 to 3 a day. Amtrak stopped here. I got to stop him back here because if he north of this interlocking, because once he gets here, Amtrak can't use the crossover to get to the yard. They can't cross from, because what this train will do when Amtrak stopped here, it'll go this direction back towards the bottom of the screen, and it will cross over on the number 2 track and then cross into Choctaw Yard. The access to Choctaw Yard on the north end is off a number 2 track. So when you think about a coal train or something coming in here and they're going into McDuffie Island and they're handlining switches and trying to put their train away in McDuffie Island, they have the potential to be stretched out here And so you got to hold them back, or Amtrak will have to sit here. We wouldn't be giving them preferential treatment, I guess. They'd be sitting here waiting at their station. So that's,
If the switches were not hand lined, you say, but were automatic or remote or however they work now in the modern era, how long would it take a coal train to go past there?
I'd have to do the calculation. It would be once they got on the non-controlled track going into the terminal, it's 10 miles per hour or less going into McDuffie Island. It's yard infrastructure, it's heavy degree, heavy curvature, unprotected road crossings. So I would have to, you could do the calculation on the footage and the distance and, the speed. But I haven't done that math.
Well, let me see if I understand here. Now, the station track that we're talking about that you contend needs to be built, well, was there a station track here at one time?
I'm not aware that there was a station track here before.
There was never one. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding.
All right. So when the Sunset Limited came through, it just stopped right where this train is now and let people out?
Yes, sir. In the middle of the night. Yes, sir.
All right. And where is it that you contend that Amtrak needs to build a station track then to solve this problem?
In fact, Amtrak has been out and walked it and I think, and it looked at it with us flagging for them. I think that was one of their requests right here. They've identified, right here. They'd bring it in.
How long would that track be?
They'd bring it in there. I don't remember exact footage, but if we could back the drone up, it would come off somewhere back south of here. I'm not sure, the exact footage of it, but it would come off south of that location.
So if that happened, then an Amtrak train coming up from New Orleans, somewhere around where this train is sitting now, would be switched off to the station track and go over to where the station is and stop?
That's correct.
And then it would not only let passengers off, but it would sit there for whatever time the schedule called for before it headed back down to New Orleans.
That's correct.
But would it still have to wait for this coal train to get past McDuffie Yard?
No, because it's on number 2 track. It would have to wait on it could have to wait on the local or the Alabama State Docks movement, depending on where the switch exits. My view, it should be closer to Brooklyn. And then they would be less interference with the Alabama State Docks movement. But our through trains use number 1 and number 2 track, but the coal trains, they would never, if they had a dedicated station track here, they would come out on they'd come out either on number 1 or further down on the single track. There would be no need for them to occupy number 2 track, which is the route into McDuffie Island.
Well, it's also the route into Choctaw, right?
Yeah, sure. So when you go into Choctaw Yard, as soon as you go through the interlocking there at Choctaw, there's a switch that breaks to the south, and Choctaw Yard breaks off and is between the lead going to McDuffie Island and the single track main line. It's
Are we? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No.
Ray, are we going to have a drone that goes down to show what he just described with Choctaw? Because I have some questions about Choctaw.
So no, Overman. So the best we could do is to go back to the timetable and use that to depict it. If you'd like, we can flip back to that prior exhibit.
I'd rather see a depiction of it if there is one. I thought you were going to do a drone of the entire route.
So there was no way for us to do a drone footage of the entire route. So we just had them go out and do select spots. This is what we selected for our direct. If the board would like, as I said, at the end of this hearing, you can leave open the record for anything that you think would be useful for you. And if you wanted us to include drone footage of Choctaw Yard, either we'll look in what we've already provided all the parties and we'll get it to the board, or if so directed, we'll go out and redrone that stretch of track.
I'm not asking you at this moment to do that work, but
Understood.
if the board members want it done. But here's what I'm trying to do a comparison here, so I understand what's at issue. That without the station track that you're just talking about, that Mr. Johnson was just describing, the Amtrak train would have to come south on track 1 as it left for the layover, and someplace there's a crossover that gets it onto track 2 and into Choctaw Yard. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason the coal train has to wait because it's on track 2 and it's trying to get past Choctaw to McDuffie.
Yes, sir.
So the coal train has to wait until Amtrak makes that move into Choctaw Yard.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sign
And
you up in the engineering department, Chairman.
yeah, well, you will be guilty of engineering malpractice if you do that, but we'll leave that for another day. So as I understand it, there was a track in Choctaw Yard that was recently taken up by CSX that was used or could have been used by Amtrak. Is that correct?
There's still tracks in Choctaw Yard. There's been none taken up that I know of here in the last couple of years. I know
I thought I read, and Ray, correct me because I read so much in this proceeding, that I believe it was 2019, maybe it was in Amtrak's papers, but there was a track on which Amtrak could wait that was in Choctaw Yard that was removed by CSX. Is that not correct?
So, Chairman, if it's in the record, I know it's in the record. I can't tell you exactly what page, but you can ask Ricky whatever he knows about it. He'll tell you. He's the chief engineer. He'll tell you what he does know, and he'll tell you what he doesn't know. If you have questions for him, I expect Jesse's going to have questions for him on this issue as well, and her cross. So, but
Right,
please
well,
feel free to ask him.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
if that's not correct, I don't want to waste time on it. But
There have been tracks that have been removed out of Choctaw Yard through the years. Again, none in 2020, 2021. I can't remember any. I don't know the exact timing of when any tracks were removed, but there have been a track or two that has been removed, and it was to facilitate the realignment. So we had some sharp back-to-back S curves. When you come out of the Alabama State Docks property there on McDuffie Island, and you see the Choctaw Yard, and in order to shift the McDuffie lead over to facilitate the increase in traffic and to be preventative on the maintenance side, we lined and we took some tracks that we no longer needed for our operations in the area. There were no existing leases that or agreements that I've ever been aware of. The only agreement that I've ever been knowledgeable or knew of involving Amtrak and Choctaw Yard was actually their ability to go into McDuffie Island on our property and the Alabama State Docks and CN's property to why their train during the 1984 World Fair. And the Sunset Limited did not use these tracks. So that's my knowledge of Choctaw Yard.
all right. All right. Well, maybe we'll learn more from another witness or through Amtrak. So we're just trying
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question.
Go ahead, Karen.
Mr. Johnson, who owns the land that the proposed station track would go onto? Is it land owned by CSX?
I believe the majority of it is land owned by us. They may have to get a right-of-way easement or some kind of a agreement with the city of Mobile. They actually own the most of the parking lot is owned by the city of Mobile. I do know, I believe for Amtrak leases their sidewalk there from us. It's on our railroad right away. And they have an agreement, is my understanding, with us to use that cement walkway there for loading and unloading passengers.
Thank you.
So Chairman, we've been going for about an hour and a half. With your permission, if we could take just a 5-minute break for Ricky, just to kind of pause for a moment, and then this is a perfect place because we're going to transition to a different discussion.
What is the estimated plan for the rest of the afternoon, Ray?
Well, we've been getting lots of clarifying questions, so it's not entirely within my control, but we're going to walk through movable bridges, and then we're going to end with a segue in Gentilly. So that's what we've got remaining on direct. But we do like to move things along so we can kind of get Randy Hunt in before we close today. So, but I would ask for at least a 5-minute break so my witness can use the restroom and then come back to the stand.
We'll make it a break until 2:40.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
All right. We'll see you then. All right. Matt, are we back?
Yep.
All right, Ray, are you ready to proceed?
Absolutely. Chairman Overman, so I was told by my associates, sometimes you need to ask questions directed at the right people. We do have drone footage of Choctaw Yard that's in our exhibits. We have it on our laptop here. Would you like us to pull that up and do the drone footage, or would you like us to move on to talk about movable bridges?
No, I'd like to see the track we're talking about here.
Okay, thank you. So just so everyone's benefit, Mr. Johnson has not reviewed this, or I don't believe he has, so he may take a little bit to orient himself. We're talking about CSX NS Exhibit 011. And what I'm going to do is just go ahead and play it from, it's not very long, from beginning to end, and we can roll back and forth and let Ricky talk about what he's seeing here.
Okay, stop before we get, do I have a pointer?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, before we get started, this is where this train is right now. So I am facing north, okay? The Amtrak station is this parking platform that we go by. The Amtrak station is right there north of there. As you come, just so where you come down, and right in here is where you go from double track to single track. And that is where the crossover is in that interlocking to get to this lead on the outside. This lead here is the outside track on the right-hand side. This is our main lead into McDuffie Island. This is the route that coal trains take. These tracks here, this is Choctaw Yard.
So those tracks only go to Choctaw Yard? Or
Yes, sir. They come in here. These three tracks are Choctaw Yard.
Oh, that is the yard, what we're looking at.
Yes, sir. These are, it's not, I mean, yeah, I know when you think of yard, right, you're like three tracks. So yeah, it's a yard. But
is where your red dot just was, is that where the track was that was taken out?
There was a track here, as you can see, that was taken out so that we could adjust this curve here coming in. There was a track here, not that I don't have the exact footage, but there was a track here. There's also a connection back on this end of the yard that comes out. It's a little ways down that comes back out onto the single main line right before you get to the IC, the old IC, the Alabama Export Railroad diamond that crosses us there.
And if you don't build, or if the station track we were talking about for Amtrak is not built, where would the Amtrak train lay over?
The only thing that I have seen from, or my knowledge of Amtrak, is Choctaw Yard in general. What I know about Choctaw Yard in general is there's no fueling locations, there's no servicing locations. So I would, hopefully Amtrak can clarify if they're talking about this track, that track, this track. I'm not sure what their intent is.
Well, if they build a station track and where we were looking, where would they do the fueling for that?
They do it in their own track. It's where they'll be tied up. They'll provide the facilities and do it in their own track.
Would they have to build some kind of fuel tank or do it by truck? Or how would that work? CSX, I would fuel by truck at this location with appropriate fueling reclaim up below the track or on the track fans. I'm not sure of Amtrak's procedures there, but if it was on our right of way, they could submit the plans and we would approve it as long as it met our environmental protocols. All right, thank you. Are there any board members have any questions?
So do you want us to actually just show you this is the still of the beginning of it. We can actually just go ahead and run you through it. It's very short.
Oh, okay, that would be helpful.
So we're just going to go ahead and run you through it so you can see, as I said, it's very short. And just pause it at the end, Matthew. Okay, so that's it. So Chairman, with that, unless there's other questions from any of the members, we're going to move on to talking about the movable bridges. And so we can take this exhibit down. And we're going to pull up CSX Norfolk Southern Exhibit 282.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So, Mr. Johnson, can you describe what you're seeing here?
Is this the previous exhibit you had up, Ray?
It is similar, except now you're seeing all of the movable bridges. So we took off some of the clutter. You're not seeing all the locations of the passenger trains or the existing sidings. We're just using this to show you where in the line you can find each of the movable bridges.
Is there any objection to this exhibit?
No objection.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Johnson, could you just describe what this map is depicting?
Absolutely. This is our N-O&M subdivision and the location of the drawbridge along this route. It also depicts some of the drawbridges that are north of Mobile on our M&M subdivision, right outside of or right north of Choctaw Yard.
And so how we know, so can you point out the ones that the passenger trains will actually operate over, the 7 that are on the route?
Yeah, absolutely. They'll start right here at Pascagoula, East Pascagoula River, and they'll be all the way, every one of them, including Industrial Canal here that is right south of our Gentilly Yard at New Orleans.
So we're showing 4 on the top that the passenger trains are not going to traverse over. Can you explain though how a bridge that's not actually on the route might affect the operations south of those locations?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's really about in and around Mobile. If you're leaving or trying to depart, or trains are coming through to go north, you got right off the bat within, say, a half a mile of Choctaw Yard, you've got 2 drawbridges. And so if the drawbridge is open, the train can't proceed north, right? So the train is still blocking some of the operations in and out of Choctaw Yard. And depending upon the length of the train, it could be affecting the south end of Choctaw Yard as well. The same in reverse, as you're having trains come down, and it's a through train that or a train that just has a set off in Choctaw Yard. As they're coming down, they could take potentially take delay from drawbridges, and there is no place to park trains in this area. So when you leave right north of Mobile, Choctaw Yard, it's very similar to what I talked about down here, with no road crossings until you get all the way up to highway, I believe it's 231, that runs from Bay Minette, Alabama, south towards Spanish Fort. So all of this area is inaccessible. So you couldn't park a train there and say, well, stage your trains here. You got to get back to it by boat, or you got to get to it by high rail. That's there's no access here north of Mobile.
And Ricky, can you describe at a general level sort of how the bridges, the movable bridges affect train operations in general?
Yeah, absolutely. So if there is if there's a water vessel on coming through, trains stop. Whenever the tugboat or the boat, we have marine radios inside of our, at all of these bridges. That's how the communication with the vessels take place, is over marine radios. All of them know what channel each individual bridge operates on. They communicate with the bridge, and they check to make sure that nothing is by the home signals of the bridge. And then we start the opening process. Opening and closing of the bridge. So you got to think about it. It's really kind of 3 parts. You push a button, and the bridge unlocks, goes through its safety checks. It starts to open, whether it's a lift or, as most of these are, a turn span that turns perpendicular in line with the river or the navigable waterway. And then once it locks in the open position, there's communication back with the vessel that asks tells them that the bridge is open and locked, and they may proceed through the bridge area. So here comes the 1 mile per hour, 2 mile per hour tugboat chugging along. They traverse through this bridge. Once it clears, it has to fully clear. If this is 200 foot turn span, they have to clear the other end of it. Once they clear it and it is verified that they're clear of the turn span, we initiate the closing sequence of the bridge. It goes through its safety checks. It begins closing, and it closes up. When you think about that total time, it's anywhere from, I would approximately, and it varies bridge to bridge, depending upon what kind of system is on the bridge and how fast it opens and closes. And it's anywhere from 20 to 35 minutes for every time that a drawbridge is open and closed. And on average, it's most of these bridges average 6 to 10 day random time openings throughout the day. And it's 20 to 35 minutes to be a full cycle of a bridge opening and closing. After the bridge closes, the train gets his signal and talks to the bridge tender and is cleared through this area to continue on their route.
Are there occasions where you'll leave the bridge? I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Primus.
I guess I have a question, but I think somebody else did too. Did somebody else?
I'm sorry, this is the court reporter. I can't see who's speaking.
Mr. Chairman, Jesse Amundson on behalf of Amtrak. I, again, just want to raise an objection that this is all well beyond the scope of Mr. Johnson's verified statement. And we have not had any disclosures about any of this prior about how the bridges operate. And so just want to reserve Amtrak's right to respond to this by potentially having to call an additional witness.
Ray, do you want to respond?
Well, I mean, he's a witness that spoke to in his direct the operations of the line, and you asked in the pre-hearing for have witnesses who could actually explain all of the operations along the line. So we believe this is consistent with the directions from the board. But I have no concerns if Amtrak wants to reserve a right to call an additional witness to just talk about bridge operations. We have no objections to that reservation.
Jesse, do you have a witness available if needed?
I'll have to consult with my client, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm going to reserve judgment. I think we should let Mr. Johnson finish his description. And I will reserve judgment on any objection to this going beyond the scope of his disclosed statement until we see how this plays out. So.
Understood.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, just a couple quick questions. So does the Coast Guard control the waterway activities, or is it, you're saying it's random, so they don't control the ships or boats or tugboats coming up in or out of the or underneath the those bridges?
Yeah, that is 100%. You're 100% correct. And they don't control them. They're random times, and it's also not the tugboats. It's me and you get in our boat and want to go catch a catfish on the Mobile River, and it's a low bridge, and we get up there and we need the bridge open so we can get to our favorite fishing spot. So there is no control over it. It's when they show up, we're supposed to open the bridge.
Okay, and for the bridges, I mean, for the bridges that are on this map, how many of them can be remotely opened?
Yeah, absolutely. I can share what I know about remote control operation. 2 bridges north of Mobile, we have remote control operation on today. We have just in the last couple weeks, few weeks, I don't remember the exact date, got permission to start operating remotely the Bay St. Louis, Biloxi Bay, and East Pascagoula River. And what that means when I say operate remotely, it really means that instead of somebody being physically on the bridge, there's somebody in a big control center that's at our yard office at Cybert Yard that has videos, has communication equipment, has all the connectivity, and they're they're pushing that start button that for lack of a better word, that I said, and the close button. It runs through the parameters and the safety checks. And for instance, there's really no difference in train operations at or the line segment here at East Pascagoula River. When we had bridge tenders there, they actually drive up to the house. They do not have to high rail out to the bridge here. So there's no reduction in the number of high rails there. Biloxi Bay and Bay St. Louis, both of those, you have to high rail about a mile from where you can put the track on the track out to change the drawbridge tender in both of those locations. And so that did take some of the high rail vehicles off. But one thing that we have to do now, so a drawbridge tender's job is not just to push that button that we've talked about and open and close. They also have responsibilities for weekly maintenance. So for the greasing and lubrication of the bridges. So we actually have a maintenance team that we put on to cover the remote drawbridges. And they actually go out there on a weekly basis, sometimes more than once a week. And they actually have to high rail steel out there to perform the maintenance of the greasing and the lubrication, as well as high rail trips that I guess didn't change from our signal inspectors, because we have signals and the equipment that shows if the wedges are driven and if the locks are locked in place on the drawbridge. That's all maintained by our signal department. And so they have to high rail on these bridges regardless, as well as our electricians. We have electricians that have to maintain not only the equipment that's for the bridge and the bridge operation, they also have a responsibility to go out and we're required to have navigation lights on these bridges. So they're routinely out there cleaning the navigation lights off the side of the bridges or down on the piers and replacing those lights.
So if I could do a little, member promise, I don't want to cut you off, but if I could do a little direct on this, I think that'll might address some of your questions. I don't want to cut you off though. These are perfect.
Go ahead. I do have one directed towards maybe towards you, but I'll let you finish this one.
Sure. So just to clarify again, could you identify the four where you currently have to high rail crews the cruise shifts have to be done by high rail on this line?
Okay. It was Biloxi Bay, Bay St. Louis until the last couple of weeks when we got permission to operate them, our Bay St. Louis. Once we got permission to operate them, we high rail to Wrigley's and to Pearl River. So today we still high rail to Pearl River, which is about a mile or so from the road, or 2 miles from the road crossing there at Ansley, and the Wrigley's, which is a greater distance there to high rail in and out of. Chef Mentura, we actually have through a boating area, we actually have access by highway right off of U.S. Highway 90 that we can enter and park beside our bridge here at the Chef.
And then I think you answered this already, but let me just, so if those bridges were moved to remote control, which is what you refer to as automation, once you have remote control there, would you still need to have some bridge tender movements to get crews to those bridges?
Yeah, in order to service and maintain them, do the maintenance on them, yes.
But to be clear, that wouldn't be quite as frequently as the cruise ships that are currently on the line?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't know if that helped to Member Primus. I just wanted to ask a few clarifying direct questions.
No, that's fine. And my other questions, just two, is right. Do you guys have any or going to be showing any maps or charts related to the distance between these bridges? I'm just interested in knowing like the distance between the bridges, but also the blocks between the bridges too, because of if trains are holding, you know, how many are holding in these particular areas, these particular blocks, and the distance between them.
That's a really good question. We don't have that plan for this direct testimony. I would need to look at the direct from Mark Dingler, who is going to speak to the line and some of the infrastructure projects, but I don't believe, Member Primus, that we have that type of demonstrative prepared for this trial. But let me confirm, because last time I said that, the associates all told me we did, and so I was wrong. So let me, well, I'll find out for you, but it's certainly not prepared at the moment for Ricky's direct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I've got a question. I think I just want to make sure I heard this right. That the bridges are kept open at all times unless a train wants to cross, and then they're directed to close.
No, that is not correct. Our bridges are kept shut at all times, and we open for barge traffic.
Okay.
Okay. There's another.
Well, I have a couple of questions here.
So, Chairman, could I finish my direct just on this particular bridge topic, and then?
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Right?
No.
No.
Yep.
Go ahead.
And I want to make sure there's a break before we move to something else, so we can get all the bridge questions here.
Okay.
Just so you know, I have a couple more questions, and then we want to actually show you some pictures of all of them, just so you understand the bridges, and so you can visually see what's there, and then we'll open it up for any clarifying questions that the board has. Can you describe the 3 Mile Creek Bridge project that you undertook with the pilot program you undertook with the Coast Guard, and identify again for their benefit where the 3 Mile Creek Bridge is?
Yeah, absolutely. So 3 Mile Creek is the bridge that I've been referring to as the one that we have to switch over with at the north end of our Cybert Yard. So this is it's an industrial canal that goes into some companies, and I would say 99.9% of the traffic is barges or tugs. It's going in and out of these businesses, and they were the only bridge in this area of all of these bridges is more predictable. So they go out in the morning, they come back midday, they go out, they come back in the evening. So what we did is we sat down with the Coast Guard because of delays that both sides were experiencing. And in order to solve that at this location, we actually come up with a program there with the Coast Guard where for 75 minutes a day at a time, 3 times a day, we actually open the bridge and allow for the barge traffic and the tugs or boat traffic to come in and out at their wheel. After that, we shut the bridge, and we actually have priority with our trains and our switching and all trains in that operation. We were able to facilitate that because of the nature of the boat traffic that goes in and out of this. It's an industrial canal. So we were able to satisfy the needs of both parties by coming to that agreement and working with the Coast Guard to do that. It still hadn't been published in the registrar as being a change in the regulation. We've been working on this trial and having numerous meetings and reviewing the progress and the success of it, getting plenty of comments from all interested parties. And, we're still in that process of getting it to be formalized into the regulations.
And so it's different from the automation in the sense that you worked with the Coast Guard to create sort of blocks of time when it would be open or closed. Are you aware of any efforts or underway with the Coast Guard to take that pilot program and apply it to the East Pegaloon.
To the where?
I'm sorry. It wasn't that you couldn't hear me, Chairman. It was I couldn't pronounce the bridge.
All right.
So East
Pascagoula.
Pascagoula, thank you, Ricky, all the way down to the Industrial Canal. Are there any efforts underway to replicate the pilot program from 3 Mile on those bridges?
Yeah, my knowledge of that is the conversations that we've had about these bridges as part of our, when we were automating and when we were working on 3 Mile, it's so unpredictable. So I think the concern is the extreme delays to the boats who today have priority. And it's also just the sheer number of personal watercraft that use these waterways. And so the viewpoint of the parties, the Coast Guard and others, at least in the offhand comments, is that it's not doable because of the unpredictable nature of when boats come and go through these other waterways.
Okay. So I'm going to move off this exhibit, although Chairman Ortman, I'm happy to come back to it for your questions.
Well, I think several of us have some more questions about the bridge.
All I was going to do at this point was show pictures of all of them, just so you can visually see the bridges that we're talking about. If you'd like me to do that after your questions, I'm happy to wait and stay on the slide.
Patrick, do you want to?
Mine might be a good follow on from what Mr. Johnson just said, but Ray, if you prefer after you hear the question.
Member Fuchs, go ahead, and then and then I'll move on to the pictures.
Yeah, that's great. But if you think the pictures will address it, let me know. So in the Coast Guard letter, they referred to a concept which they describe as block deference, and they say when a train is in a block with a drawbridge, the draw may not be able to open until the train has passed out of the block and the yardmaster or other manager has unlocked the drawbridge controls. And then they say, due to this system that protects trains from unanticipated bridge openings, vessels occasionally will have to wait for a moving train. But then they, of course, list specific bridges, and some have specific requirements and some don't. Could you clarify, which of the bridges are subject to block deference and what effects this deference, if it exists, has on CSX operation?
Yeah, so I haven't saw a letter that you're talking about, but I understand, I know what you're speaking of, so I can talk about our bridges and what blocks they're referring to. Look, the Coast Guard regulations are antiquated, and very few of them have been updated, and there's a lot of them that don't necessarily reflect reality. Yardmasters don't operate any bridges across the Gulf Coast. Managers don't operate bridges across the Gulf Coast. It's our union members within the BMWE, and they have different titles, so they're called bridge tenders. The blocks, our drawbridges have home signals. So this is separate from the signal system. I think people are trying to infer that, well, if you have a 10 or 15 mile, or let's say an 8 to 10 mile typical between sidings, or say it's 15 miles between sidings and a train's in that 15 miles, that you don't have to open the bridge because it's in the block. No, we're confusing signal system with the home signals for a drawbridge. So off of each end of a bridge, and it can vary based on the speed of the track and all, and I don't have the footages for every bridge, but let's just say within half a mile or less of each drawbridge, you have a home signal, and those will be read and for the train, requiring them to stop if we have started the opening process, or if the bridge is not locked in line for railway movement. So whereas the thought process, if you're trying to think of it from a signaling perspective, is similar, it's a very small segment of track around the bridge. So basically, the train is already en route. It is past the last, say, absolute signal, whether that be which most of the time is at a siding around our drawbridges, and it is approaching this bridge. For instance, when you leave the beginning here where Chefman or Pearl River is, we have a siding there called Claiborne. Once you leave there, your next, as far as the signal system goes, your next absolute is all the way right over here, almost to Chef Mentor, at a siding that we refer to, the railroad calls Lake Catherine. So it's not if a train has come by Lake Catherine, it's if a train is in the home signal of a bridge. So if he's within a half a mile of the bridge and he's knocking that home signal down and I don't have opportunity to turn that red to stop the train, then I can go ahead and open it. So
what do you mean? Open.
Sorry, Mark.
Sir?
When you can open the bridge, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I could open the bridge. I am required. So if a train, I'll give you walk you through an example. A train has left Claiborne siding here or right here. He's going across the Pearl River, and let's say he's halfway between Pearl River and Rigolets. He's in the same signal block, but the block they refer to is in the regulations is the home signal that protects the bridge. So there is a home signal on each end of Rigolets. So if he's over here halfway and he's not right there on top of the bridge at the home signal, I have to open that bridge and he has to come to a screeching halt and wait for that 30 minutes of the bridge to open and close. And then I can take him on across and repeat at every home signal, at every drawbridge across this route and other routes.
Very extremely clear and helpful, Mr. Johnson. Can you explain to me who determines the home signal location?
It would be designed within CSX for the location of the home signals, but it's got to be right there. In other words, the intent of the regulation wasn't that you could carve out a 30-mile block and delay, trains, delay boats for hours on end because, I run a train this way and one's in the siding and it's before this one clears the block, this one's coming out of Lake Catherine. So I'm sitting there for hours delaying navigable waterway traffic, which has priority over the railroads, 100% by the regulations. So it is referring to the home signals. So working with the Coast Guard, they're aware of where our blocks are and that if the home signals of a bridge so that they can enforce their regulations. So I don't know of any long home signals for drawbridges within CSX.
Mr. Johnson, I just want to follow up on what you said, because so you're saying that and what Patrick was saying, that he was understanding that the Coast Guard was saying that you guys had railroads had priority, and you're saying that it's the boats that have priority. Is that correct?
Boats have priority 100%. The only time a train, whether it's Amtrak or freight, has priority is if they have entered onto past the home signal of that bridge, which is typically a half a mile to a mile either side of the bridge. If they've entered or passed that home signal, if I open the bridge, we're fixing to send a train. The reason that regulation is there, if you open the bridge there is no signal, no control to stop that train from running off the open bridge into the water. Therefore, you have home signals, and once you pass it, you got to complete the movement or you can't open the bridge.
And so the gap, I think, that you're referring to, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, but while the Coast Guard letter stating that block deference protects trains from unanticipated bridge openings, what you're saying is that might be narrowly true for the trains that trigger the home signal. Because the home signal is so close and the bridge opening takes so long, there are other anticipated bridge openings that are not protected from block deference, even if it's true that block deference protects some unanticipated openings. Do I have that basically correct?
100% correct.
All right. Thank you very much.
Just on this one point, Mr. Johnson, the letter that's in the record that I referenced yesterday morning from the Coast Guard says that the track is divided into blocks or segments of a mile or more in length. You suggested that the blocks are not a mile or more.
I said up to about a mile, or at least on this route, they're up to about a mile.
Well, you said they were a half a mile.
I said a half, I believe, and maybe we go back, but I will tell you that if I didn't say it, I'm almost positive, 100%, that I said a half a mile up to a mile.
That is
on
exactly what
CSX.
you said.
Yes.
Marty?
Well, just let me finish this.
Yeah, sorry.
The Coast Guard letter says a mile or more.
Yeah, I don't have the Coast Guard letter. I don't know if it's
Well, that's what
legal for me to see what they wrote,
It's
so I
a
can.
public document. You're welcome to see it. I'm reading it to you. All I'm trying to find out is the Coast Guard wrong that you have blocks that are only a half a mile?
Well, if are they specific to our bridge, or are they quoting regulation?
So may I ask, Chairman, just to interject, so we can make this document available, but I actually think you're starting to tread across the parameters of what's permissible to asking the witness about documents he hasn't seen. But Can you clarify, Mr. Overman, is that letter saying that the block is the combined block on both sides of the bridge, or just, is it the totality of the block, or is it the block on either side?
You know what, Ray? I'm going to ask you to ask Mr. Johnson to read this letter. This is a very important point about how these bridges work, and then to answer these questions. I would have assumed if you were going to ask him to get up here and tell us about how the bridges work, he would have had a chance to read the letter that was written March 28th and sent to everybody. But I would prefer to get actual facts and not play games with words. So I would much rather Mr. Johnson read the letter if he feels he needs to read it. I thought this was just a question of mileage, but I don't want to foreclose him from interpreting the entire letter. It didn't seem to me this sentence.
So we've got a copy of the letter. We put it in front of Mr. Johnson. I'd like to give. Yes. So I need a copy of it as well.
It's quite a long letter, so I don't want him to spend.
So he's going to need to read the letter. If you'd like him to review the letter and comment on it, he needs to be offered an opportunity to read it.
I agree, but
I would like to add one thing. Just I want to make sure that you, Mr. Chairman Oberman, because I speak in people that understand like railroad, like the engineering side, right, and how we speak. And so I want to make sure that I'm very clear, because I'm trying to paint a clear picture for the board so that they understand what's going on. When I say a half a mile to a mile, that's from the draw span in each direction. Okay. So that could be 2 miles total. Once there's protection built in, right? So once a train comes by the home signal on the north side of Wrigley's, and he occupies that track between the two home signals, let's say it's 1 mile this way and 1 mile the other way, total of a 2 mile circuit for this drawbridge, for lack of a better word. Once he comes by this home signal, you cannot open that bridge until he gets past the other home signal. So when you talk about a circuit, I'm talking about approach, right? Because really what matters is that the train's coming up. So I'm speaking about half, but when they talk about the block in its entirety, it could be 1 to 2 miles. It could be longer than 1 mile. Most of ours would be longer than 1 mile if you add the totality of the block. I was speaking as if I was on a train and I'm going in one direction and I'm about to be stopped, because the home signal on the other side won't stop me. I just can't open the bridge until I get off of it. The only home signal I'm worried about on the train is the one I'm approaching. So I was speaking more from as an operating train, but yes, if you add it in totality, it could be.
All right, well, let's do this in order not to drag this out because the letter is long. I'm going to leave it to you, Ray. If Mr. Johnson wants to read the whole letter and get back on the stand and clarify this, if he thinks it needs it, that would be fine. But I just wanted to find out where this stands vis-a-vis what we learned from the Coast Guard.
Marty?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt your chain of question. I just wanted to, maybe it'll save time if I just ask this particular clarifying question, which is, you know, whether or not the home signal is a half mile, a mile and a half, 2 miles, given how fast a train is going and given how long it takes to open and close a bridge, the difference in terms of whether or not a train will be delayed would probably be, I would ask Mr. Johnson, would you say that whether, you know, that distance doesn't make a significant difference in how often trains are affected by bridges, given the start and stop time of opening and the velocity of a train?
Yeah, that's correct, because what would happen as they occupy, or if we open the bridge and the signals went to red, we would still bring the train up to the home signal. We wouldn't stop it way back at the siding. We would bring the train up on a restricted signal up to the home bridge, and as well as communication between our bridge tenders and our train. The delay of the drawbridges is the 20 to 35 minutes that it takes to cycle through the bridge, including the boat traffic. Where you get into challenging when you intermix passenger and freight is you've got freight trains, and if the freight train's out in the block and Amtrak or passenger, Metro, whoever is coming out of New Orleans, while that freight train's sitting there on a single main line for 30 minutes, well, that freight train now has to go all the way to Claiborne or Lake Catherine or another siding in order for the passenger train to get around that. And with the speed of the Amtrak, potentially, there's delay there associated, and it was caused by the drawbridge opening in the face of a freight train. So I've read some stuff, and it talks about preference for Amtrak trains on drawbridges, and it's about both trains, because you can't give preference to one without giving preference to the other, because if not, you get into the situation that I just kind of explained. But you're exactly right.
So, Chairman, I'd like to move on to CSX exhibit.
Before you do, Ray, I would just ask you a question of whether there is any witness who could actually tell us, because I think I'd like the record to be clear on this. It may or may not become the focus of some additional questioning or decision-making by us. Could we get the length of the blocks on each side of each of these bridges? It sounds like there isn't a standard length of a block.
So, Chairman, we'll do our best to see if one of our witnesses that's coming up can answer that. If not, then we would, and if it remains a fact question that you need resolved in order to resolve this case, just ask us and we'll submit that factual evidence in the record.
I'm asking it now. I'd like that to be supplemented.
Okay.
If you don't have a witness who can cover it.
If we don't have a witness,
I don't want to leave the record's kind of a mess here. Exactly. I don't say that. Mr. Johnson tried to make it a mess, but there was a lot of questioning, and I'm not sure I fully comprehended his rapid answering of this. And rather than delay time, I'd rather just see what does it look like on a map? What are these distances?
So we understand, Chairman, and we'll supplement the record with those facts.
All right.
So,
hey, Ray, I know this. I know you want to go to the next one. I'm going to be very, very quick.
No, please take your time.
Just from Mr. Johnson, do all of are there sidings at all of the bridges on both sides, or is it only on one side of each of the bridges that have them?
Yeah, there's.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to be, I think I may have jumbled that question. So let me ask.
No, I understood. You
Okay.
are, let me ask if that was the question. You were asking me if there are sidings on both sides of the drawbridges or if it's just one side.
Yes, sir. And also are there sidings at each bridge? And then I guess the next question is, are there sidings on, if there are they on both sides? That's probably how to put it. Thank you.
Yeah. And so I would start out again by saying home signals have nothing to do with sidings.
Right.
Home signals are just attached to that drawbridge. As far as sidings, no, there are not drawbridges on either side of all of these drawbridges. Some of them have them close, but not all of them have any close. For instance, Wrigley's, there's no siding from Wrigley's on the north side of Wrigley's. There's no siding, at least adjacent, to a lot of these bridges. I'm thinking through my head, at least immediately adjacent, there is not a siding.
It doesn't be near. I'm sorry, it doesn't be near it. I guess I'm sorry. I didn't want.
Okay.
Using with the blocks, this is totally different. You had said earlier about sidings coming up, and I just wanted to see if there were sidings, like how close, if they are there, how close are they to these bridges? So you can, if there's a need, I know that you said they're single.
Yeah.
How you move them.
Absolutely. So I'll just give you an example, and it's similar across the line, but I think probably when Mr. Dingler and others go through, they probably have the exact like mileage, but when you come out of the double track down here and come through the flood wall, your first siding is right here, not far from Chef Mentor. You have a siding called Lake Catherine. Then you come out of there, you cross the Wrigley's, you cross Pearl River, and then you have a siding right here between the PVVR, the Port Railroad, and Pearl River. You have a siding right there called Claiborne. And then when you go up here, you have some siding here in the vicinity of Bay St. Louis. So just kind of a layout of the sidings through this area.
Thank you.
So Chairman, in the interest of time, I'm going to defer the pictures, which are just there for illustrative purposes. And you can find them online. We're going to move to the end of the line. And
you know what, Ray, I think we don't have to spend a lot of time, but I would like to see what just quickly.
All right, we'll go all the way back then. It's
real quickly.
Yeah. So Ricky, could you just identify each of these bridges? Just so for the benefit of the board, we're starting at the northernmost bridge. This is just outside of Mobile. And then we're going to work our way all the way down to the Industrial Canal, which is the last bridge on the line.
Yeah, this is Mobile River. It was converted. It used to be a turn span, and working with the Corps of Engineers and the Coast Guard, they actually wanted to widen the navigable waterway. And so that we took out the center pier and made a lift bridge at this location, working with the Coast Guard and the Corps of Engineers.
Okay, next one.
Yeah, this is Bayou Sarah. You can see there's very little clearance. You might get a canoe under this bridge if it's low tide. This is also north of, it's I believe, third drawbridge north of Mobile. It's called Bayou Sarah. We've done a lot of work. We actually have replaced this span recently.
Okay, the next one, which I'm definitely not going to try to pronounce.
Come on.
Nope.
Chickasabogue. This is also a drawbridge right north. It's the second drawbridge north of Mobile. Again, very low clearance, so you have to turn it not only at this location for the fish, regular boats and tugboats, of course.
Could you describe if that bridge swung open, which ends of it would swing open?
Yeah, absolutely. So this bridge actually pivots on this center pier here. So it pivots and it will run parallel with the water traffic, and you'll have an opening here and an opening here for barge or for personal watercraft or fishing vessels to get through.
Okay, the next one.
Hey, real quick, Ray, can you,
Yep.
as you go through, can you just identify which ones are technology wise, or maybe flip the switch, and which ones are the ones that are not?
Sure, we'll describe, why don't we, the ones that are remote control. So we'll make sure we identify as we go through it, the ones that have remote control, and you can just assume the rest do not. Does that work?
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. Just to clarify, is this one remote controlled?
Chickasaw is, yes, it's remote control along with north. There's two bridges, Bayou Sarah and I believe Chickasaw are the best of my recollection.
That's fine.
I am positive on the ones on the NO&M sub, the
Okay.
three there.
3 Mile Creek.
Yeah, this is the one immediately adjacent. Our yard lead and switching lead is right here where you see the red arrow. This is not remote control, but it's, we drive up to this control house right here.
Okay. The next one is now we're on the line that, so these are the bridges that the Amtrak train would pass over. Could you describe this one? What's
Yeah,
this one?
absolutely. This is Pascagoula River, East Pascagoula River, right there at Pascagoula, Mississippi. This bridge actually lifts up and this comes down. This one is now remote controlled, but there's a roadway. We did not ever high rail because you have access by vehicle to this drawbridge.
Okay. Going next to Biloxi Bay.
Yeah, Biloxi Bay. I have nightmares about this one. During Katrina, this whole bridge here, these same concrete tubs that are on top of this bridge were actually over here about where this marker is, under 30 to 50 foot of water. And we had divers go down and reclaim them to rebuild this after Katrina. But this again is a turn span. And as you can see, it's in the open position. This is actually a barge, I believe, doing some fender work, but this is how, this is a fishing vessel or a private watercraft. And this is actually, an example, shows the ones traversing through there. And it is now remote control. Right here, you can see that overpass right here. We used to have a truck parked right there. They would get on the track. They would high rail out here. Matter of fact, you can see a high rail out on the bridge now with it turned. Then it would leave here. And instead of making a reverse movement, because our rules require us to go slower in reverse, we actually come off the south end of the bridge, get off on the road crossing, drive back around by the casinos and across U.S. 90 bridge here and park the truck back during crew changes. And it is remote control.
Bay of St. Louis.
Yes, St. Louis Bay. Again, this is a turn span that turns similar, just like the last one. It'll turn this away. And this bridge is about within a half a mile of the end of the bridge. There's a road crossing. We park a vehicle there. They used to high rail out and high rail back a half a mile. And this bridge here is now remote control operated out of Cyberchart.
Okay. Pearl River.
Yeah, this one is not remote control operated. This is the Mississippi, Louisiana state line. And it also turns perpendicular to the railroad, parallel with the water traffic.
And is it, does it require high rail?
Yes, sir. Ansley Road crossing, it's about a mile and a half, about 2 miles. They high rail out here, and we actually have a set off. We built like a road crossing, for lack of a better word, out here that they can turn to get off of the track and clear the track and pass a train if needed, and then they get back on and go back so that the vehicle's headed in the right direction, especially for nighttime movements, so they can see where they're going and make sure that it's safe.
Wrigley's Pass.
Wrigley's. Yeah, this is another turn span. It turns perpendicular or parallel to the waterway. similar to the last turn spans. And this is also one that has to be a shift change. So they'll get in the truck, they'll drop the bridge tender off at the typically how it happens. They'll back here at Ansley, they'll drop the first bridge tender off, come drop the second one, utilize that road crossing that we built in with water on both sides, and turn the truck around, and then they head back to the clear.
Are you saying there's two bridge tenders on this bridge?
No, sir, there's one here on Wrigley's, but there's also one on Pearl River, and there's no access. In other words, both of them have to come the same way.
I see.
They have the same shift change. So it's like, instead of two vehicles taking one to each bridge, it's one vehicle that takes one to the first bridge and then goes to the second bridge. And then they make the reverse move to clear the track.
How long is the line closed down to rail traffic when that shift change goes on?
When this shift change, I would, I can estimate that one each way. It's different for each bridge depending on the difference. I'll tell you for the Pearl River, if we were just changing it Pearl River, it's probably 10 minutes or so out, 10 minutes or so back. But I believe
you change them both at the same time.
Yes, on this one, unless somebody is working a double shift, which happens down here, you have vacations or other things, yes. And
Well,
I think
what is it?
modeling, I should be able to tell you, hopefully the modelers can tell you what it shows as far as the exact times it's taken at each bridge.
Is 20 minutes a typical range for how long the line is shut?
If I was going to that one bridge at Claiborne, yeah, I would think it would take you 10 minutes to get out and 10 minutes to get back.
Is there a cushion in terms of whatever kind of signal is put up for rail trains to not move on it while the high rail is out there?
Yeah, absolutely. They have to block the signals. So
Right.
for instance, whenever I get on at this crossing here, we talked about Ansley crossing at the Pearl River. Whenever I come by Claiborne siding, I've got track authority. I don't run on signals. High rails don't run on signals. The dispatcher has to block the signals. And in this case, he would have to block the signal all the way to Lake Catherine, because this track segment for separate from home signals, it has to run from he has to block the signal at the north end of Lake Catherine. So nothing can come by the north end of Lake Catherine until I give up my authority.
Well, all I'm trying to find out here, Mr. Johnson, is how long a period are freight trains stopped when one of these high rail swift shift changes takes place? Can you give me the range?
Yeah, I would tell you that if the train is there, yeah, they could, and they were.
Well, let me ask it this way: whether the train is there or not, the signal goes up that says no trains, correct, from here to here.
Yes.
All right. How long is that signal up? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, it could be 20 minutes, 30 minutes. But it's also I would tell you that if we're dispatching and, if we have to do a shift change 15 minutes later, we do a shift change 15 minutes later, right? Say there was a train approaching Lake Catherine and was getting close there and it's like 15 minutes. It's like, okay, we're not going to throw a red signal in their face. We're going to, the employee that's out on the bridge is going to work a little bit extra overtime while he's waiting on the shift change. So, there's puts and takes to it depending on the circumstances that happen out there each day.
You're saying the time that the blockage starts and stops may vary. I'm just trying to figure out the total amount of time that there's no trains allowed on that section of track. Is it typically 20 to 30 minutes for all these?
So Chairman, I'm going to object. You've asked this question. He's witnessed this question 3 times. He's given you the answer. It varies by location and he gave you a range.
He did give me a range and I'm trying to get an answer.
I
Does
heard-
does it typically 20 to 30 minutes, Mr. Johnson? That's all I'm trying to get at. If you could.
And I would say my best guess is 20 to 30 minutes for a shift change. It's totally different for the maintenance on the bridge,
Yeah,
totally
I'm just
different
talking-
for all of those.
Just talking about shift changes.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Are there more bridges to look at?
Yep, we are second to last one is next.
Chef Mentor. Again, this turns, it'll be right over the top of this fender system here. And the water traffic comes in and out of here. This is, there's some yachts and sailboats and stuff over here, but this is primarily tugboats and some industrial traffic in and out of the chef.
And then there's one last one, which is.
Wait, before you leave
Oh,
that.
yep, go back.
That bridge is that remotely controlled?
No, sir. It is none of these, once we got past Bay St. Louis, none of these are remotely controlled. They all have people on the bridges operating the bridge. So Bay St. Louis was the last remote control one.
All right, but this bridge does not have a high rail need to get I thought I made a note of that earlier.
Yeah, that is correct. It's over here. You can come into this side. There's a boat club, for lack of a better word, and we helped facilitate some road work and repairs to their section after Katrina, and now we have access to drive into this bridge, and we park right here at the north end of the bridge. We have a parking area for our workers to drive in and park there.
How does the bridge tender have to walk out onto the bridge to get how does that work?
Yes, sir. So it's a variety, and I won't go back through all the bridges, but typically there's either a control house here in the center here, or there is a house over here on the bank, depending upon what style that the bridge is and when it was built. But these bridges have walkways on them. And although we're protected by the 214 subpart for roadway worker protection, we can actually use on most of these bridges, if you can walk out there, we're safe to walk. We're not within 4 foot of the rail. We can use watchman lookout and various things. So we don't have to copy track time, for lack of a better word, and block trains where we can drive to them.
That was the question. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So moving to the last one, industrial canal.
Yeah, so this one is right south of our Gentilla Yard. It is actually operated, our 2 main lines go across it, but it's the city of New Orleans is the owner, and they control the operation of the bridge.
And how does it work? Is it a remote or is it a high rail or what happens?
No, they actually are in this house right here.
How do they get there?
They drive up.
So there's no blockage of the track for sure.
That's correct.
And we're going to have a picture in a few moments that shows you what this is in relation to Gentilla Yard. So,
all right, Ray, I have some questions about these bridges operations whenever you're done with this subject.
So this would be that opportunity because I'm prepared to move on to Gentilla Yard.
Well, I think this would be an appropriate time. It will save some time.
Absolutely.
To deal with this while it's fresh here. So I've been trying rapidly to count.
Can you take this down?
How many?
Put back up.
Let's see. There are 2, as I counted them. There are 2 bridges north of Mobile that are now remote. So no high rail is required. Bay St. Louis and Biloxi are also remote, so no high rail is required. And Pearl River and Rigolites could be made remote, but they still have high rails now. Is that right?
So speaking to Pearl River and Rigolets, yes, they could still be, they can be, we're working, if the investments are made, which we are in the process over the next 3 to 5 years of making those investments. It's not cheap, but we are working towards remote controlling the remaining bridges here on the NO&M sub. There's another bridge. I won't, I'll just say you have another bridge that's not on here at Tensas River, north of Mobile. But that one is where you'd have very minimal traffic, and they have to give us a 10-hour notice, and we high rail somebody out there and turn that bridge. It's a very infrequent openings, and we work with the Coast Guard to only have to open it with a 10-hour notice.
So, and are you telling me that CSX is committed to investing in making Pearl River and Rigolites remote over the next 3 to 5 years, regardless?
I think I would not say that. It really depends on I will tell you right now, that's the plan. It depends on the regulator. Depends on the Coast Guard. It's proven technology. It works. It is as safe as having a manned operation. But unless the Coast Guard approves it, because they haven't approved Bay St. Louis, Biloxi Bay, and East Pascagoula, they're letting us do it as a trial. Is this trial going to be 3 months and we're going to put it in the regulation? Or is it going to be 2.5 years before we're able to get the regulations, put it in a regulation? Or are they going to say, nah, we don't like it? And so I think we're at a point now that until we see some of these things being codified into the regulations, we're going to make sure that we're investing our money wisely.
Well, my question, Mr. Johnson, which you interrupted, so I didn't get a chance to finish it, was—
I apologize for that.
All right, is CSX's commitment to spending money on these unrelated to whether Amtrak runs on this track? This is something you want to, I gather, that you are planning to do regardless of Amtrak. Is that correct? Subject to the Coast Guard's approval?
That is correct.
All right. So as I understand it, you were on the team, if I'm incorrect, tell me, that worked on putting the RTC model together. I think you were identified by Mr. Banks. Is that right?
Yeah, he identified me, and then I think he corrected himself at some follow-up questioning. He is, I was not on the, I guess you call it the clean team. I did have a member of my department, my engineering department, that was on that. I guess I'll reveal that it was the name. It was William Roseborough.
Well, the only reason I asked the question is I wanted to ask some questions about how these bridges, all aspects that we've been talking about, were accounted for in the RTC modeling. It sounds like you didn't have any, you aren't responsible for that input. Would that be right?
That is correct. I'm not responsible, but Mr. Dingler can answer all of those questions.
Well, we'll find out if he can. I'm not asking you to comment on whether other witnesses can and cannot do. My only question is that you aren't the person who made the input. So would it be fair to say you don't know what the input was into the RTC as it relates to these bridges?
That's correct.
Okay, then I don't have any more questions for you, but I think Karen does.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, on average, how old are these bridges?
Phew. So these bridges are, I would say 70, all of them are 75 to 100 years old. Now, I say that, and let me explain. The draw spans on a lot of these bridges have been replaced. The control systems have had multiple upgrades. The stringers and steel support. So the original structure may be that old, but they have had significant and upgrades, and some of them have had complete replacements as far as the draw span or the turn span. Particular, for instance, the Bayou Sarah, the Mobile River. So there's been a lot of tremendous work done to them, but they are, and I will tell you, part of our project with automation across these bridges, you can't automate if you don't have a reliable bridge. If your bridge is not structurally sound, you can't. So part of this automation project, it's not, the reason it is so expensive, it's not just go put a new software package, computer system, control system in it. It is, let's go, and this bridge is going to be reliable. Whether it's the bull gear, whether it's the motor, whether it's the hydraulic cylinders operating the locks and wedges. So there has been substantial work. And there was a tremendous amount of work, I would say, after Katrina in 2005, with the 25-foot storm surge and all of these bridges being really 10 to 12 foot above sea level. Every one of these bridges were underwater. And, the recovery effort there across the Gulf Coast on basically the NO&M and a little bit of the bottom end of the M&M sub was over $300 million, which is primarily track and infrastructure that had to be replaced. So, and a lot of it was with the bridges.
How often do you have mechanical issues opening or closing the bridges?
Yeah, I would tell you very seldom now do we have issues because of the work that's been done, say, over the last 5 years, as we have, for lack of a better word, hardened the infrastructure. The failure rates have went down significantly.
Is very seldom one bridge a month or one bridge a week? What is very seldom?
Yeah, and again, I don't have that data. I mean, we log those things. My knowledge of it would be that we probably have, if you look at all of these drawbridges and put them in a bucket, we might have one to, a couple failures a month. That might be something as simple as a wedge out of adjustment or proximity switch that needs to be adjusted by the signal department. Something of that nature is the typical failures that we have. As far as mechanical core to the bridge failure, we don't have, they're very seldom, basically non-existent as far as the core bridge itself.
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard about the Portal Bridge, the Hudson River, where with too much frequency, it doesn't align when it comes back down, and they have to go out with a sledgehammer to put it back together. So I was just trying to see if you had any similar problems with these bridges here, given the age of the bridge, and I assume some difficulty getting replacement parts at this point for bridges that are that old.
Yeah, no, I am familiar with the bridge that you spoke of, but no, I do not have any issues with that with these bridges on the Gulf Coast.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So Chairman, I'm going to move off of bridges. I just want to get, I'm sorry, I see Ms. Schultz, do you have a question?
I do. With regard to the 3 bridges that you said have been granted a temporary approval for remote operation, do you have any sense of what that process looks like in terms of when you might find out whether or not you will receive, I guess, long-term approval?
Yeah, my understanding is that we were granted a 90-day opportunity to test it or to try it with some other stipulations about the number of bridges that people could control at any given time. And then we would review it and talk about it. That's kind of the first look back, I guess, at the operation. But again, this 3 Mile Creek, the project we had going on there, I don't know, I believe we're probably over a year and a half into that without getting that into the regulations. It can be difficult, but we're committed to it. And look, the Coast Guard's worked with us, and we're going to continue to work and give them the data. So hopefully here in 3 to 6 months, we'll be able to get this in the regulation.
I guess as a follow-up, is there a possibility that you might not receive long-term approval?
Absolutely.
And what would be the impact if you would not?
The impact would be that I'll continue the hardening of these bridges, but I will not invest in remote controlling the bridges until we see some movement with the Coast Guard in allowing these to operate.
And in terms of scheduling and service, if you would not have long-term remote status?
Yeah, so sorry that I cut you off. If we don't have remote, we'll go back to changing bridge tenders, every shift. We'll put people back on the bridge, and we'll go back to the operation that it was prior to being able to operate them remotely.
Thank you.
Ray, I have a couple.
One last question.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Karen. I have a couple more too.
Given the prospect of sea level rise, has CSX considered moving the entire line?
I'll tell you what knowledge that I have of this line. After Katrina, I think the FRA and others actually looked at rerouting this line up, through central Alabama and across and back down. There's, and it was, I forget how many gazillion billion dollars to facilitate that, and not to mention eminent domain and other things that would have to take place. So no, I would say there's been no real consideration. And I think the challenge here is that immediately adjacent even to this area where you have the multiple drawbridges, you have Portfianville Railway, they have to be serviced. They're, we have common carrier obligations to all of these customers. So it would, I guess, potentially it would not only be relocating us, it would, or we're going to relocate all of the businesses and industries, but there are ports and other things. You just, I just don't see the possibility of that happening.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, who at CSX, I assume it may be you, but if it's not, is responsible for negotiating with the Coast Guard for the operations of the bridges on this line, the ones you've talked about? Would that be you?
No, it's not me. Look, I have an organization of about 8,000 employees, and I have many chief engineers that work for me. I have a chief engineer of bridges and design and construction, Ed Sparks. He's involved in discussions with the Coast Guard. But even more importantly, it's the regional guys, the local guys that have, depending on what district it is that you're negotiating various bridge issues or discussing various bridge issues. I believe it's the 8th district out of New Orleans. So the local bridge people, personnel, managers, leadership that's in that area, Jeff Sasser and his employee named Jeff Sasser and his team, along with Ed Sparks, they head up those efforts and the negotiations with the Coast Guard.
Are those people ultimately responsible to you?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, I ask you that because I only want to ask you questions that you may know the answer to. And my question is, has there been any effort by CSX to negotiate with the Coast Guard, whether it's in connection with your freight service or the potential Amtrak service, any arrangements for any of these other bridges limiting their opening times to facilitate train movement?
My understanding in discussions with my field personnel is there has been informal, I would say, discussions around that, and it's been a non-starter because of the unpredictable nature and the quantity of movements across the Gulf Coast. And so that's kind of been the reception that I've been told that we've been given.
And when was the last time that anyone at CSX talked to the Coast Guard about making such arrangements?
I would say in the last year. I don't know the date, Chairman.
Oh, just approximately though, sometime in last year.
Yeah, I would say in the last probably 6 months, we're in constant dialogue, primarily about the informal discussions about other things come up. But we have been in constant discussions with them about these 3 that we got permission to operate remotely, as well as the 3 Mile drawbridge there at Cybert, that project. So over the last 3 months or 4 months, we've been in constant talks with them.
The people who have these discussions report to you?
They don't report directly to me. Ed Sparks reports directly to me. But the other ones report, they're a couple layers down throughout the organization.
Somebody, I take it, reported to you that the discussions were a non-starter.
Yes, sir. We made, as we talk about the investment. So at the end of the day, I ask and approve our capital requests for the monies that we invest in our infrastructure. And, I want to make sure that we're putting our dollars to where we're going to get return on our dollars and doing the right thing. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
And so that would have been in those discussions. I have always asked, well, where are we at with remote controlling? And also, as I have worked with various, be careful what I say here, as I have worked with various.
So, Mr. Johnson, you should not disclose settlement discussions.
Okay. I have, I have an interest in if we could apply something similar to a 3 Mile project to other areas of the railroad.
That was precisely my question. Beyond the remote control, have there been discussions with the Coast Guard about scheduling of bridges so that there'd be open periods of time when trains would not be have to stop?
Not formally.
Well, what's the non-starter? When you said it was a non-starter, what were you referring to? What's a non-starter with the Coast Guard?
I would say that there's 200,000+ boaters and users of the waterway that have priority today. I will tell you there's a lot, in my opinion, there's a lot of political pressures not to affect that. And personally, that's the non-starter. They're not going to take priority away for 26, an average of 26 passengers on a train.
Well, that's really, I'm not only talking about Amtrak, I'm talking about your freight operations. I just want to be clear from what your knowledge is that for all these other bridges other than 3 Mile, discussions with the Coast Guard about setting schedules of the type that was set for 3 Mile are non-starters. The last information you have, is that an accurate statement?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. And you don't,
Okay.
I suppose if we asked, you could provide us with the names of the people who talked to the Coast Guard and the names of the people at the Coast Guard they talked to. You have that knowledge somewhere, so I'm not.
Somebody would have that knowledge. I do not have. I have knowledge of CSX.
If we have any request for any information, we'll go through your counsel. I just want to know that the information exists. Correct?
Yes, it should exist and be able to, yes.
All right. Thank you. Ray, go proceed.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to end with a conversation, Ricky, about Gentilly Yard, which is the tail end of your operations. And we want to show the board that so you can use drone footage and one picture to just walk them through that operation. Do you need a break?
Nope.
You sure?
I am good
Okay.
to go.
So Chairman, we'll just proceed forward. We're going to pull up.
Ray, let's ask the court reporter how she's doing.
Absolutely.
Ms. Reporter?
Thank you so much for asking. I'm doing fine.
Okay. All right, proceed, Ray.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. So we're going to pull up CSX Norfolk Southern Exhibit 2. It's a drone footage for Amtrak's benefit, subject to the same. We're not putting it on to be representative of the train movements in the yard. We're just offering it so that they can, you can see the yard operations. This is, so Ricky, can you describe this, what we're seeing and what, oh, we're going to wait. Hold on a second. My tech people are telling me to slow down.
I'm good. Stop it right here for a minute, please.
Okay, so can you pause it right there, Matthew? All right, so Ricky, can you just describe like which way we're heading and what they're seeing? And this drone footage for the members' benefit goes all the way from this end of the Gentilly Yard all the way to the other end where you'll be able to see the Industrial Canal Bridge.
Yeah, absolutely. This is coming into the north end of our Gentilly Yard. So
are we looking north?
No, sir. You're actually looking south.
Okay.
This is New Orleans down here.
Got it.
And yes, sir, Mobile's back to the bottom, or towards Mobile's back towards the bottom.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Okay. You can go ahead and start. As you're going, this outside track is our main line. Again, we go at this interlocking here. You've seen the signals, saw the signals. We become number one main, our single main through here. So this outside track where this train is setting is our main line. This is a siding, and these are all of our yard tracks. We have a switching operation that operates here and switches, as you can see, these cars, they're switching all of our traffic here. And these tracks over here, as they switch and build trains, whether it's interchange trains or whether it is trains going back towards Mobile, we call these our R&D tracks. In other words, receiving and or departure tracks. So as they switch cars and blocks, they bring them over here and they start building trains, although some trains are built within these switching tracks, depending upon the volume and the time of the day. This yard is not continuous in that these tracks here, it's, for lack of a better word, can you stop it here for 1 minute?
Absolutely.
This is the north yard, and this is a south yard. So there's actually a ladder here for this yard and a ladder right here for this south yard.
Ricky, can you explain what a ladder is?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So a ladder, when I say a ladder, it is a track that has switches, turnouts to multiple tracks that go down it. So, you know, as the train is switching cars, they're able to line this switch, put cars here, line this switch, go here, line this switch, you know, whatever the switching paperwork calls for. And that's kind of how, when I refer to a ladder, it's a switching lead, for lack of a better word. This is our yard office, not that it matters. This is our fueling, our facility where we fuel and service our locomotives. Continue on. These are more interchange tracks where we build and put stuff over here. The switching here on this end of the yard, on the south yard, actually takes place, and I believe you'll be able to see it better towards the end of the drone footage here. This is another switching lead / ladder that they can switch cars into this track here. Let's see. Stop it when you get right to the end of it, if you would. The bypass that has been talked about or proposed would actually be to the right side of our main line here. So the thing, stop it right here if you would. The thing that's unique about New Orleans and why you see trains on the main line, this is the end of our road, our line, so to speak. In other words, when I say end of the line, it's like an ocean past here, right? So it's no trains go through here. Every train stops at New Orleans. Every train starts or stops right here at New Orleans. So there are no through trains.
When you say New Orleans, you mean Gentilly Yard?
Yeah, Gentilly Yard. There are no through trains. Every train starts or stops here at Gentilly. Again, right here where the red, right under this bridge, all of this transitions back to 2 tracks, and it's double main again across. That's that drawbridge house that we've seen at the city of New Orleans right there. It all comes back together right here. So we use this right here. We're switching on it all shifts, day and night. And at the same time, it's the interchange trains. So all of the trains except for the CN, we will go to the CN and they'll come to us. But all the other carriers, they have to come in through this point here and interchange traffic with us. As much as 12 interchange movements a day between all the roads here in New Orleans. And again, any bypass around this yard would never be used by any freight train, would never be used by a foreign carrier. It would be solely used by Amtrak in order to facilitate their movement around Gentilly instead of trying to weave through a switching and interchange operation here. Does it go any further or is this the end?
We'll run it all the way to the end.
This is I-10 here, just so, you know, I'm sure a lot of you have been there. This is I-10 here, right beside our yard. Again, this is a switching lead. And as you can see, it all comes back together. Drawbridge right here. And there's 2 tracks here. There's also multiple connections with the Public Belt Railroad. There's tracks that go off right here for the public belt as well for customers, and lots of customers along this industrial canal, both from a rail and from a water traffic.
At the end of it.
Yeah.
So we have one last exhibit, which we're going to offer to show the bottleneck portion that you're looking at right now, but it's a bird's eye view. So if I could get permission to introduce our last exhibit, which is CSX Norfolk Southern 152. Any objections?
Yes, but I have some questions, which I'd like to go back to the other one, but it might be more enlightening to see this first.
Okay, understood. Well, we can pull up the drone footage again.
Yeah.
So, well, I want to pause. Any objections to our introduction of this exhibit?
Is it offered for the same purpose, which is
Yes,
just
yes.
visual aid?
Yes, it is.
No objection on that basis.
All right, proceed.
So Ricky, could you use this map to just highlight the kind of the features on both the drawbridge, but the features on both sides and how traffic enters and exits the yard here?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, just to make sure we're all oriented, this is our Gentilly Yard. Again, this is primarily. There are customers here, but this is primarily our interchange with all of the carriers in New Orleans. When you think about an interchange, right, it's, trains come in and typically it'll be in this yard for 24 hours. So when you think about the amount of time that cars is in here, depending on the volume and the interchange, you can imagine what this yard at times can be like. As you come here, I'll start here. This track here is actually NOPB track, New Orleans Public Belt Railroad, go out to customers. So they're routinely using our main line in order to come over from this track, which is New Orleans Public Belt, and be able to come over and cross over and go serve their customers here, as well as come out on this mainline track and go serve their customers around this track. Then they also, as New Orleans Public Belt Railroad, they'll actually come up and cross both of our main lines to go to the customers up here along the waterway. One of the challenges to this area from a congestion standpoint is not only the area, but it's the businesses, it's the other railroads that have track and infrastructure here. You're limited here with I-10 and all the pilings and support and piers here, as well as the crossroads or the major highways that are underneath I-10, but still above our track. So it kind of chokes you down to a limited area here underneath this, as well as if you scroll, blow back out just a little bit, you can see more highways here that cross over us, as well as other highways right beside us, as we think about the ability to do any kind of significant infrastructure additions in this area.
Okay. So Chairman Orman, that concludes our presentation of Gentili. Please, if you have any clarifying questions that you'd like to address, and we can go back to the drone footage if it's easier.
Please do.
Okay. Matthew, can you flip back? There you go.
All right, can you run it forward, to pretty much the center of the yard where we were?
Absolutely.
Okay, this is probably good enough for maybe a little bit further. So let me ask a few questions here. Does Amtrak, any of its current Amtrak trains, use any tracks that go around or through or near this yard?
No, sir.
Have they in the past?
They used to come through on the main line.
For what was that, the Sunset train?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And who paid to have that track constructed? Was that Amtrak or CSX?
Sir, my understanding of the main line, I'll tell you my belief and knowledge of what I know is that line's been there for 100 years, and so it would predate Amtrak, so it would be whatever predecessor railroad of ours built this track.
All right. Now, the track that is being discussed in the RTC that's supposed to go around Gentili Yard, where is the space for that track? Where would that be built?
Right here alongside to the right, to beside this, where these cars are sitting is the main line. The furthest to the right here, where my red dot is going up and down, it would be built adjacent to it through this area and run from one end of the yard there to the other end of the yard.
And then it would merge into the two tracks across the bridge?
It would, prior to the bridge, it would merge into the track there prior to the bridge.
And then in order to get to wherever the station is in New Orleans, it has to cross the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in the RTC report, Exhibit 23D at page 19. There's a description of the Gentile Yard in part. And it says the main line at the north and south, I'm quoting, the main line at the north and south end of Gentilly are often occupied by yard trains blocking the main line when switching cars. Can you show me, first of all, is that an accurate statement as you understand the way Gentilly works?
Yes, sir.
So when we were looking at the drone on the drone, maybe you could back it up at this point, Ray, to understand this.
Yes, back up to the beginning and I can show you where we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So
yeah, okay. Where are you talking about?
yes, sir, as they are switching here out of these tracks here, this starts double track down right in this area is where double track starts. So number 2, this is number 1 track. This is number 2 track. Again, we are the control point. This is the south end. So this is already, in other words, there's another signal here at the bottom of the screen. There's another signal. So as they're taking headroom and switching these, pulling out, as somebody delivers interchange and they pull out here, they have to take headroom on the main line to shove back and start switching the cuts, as well as when they're get them switched up and they're doubling back over here. They have to take headroom here. And then if we go to the very end of the video, I can.
Oh, wait, before you leave here.
Yes, sir.
So where your dot is the main line 2?
This is where the main line ends. So when you get to this interlocking, which would consist of this signal here, it ends right here under this signal. Wherever the eye joints are under this signal, that's the end of the double track.
And the main line is the one where you're to the right.
Yes, sir. That'll start single main right here.
And the proposal for Amtrak to run around it?
Yes, sir. It'll be here.
Looks like it would go right through that signal tower.
Yeah, that signal would be relocated.
Okay, but if that's what we're looking at, that green strip, that's.
Yeah, so you'd take that, the signal would end up being about right here, and instead of 2 signals there, it would potentially have 3 for, the 3 tracks.
So in the RTC report, in the next sentence after the one I read about yard trains blocking the main line when switching cars, it then says, quote, activity from these yard trains, industrial canal bridge, and other mainline interchange activities can result in delays to the interchange traffic from NSR. Interchange trains traveling from UP, BN, and CN often experience delays en route to Gentile Yard, regularly resulting in multiple hours of mainline delays. Those are accurate statements, I assume.
I would tell you that trains take delays in and out of, and that, speaking about the industrial canal, that's primarily speaking, this is a CSX and the switching here on the north end. The interchange entrance point is the south end.
Well, here's my question.
Yes, sir.
If you're experiencing the need for this yard, big as it is, to use the main line for switching, and if you already are having delays, which are described in the RTC, why wouldn't CSX build this same, I don't know what you call it, runaround track, or the track we're talking about for Amtrak, to avoid having to use your main, then your main line could become a yard track, and that one would be the main line, and you wouldn't have to block everything while you were switching. Why haven't you done that?
It serves no purpose for what the delays are. The delays are every train, again, the only way that would benefit us is if we had through trains that didn't stop and start here. Having another main here, we'll never put a CSX train on there, or there's no need. The delays are happening here. On the other end of the yard is where the delays are happening, and all of those trains have to come into the yard. They can't bypass Gentilly and go past Gentilly. They all have to come in to the south end of the yard here for interchange. Go all the way to the very end if you can.
That's it.
Yeah, so they have to come in here. So having a main line over here would serve me no purpose because they can't get over here to interchange the traffic. That's the delays we're talking about, or they're talking about, are the trains that are coming here, trying to get here, not to go north and bypass the yard.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what it means when it says activity from these yard trains can result in delays to the interchange traffic from NS.
Yes, sir, because they come into here. And because this is such a, I would say it squeezes down to 2 tracks. That's what we're talking about. It delayed because of the trains, the volume of trains that are using this area right here. And NS needs to come into here. That's or where there's UP. I think 3 times a day UP comes and 3 times a day they go back. It's the volume of trains in and out of the south end of Gentilly. And again, if I could build that and it would relieve congestion, yeah, we would have already looked at that if it would have helped our operation.
Well,
everything has to come into here. It would, NS will never run on a new track where their Amtrak builds it, or if I built it, we would not run because there's no need to run through there. It's the switching and the interchange operation here on the south end.
Well, it says that the yard trains are blocking the main line, causing delay.
Absolute. So
if you built that other track, wouldn't that relieve the main line?
it's the main line here. It's not the main line right here.
So
that's causing the delay.
Ricky, why don't we flip to the other exhibit so you can describe for him where it is? Do you want to, can you zoom down a little bit, Matthew?
So the main line delays are happening on this main line right here. It's not happening on this main line right here at the yard because there's zero trains today that need to traverse that main line without stopping here at this yard. And everything that comes into this yard has to be switched. There are no through trains in either direction. So it has to be switched. Absent an occasional, maybe you get an occasional grain train, which is very rare. But there's zero trains that go through this main line here. Everything comes in the yard and gets processed. So the yard trains that are being talked about is the switching operation. That's a yard train that is pulling out here for headroom to be able to switch all of this traffic and to build the interchanges and to build our traffic.
So, well, where would how far would this new track for Amtrak extend on this picture?
It would come in, I would, I'd look, but my understanding, it comes in somewhere right in this area right here.
And how far do the yard trains back up onto the main?
Sir?
When you just said the yard trains have to come out onto the main line for switching, how far do they go? Do they cross the river?
Yes, at times they will cross the river, but there's also crossovers in here. There's flood walls here and there's crossovers. So the goal is to be able to have Amtrak come down regardless of and cross over and get onto the bypass and to get around the yard.
Well, there are only 2 tracks on that bridge, right?
That's correct.
So even the bypass track for Amtrak's not going to stop your yard trains from blocking up the main that Amtrak has to use.
No, we're only switching with one switch engine. So as far as yard trains, that's not the case. There's one track open and our trains, switching there on the other one.
Well, then I don't understand what I read in the RTC report about the yard trains blocking the main and causing delays. There are two mains there.
Yes, sir. Everything has to come in where the switching doesn't happen on both main lines. The switching happens on the main line to the bottom, and that is where all the interchange trains come into is to the bottom. The switching, and that other video probably, or the video probably is better, but all the switching happens on the geographical south main line. They pull, get headroom, and they are switching back. We're switching here, but all the trains have to come into here as well to the interchange. If these were through trains, it would be different, but these are foreign carriers coming into our yard to deliver traffic and pick up traffic. They have no need to run on the other main line, the single main that goes around our yard.
So when the RTC report talks about blocking the main line, it's talking about blocking the south main line.
So Chairman, I'm going to object. Ricky's not in a position to tell you what the RTC report is or is not saying. That can be directed to the authors of that report. You've asked Mr. Johnson about the operations and he's explained them to the best of his ability.
Well, your objection's noted. I'd like to get this clear because it doesn't talk about two main lines in the report. It only talks about one where yard trains are switching. So yard trains are switching on the south main line, and then they're causing delays in NSR, BN, UP, and CN trains also coming on the south main line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And again, they can speak to what to report, but that's the operation at this location.
And there's no physical way to resolve that forever, just from a freight point of view, I take it.
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that was all I had. I thought it was quite confusing, but these photographs help relate the situation to the RTC report. Did any other board members have any questions?
I just had a follow-up, Mr. Johnson, and again, forgive me if repetitive, I had to step away for a family issue real quick.
No problem.
The other track, you have the south track, as you said, so the north track, has there been any conversation about putting that into the ability to switch, or it's just not feasible?
Yeah, it's not feasible. It's, with the design and the choke point that you come into that area, it's not feasible I won't say it's impossible, right? It's, can we move Interstate 10? Can I move these other highways? Yeah, I mean, it's, I would say that makes it not feasible.
And I'm sorry, again, maybe I'm just misspeaking, but if on this map that we have up here currently,
yep,
there's no place after you cross over the bridge, there's no area to switch from that area, the feasibility of switching from the north main line into the yard, there isn't any capability to do that either?
Yeah, I mean, so there is some opportunity. There are crossovers all through here. You can't really see them here on this Google map here.
And I wear glasses, so I probably couldn't see you even if you.
Yeah, I wear it. You see, I've got my readers right here handy, but the readers wouldn't happen.
I need my glasses to find my glasses, Mr. Johnson. So I go even further. But if that's okay, I just wanted to see if that was possible from that. That was my only question.
Yeah, there's crossovers and things throughout here. Again, we had the public belt here that uses this track. And again, in today's operation or forever operation, no trains bypass this yard. So for lack of a better word, although it's classified as a main line, the single main that goes around our yard, it's used every day to facilitate our switching operation in order to support the business with our interchange partners there at New Orleans.
That was my own, you actually just hit on my own clarification because you said that currently no train goes through the yard. So I'm assuming that both, well, I may be wrong again. I was assuming that coming across that bridge, that both mains had some sort of crossover because no train, every train has to stop right now in that yard.
Yes.
So that's sort of what I was getting at. I'm sorry.
No, sir. You are 100% correct. There are no trains. In fact, if we build this bypass here at Gentilly, the only train that I ever use this train bypass is Amtrak.
Okay, thank you.
So Chairman Overman, I'm going to conclude our direct presentation of Ricky Johnson at this time.
All right. We will switch to the port if the port has any questions. Where are we on the sense of the board about taking a break? It's 20 minutes to 5. Be nice to finish Mr. Johnson today if we could. Do you have any questions, Rob?
The port will have some questions and cross-examination through Mr. Hellenhaus. If you'd like to have us wait for those after a break, that's fine, or we can proceed right now.
And do you have an estimate, how much time you need?
5 minutes, 10 minutes at most.
All right, and Jesse, do you have cross-examination for Mr. Johnson?
I do. I estimate it will be 30 minutes to 40 minutes, depending on, of course, upon Mr. Johnson. I would like to question Mr. Johnson about his actual verified statement, which was not subject to this testimony today.
You don't have to tell us what it's about. I'm just trying to do some scheduling here. How does everybody feel about going, even if it gets close to 6 o'clock to finish Mr. Johnson? Because I think it might be good. We've been going for 2 hours. It might be good to take about a 10-minute break here.
I think that would be fair to Mr. Johnson. And
all right.
I think that's a good idea, Marty.
All right. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 4:51. And we will try our best to finish Mr. Johnson today. We'll start with Mr. Hillenhaus from the port. All right, we're on recess. Matt,
You're ready, Marty.
are we ready?
Yep.
Everybody here?
Board's here.
Track is here.
All right. Let's proceed.
All
Mr.
right, thank you.
Hellenhouse, you're on.
Mr. Johnson, my name is Jim Hellenhouse, and I want to ask you just a few questions. I'm hoping that Mr. Atkins can pull up the drone footage where the Amtrak station is planning to be where it was before. Is that possible?
Absolutely. Just give us 1 second. You know which one that is?
And if you could go, you zeroed in on, hovered over where that parking lot was, adjacent to the sidewalk in your tracks. It looks like it's almost in the center of the page, a little bit to the left. If you could go forward to that.
Right in this area.
Yeah, that area.
Yep, we're working on it.
Great, thanks. That's good. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, if I understand your testimony earlier, that parking lot that we see there just left to the train operating on Main 1, right there, yes. That's owned by the city of Mobile, correct?
That is my understanding, correct?
Okay. And am I also correct that that grassy area to the south of that parking lot, just to the left of that train there, yes, you've got that area, is that also owned by the city of Mobile?
Yes, my understanding is that we have a right of way here, and then adjacent to us is owned by the city of Mobile.
All right. Now, if we could go up maybe a little further north, the parking lot, I want to look at that, I believe it's a sidewalk along that parking lot.
Yep.
And would you agree with me that there's not enough, well, first of all, is that sidewalk, whose property is that on?
It is on our property. My understanding is Amtrak has a lease on the portion, for this platform sidewalk.
And would you agree with me that there's not enough room in that area to add an additional track, as was discussed earlier in your testimony, and also maintain a sidewalk?
When we have looked at it, it would be adjacent. There's a fence here along the top of this sidewalk. Is that the track would be between here, and they would have to have discussions with the city. I don't remember the exact footage, but there is a distance, and I don't remember the exact distance, but some of the track would be located on CSX right away, but they would need some clearance or easement or with the city.
Yeah, and as it stands now, CSX does not have any agreement with the city to construct anything in that area that is currently used as a parking lot, and for which I understand you would need to build the track as discussed earlier in your testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct, and we would not approach the city. That would be something that was the responsibility of Amtrak.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Amtrak proceed, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes, Jesse, I've been talking to you. Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, my name is Jessie Amundson. I represent Amtrak in this proceeding. Mr. Johnson, you and Mr. Hunt jointly submitted a verified statement in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the exhibits that you talked about today in your testimony, were any of those attached to your verified statement?
No, I do not believe so.
And your explanations of those exhibits, that was not part of your verified statement. Is that correct?
Not all of it would not have, no, it would not all have been in the verified statement.
Thank you. And you said you've been at CSX for 21 years, right?
Going on 21 years, June 1st will be 21 years.
What has been your involvement with the restoration of the Gulf Coast service?
My involvement has been my engineering team. There's been many different discussions throughout the years about restoration of service. And so my engineering team has always been involved in those discussions. As I spoke earlier, I had a member of my team on the clean team for the term they used.
Were you involved at all with the efforts to restore service of the Gulf Coast Working Group?
Can you tell me what year that was? There's been, and I don't mean there's been several different. Is that the 2016 working group that FRA, the study that FRA was part of in the Southern Region Rail Commission?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I was 2016. I was the vice president of engineering.
And were you involved in those efforts of the Gulf Coast Working Group?
I was not part of the Gulf Coast Working Group personally. I mean, I have knowledge because of being over the engineering organization at the time, but I was not per se a sitting member of the working group.
Are you aware of CSX's position in the Gulf Coast Working Group report that CSX said it would take $1.1 billion of infrastructure before CSX would allow Amtrak to restore service between New Orleans and Mobile?
I'm aware of yes, I'm aware of the different cost estimates that have been put out for restoring Gulf Coast service. And I would say that a lot of them are different in scope and nature of what has been proposed. Everybody, I don't know whether it's a news organization or people here in the hearing keep referring to a $2.1 billion estimate. But what people, which is unfair in the effort that's a 718-mile project that actually went all the way from New Orleans all the way to Orlando, Florida, across many miles of dark territory that would have had PTC and other things installed versus being 15% is what the route is of that project. It's about a 138-mile project that we're discussing now, although it happens to be the most geographically challenged from waterways and environmental issues and concerns versus a 1,718-mile route.
Mr. Johnson, I'm just going to stop you there. Your counsel will have the opportunity to redirect you if they would like you to expand on your answers, but I know that it's been a long day for you and we are trying to get out of here at a reasonable hour. So if you could try to confine yourself to just when I ask you a yes or no question, if you can let me know yes or no, that would be terrific.
So I'm going to object, Chairman, if the witness wants to add some color to the question or feels the need to do so. I don't think it's appropriate to demand that it always be a yes or no answer.
May I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
I think you're mute, Marty.
I was muted. The witness wandered well beyond what the question was, and I would caution the witness to listen to the question and try to answer the question as asked. If you can. If you cannot answer it with a yes or no, then you can feel free to say so. But listen to the question that's asked. Partly that's the way the proceedings should go, and partly because it's late in the day. So proceed, Jesse.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you just said that it was a $2.3 billion estimate, but in fact, it was 1.1 billion specifically for the restoration between New Orleans and Mobile. Is that correct?
Yes, and I guess there was a misunderstanding.
Thank you.
No, on
Mr.
your
Johnson,
part,
Mr. Johnson, there's no
Yes.
pending question, please.
there's what?
There's no pending question. You answered
Oh.
the question.
Thank you. So, and you just said that the route was 138 miles, correct?
Yes.
And so if my math is correct, CSX was demanding about $8 million a mile. Is that correct?
Give me a calculator. If I can pull out my phone, I can do the math. I'm not going to do math here on the stand, but I'm sure you've done it. So I mean, that's kind of self-explanatory.
And in your position as the senior vice president responsible for CSX's infrastructure, how does $8 million per mile compare to the amount that CSX itself spends on its infrastructure on its 21,000 mile network?
Okay. I know what I spend on per mile for a capital basis. I would should that be confidential, Ray? It's not industry wide knowledge of what I spend per mile for capital maintenance compared to other railroads or Amtrak's.
So it sounds like, Mr. Johnson, to answer that question, do you need to discuss highly confidential CSX information?
Absolutely.
So unless Amtrak wants to withdraw the question, Chairman, I think we have to move the hearing into the highly confidential forum.
Let me ask this.
I'll try to rephrase the question if that's okay, Mr.
Yep.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Well, let me just see if I could help, but I don't want to step on your question, Jesse. Could you answer the question as to whether CSX spends more or less than 8 million a mile without going into confidential information? And
I would answer if I answered that question without going into confidential information, I would tell you that the NO&M subdivision, the route from Mobile to Montgomery, costs me 460% more per mile to maintain over the last 15 years as compared to the entire rest of the average for the entire rest of my network.
All right, Jesse, feel free to go ahead. If you want to go into the break room, we will, if you need to pursue it. So
I will just ask, you just said, and that was for maintenance, not for new infrastructure. Is that correct?
That is for both.
So if I represent to you, and I'm happy to show you the transcript if you would like to see it, that Mr. Foote told this board in the hearing last month that CSX spends $2 billion a year in capital investments on CSX's railroad infrastructure. Does that sound correct to you?
Yeah, our capital plan is approximately $2 billion.
Okay. So CSX demanded $1.1 billion in public money for this 138-mile stretch, but CSX itself spends $2 billion of its own private money every year on its own 21,000-mile network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you your joint statement in this case. And Mr. Peterson, if you could bring up Joint Exhibit 23A. Mr. Johnson, do you recognize this as your joint verified statement?
Yes. I guess it's okay for me to refer to the copy I have of my statement here.
Yes, that's fine, sir.
Okay.
I'd like to direct your attention to page 5 of your verified statement.
Absolutely.
And I think it's about midway through, you say that traffic volume increase on the Gulf Coast line, quote, has left freight operations on the route very different from that which Amtrak encountered nearly 2 decades ago.
I'm still, what you said about middle age?
Sorry, it's about it's the last line of the paragraph, the first paragraph.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. Isn't it true that CSX was actually operating far more freight trains per day when the Gulf Coast Limited and the Sunset Limited were running in 1996 and 1997 than it is today?
The traffic, give me 1 second to read the sentence, please.
Sure.
So you mentioned 95 and 96. I wouldn't know what the train counts were. Now 2005 and 2006. What I can tell you is that the volume of business has grown on the NO&M sub, approximately 20% in the last since the 2004 to 2006 timeframe. Our business has grown 20%, so on the line.
How about the number of trains? Those have gone down, correct?
I would tell you that I don't have the number of trains that operated or in front of me to be able to tell you definitively. I will tell you that the business has grown, and we have accommodated growth on our existing trains that are on this territory.
And if I were to represent to you, and I'm happy to show you the exhibit if you would prefer, that CSX reported that it was running an average of 20 trains per day in 1996 and 1997 when Amtrak's Sunset Limited and Gulf Coast Limited were both running on this same line. Is that more than the amount of freight trains that are running on the line today?
Well, yes, 26 is more than is running on the line today.
I'm sorry, Jesse. I just want to hear those numbers. Did you say 26 trains in 1996?
No, sir, 20 trains in 1996.
I'm sorry, okay. Because I thought Mr. Johnson answered 26.
That's what I heard, but I will tell you that 20 trains is as far as through trains. So I'm not sure. Look, I don't know where this 95 to 96 number came from. And so as I've testified to already, it's 8 to 10 through trains a day. So somebody can do the math. It is 1 to 3 coal trains per day. It is 6 to 7 locals across the property per day. So I'm not sure. I don't know if that included the locals in some 95 or 96. Again, I started with CSX June 1st of 2001. So if you've got the data points and the train symbols that you're able to provide or put up here that I can verify if they're through trains and local trains, I can answer that question. But if not, I have to say that I can't say that there's more trains or less trains without seeing the data.
Okay, and if I told you that CSX itself reported that it was 20 through trains per day in 1996 and 1997, and CSX is today running just 8 through trains per day, 8 is less than 20, correct?
Now you're talking about through trains. Okay, so 8 to 10 through trains a day, yes. 8 to 10 is less than 20.
Thank you. You also state at page 5 that CSX expects the demand for freight service to steadily increase in coming years. Do you see that?
No, where are you talking about on the page? I can read the whole page, but if you'll point me to where it's at, I'll look at it.
Sure, it is. Mr. Peterson, are you able to highlight that? Let's see if we.
I see it.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought we had it pre-highlighted.
Yeah, I see it. It says, I want to make sure I'm looking at the exact sentence that you mentioned. It says, indeed, comma, CSXT and Norfolk Southern Railroad, NSR, expect the demand for freight service to steadily increase in coming years.
But isn't it true that the demand for freight service is decreasing?
No. Didn't you? I just testified, and maybe I want to restate it. So in case you didn't hear me last time, there's been a 20% increase in the volume on this line over the last 15 years. So I don't know. I could do the math, but again, I don't have a calculator here. That's 1.something% probably on an annualized basis.
And where would I find that information in the record, sir?
Well, again, I haven't read all the record. I think that as we talked about earlier, and I know you when I think Chairman Oberman asked that question, and it was, hey, potentially Hannah Ross will be able to pinpoint or to clarify that information for you.
So if I told you that that it has been reported that revenue ton miles have decreased 11% between 2006 and 2019, would you agree with that statement?
No. Oh, well, would I agree with what's, can you repeat that, please?
Revenue ton miles have decreased 11% between 2006 and 2019.
On the NO&M subdivision or the whole CSX?
For freight service.
On the freight service on the NO&M subdivision or freight service on CSX?
Freight service in general, sir.
That, again, as previous testimony, you look at the decline in coal traffic, which is very high revenue ton miles. Yeah, I would say overall at CSX that could, I'm not going to agree with I don't have the data in front of me. I'm not going to agree with the percentage, but I would definitely say there's been a decrease, but I would tell you there's been an increase. Again, it's different talking about averages for whole CSX versus talking about where Amtrak wants to run, which is the NO&M subdivision. So, and I thought that's what this was about, the NO&M sub.
But to the best of your knowledge, no information about this 15% increase on the NO&M subdivision was provided to Amtrak in this case. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of it.
And your statement does not actually cite or rely on any such data or evidence. Is that correct? As far as that the business is growing, yeah, the business is growing. So if you want to confer that statement where we talk about the growth of the business, but I did not, there is no chart in here. There is no numbers that I put in here that shows a 15% increase. So when you state that CSXT expects the demand for freight service to steadily increase in coming years, there's nothing cited in this statement to support that, correct?
I would tell you that there's a lot of opportunity down here. Again, there's opportunity in New Orleans that I'm not, again,
Sir,
we can go to highly confidential.
Or again,
Okay.
Your counsel will have an opportunity to
Not to my knowledge.
We asked you whether there was anything cited or relied on in your statement in connection with that particular quote.
There's no revenue or no growth that I've submitted.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, we talked a lot about the movable bridges during your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified, I believe, that 3 of the bridges now have remote operation, at least on a trial period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of the bridges, which is not actually a bridge over which Amtrak will traverse, is also in a pilot project for scheduled opening times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether the RTC model in this case took any of that remote operation or pilot project into account in its recommendations for infrastructure improvements along the Gulf Coast line?
You'll have to ask the modelers. I do not have any knowledge.
Are you familiar with the Northeast Corridor over which Amtrak runs?
I'm somewhat familiar with the Northeast Corridor. Yes.
Are you aware that the Northeast Corridor accommodates approximately 2,000 trains per day?
I don't know the exact number, but there's a lot of trains.
Are you aware that the Northeast Corridor has far more movable bridges along the corridor than does the Gulf Coast Corridor?
I'm not aware that they have that many drawbridges in as condensed of an area on single main, because to my knowledge, and maybe I'm wrong, and please tell me if I am, I don't know the Northeast Corridor. I don't know where it's single track main line with sidings. I think it's double, triple. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is single track over drawbridges. So correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding.
Are you aware there's a 60-mile stretch of the Northeast Corridor between New Haven and Westerly where there are 5 bridges with average daily frequencies of 12 to 19 openings per day?
No, again, no. And again, I would, yeah, no, I'm not aware.
And you said that the Gulf Coast is unique because it's primarily single tracked, correct?
That's one of the characteristics. It's one of the characteristics, but that characteristic is important because of the other attributes such as drawbridges and all of the customers and the density of the customers. That's what makes single track so unique. We have other areas. We have lots of areas that are single track railroads across our network. We're by far not a double track railroad. We're not the Northeast Corridor with triple and quadruple track. We're got a lot of single track.
And Amtrak operates over a number of those single track.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The primary, Amtrak operates up and down our I-95 corridor, which is single and double. You have about 8 miles of single, and then you have 8 to 10 miles of double track, 8 miles of single, 8 to 10 miles of double, and you don't have the density of drawbridges. And unfortunately, most of our industries along that I-95 corridor from Richmond, Virginia to Jacksonville, Florida, which is the heaviest area, is really off of the main line on the branches.
And are you aware of the statistics about freight train delays and decreases in freight train speeds that were reported by the RTC model?
Yes, I'm aware that. Yes, I'm aware of the speed and the impacts that was reported.
And how did those minutes of delay and freight train speeds compare to the other single tracked CSX lines over which Amtrak operates?
I want to make sure I'm understanding the question. You're asking me how the decrease in velocity of trains with potential new service on the Gulf Coast compares to decrease in potential, any potential decrease on other areas that y'all operate on us. Am I correct?
Let me ask it more precisely. So for example, One of the statistics that was reported is that the introduction of Amtrak service will cause freight train speeds to decrease from 14.8 miles per hour to 14.1 miles per hour. Do freight trains on the other single track lines on which Amtrak operates generally operate at 14.1 miles per hour?
It varies across our network. And it varies by type of train, right? So a lot of our others, we're even on single track, we have intermodal trains. Intermodal trains have a higher velocity. They're not, they're not involved in yards. They start at a terminal and, go all the way to Chicago, for instance, out of Atlanta or what the case may be. So there's no way to compare that unless you want me to take the data, unless you have the data that we can look at and analyze a specific line. But in general, it is nowhere close to being a comparison. You got to know what the industry is, what's the density of the track, what's the speed of the track. Some of our single mains are slower speed than others. So there's so many variables that play into velocity. It's also the distance between the yard tracks. So, you got to look at each one of them. And, maybe y'all have that info. And if you share it, I can comment on it.
Do you know what the average minutes per delay per 100 train miles are for freight trains in general across CSX's network?
Average minutes of delay per, no, I don't know that. I don't know that number.
Okay. And so you wouldn't know how the average minutes per delay of per 100 train miles on this line compares to other lines on which Amtrak operates. Is that correct?
So
Chairman,
I object. Asked and answered. He's already indicated he doesn't have that information.
Yeah, you're throwing metrics out there. We never.
Hold on. Objection overruled. This is cross-examination.
I would say you're throwing metrics out there that maybe it's an Amtrak metric you're trying to apply to freight railroads. I would say we have metrics on our railroad, and we track things, and so there is a way you can compare things. But so do I know what that number is? No. So I've already said I couldn't answer that question because I don't have that number. But that's not to say that the question couldn't be answered, because again, you have to look at all aspects of the operation. If you think it's just because Amtrak and freight trains run on the same track, you got to know what the speed of the trains are. Is it signal track? Is it dark territory? Are there multiple yards? Are there multiple industry? Are there yard limits that trains have to go through? So it's not as simple as what it may be portrayed to be.
Thank you, sir. And I will just represent that the metric that I was asking you about was not a Amtrak metric, but is in fact the metric that's reported in your RTC model. If we can go back to page 5 of your verified statement again.
Okay.
And you say there that CSX's customers expect and need reliable common carrier service from freight railroads. Do you see that?
I'm looking.
It's the very first sentence of the second paragraph.
Yes, CSX and Norfolk Southern's customers. Yes, I see that.
Are you aware that CSX's president received a letter from the board in October of 2021 inquiring about the steady stream of complaints the board was receiving from CSX's customers about CSX's poor performance in delivering reliable common carrier service?
Yes, and I assume you're aware of our response. And I can expound on that if you would like me to.
No need to. Thank you, sir. The infrastructure projects that were recommended by the RTC report were designed to ensure that CSX can maintain its current performance, correct?
That's my understanding, but you can ask the RTC, the ones that run the RTC to verify that. My main thing, as I stated to you earlier, or stated in earlier testimony, is that, I reviewed the projects to make sure after they were vetted by whoever, that they were truly buildable. Again, I take significant interest in this territory because the reason I'm involved in that way, I take significant interest in this territory because, again, it's 460% more expensive. And after it's built the first time, regardless of who pays for it, I dang well do not want to build one single foot of track that's not needed to operate this railroad or our freight service or Amtrak service, because every year I'm down there replacing 12 to 30 miles, 50 miles of railroad that is blown out by tropical storms.
Mr. Johnson, I'm going to caution you again. Please listen to the question and try to answer it. The hour is late. And if there's a need for council to bring out additional points, he'll have that opportunity.
Understood.
So I'd like to take you to page 12 of your statement where you're talking about those infrastructure projects. And you say that the infrastructure identified by the RTC model.
1 second. Let me get there, please.
Please get there. I apologize.
Okay, we're at on this page.
We can pull it up here. Let's see. It is about
11 or 12. Page 11 or page 12?
Page 12.
Okay.
And you say that the infrastructure identified by the RTC model is a reasonable and cost-effective means of mitigating these impacts and ensuring as close to status quo operational flexibility as possible when the proposed Gulf Coast passenger service begins. Do you see that?
No, I don't. On page 12?
All right, let me see. Oh, my fault. It's actually it's actually on page 9 of your statement. The exhibit stamp is page 12. I apologize.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm on page 9. Okay. I see a middle of a sentence, so can I turn back to page 8 so I can read the whole sentence?
Of course.
Okay. Okay. I am ready now.
Okay. So you're familiar with the 14 projects that were identified by the RTC model, correct?
Yes, I am familiar. I can't name them off the top of my head, but yes, I'm familiar.
Well, so when you say that they're cost-effective means of mitigating the impacts and ensuring status quo operational flexibility, can you tell me which of the 14 projects is meant to mitigate the extra 19 minutes of delay that the RTC model says that the introduction of passenger service will cause?
Rephrase or ask that question again. I'm sorry.
Sure. So you say that the projects that were recommended are cost-effective means of mitigating impacts and ensuring status quo operational flexibility. So I'm asking you, which of the 14 projects that were identified is meant to mitigate the extra 19 minutes of delay that the RTC model says that the introduction of passenger service will cause?
I think that's, as far as the individual effect of different projects, I'm not involved in that. And again, the people who run the model should be able to answer that question.
And so you also wouldn't know which of the 14 projects is meant to mitigate the reduction in freight train speed from 14.8 to 14.1 miles per hour?
I think it's my understanding that 11 of the 14 projects are needed to mitigate the impact on freight speed at this time. And the other 3 projects were for potential growth on the line. That's my understanding.
And so you wouldn't know which exactly of the 14 projects is meant to mitigate having to recrew one more time every 3 days, which is what the RTC model says the introduction of passenger service will cause.
I would say no, I would not.
So there's no, you don't know sort of which projects are tied to which impacts with respect to the RTC model, correct?
I would tell you that 11 of the 14 projects are tied to the mitigating the impact, the substantial impact of the freight operation. Primarily, a lot of the projects were to mitigate a 45% impact, negative impact to our locals that serve these communities and the public here on this line.
So it's your position that 11 of those projects have to be constructed before Amtrak service can get started? It's
my belief that this is what the model showed was necessary. But as in the past, there's all kinds of ways to skin a cat, solve the problem, and this was the solution set here. But as in previous things, when this has happened, you sit down with all the parties, sit down together,
Thank you, sir.
And they agree to what changes need to be made to that both can live with.
Thank you. I believe you've answered. Can you tell me then, all 14 projects are what are required in order to maintain the status quo of operational flexibility, according to your statement. Is that right?
For 2039, yes.
Thank you. And I believe you testified on direct that CSX is not planning on investing in infrastructure along this line at all. Is that correct?
I would clarify that we're not planning on investing in additional infrastructure, but as you are well aware, we have a very strong infrastructure replacement plan, work on bridges and other things on this line.
So in recommending these 14 projects, the RTC model didn't consider whether CSX could operate more efficiently, correct?
You'd have to ask the RTC modelers that question.
So the projects, the 14 projects, don't differentiate between projects that would mitigate serious adverse impacts on CSX and projects that would just ensure the status quo for CSX. Is that correct?
You'll have to ask the modelers that question.
Amtrak runs on CSX the Empire line, is that right?
I'm sorry, what was that question?
I was asking about the Empire line that Amtrak runs on CSX track.
Is that our old Hudson subdivision?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yes.
Has Amtrak's on-time performance improved along the Empire line in recent years? Are you aware?
Well, I would say you know that better than me, so no, I'm not aware. I don't track that over there that you own and maintain and dispatch.
If I represented to you that Amtrak's performance has represented on the Empire line, withdrawn. Are you aware that CSX took out about 8 sidings on the Empire line last year?
So you're not talking about the Hudson line? You're not talking about the Hudson line there. The Hudson line is owned and operated. You lease it from us. Are you talking about our Mohawk subdivision, our Selkirk subdivision? Are you talking about going from Albany to Syracuse?
Albany to Buffalo, sir.
Albany, okay, that's Albany, then Syracuse, then Buffalo. Yes, I'm well aware that we took out sidings that were predominantly they were called sidings. We did not meet or pass trains there. In fact, the overwhelming majority of those sidings were used to store cars, long-term storage of cars. Cars sat there, some of them for 2+ years because they weren't needed.
And so if I represented to you that Amtrak's on-time performance has improved along that line in recent years, it is not because of new infrastructure, correct?
No, there's not been new infrastructure. We built some new infrastructure in Buffalo. We redid some Buffalo things. I don't know what time frame that you're speaking to, but in and around Selkirk, we've actually built some infrastructure there. We've got some bypass tracks and stuff there around Selkirk, but I'm not sure. You said Selkirk, but I believe you actually don't run in that area, although you said it. I believe you come on at CP 169 west of Syracuse. But we have built additional infrastructure in locations to improve the fluidity in that area. We've also, as you're well aware, I'm sure of, we had a rail issue on the Mohawk subdivision. We were actually rail testing the Mohawk subdivision every 31 days. And we have relayed that rail. And so, yes, we have invested in that infrastructure. We've laid probably 70 miles of new rail, which takes off the need for welders, for people to change the rail.
Beyond the scope of my question.
Well, you asked me if I added infrastructure, and I'm telling you what I did.
No, my question was that building new infrastructure is not the only way to achieve better on-time performance for Amtrak. Is that correct?
No, you can spend capital dollars and improve infrastructure as well.
But it's not the only way, correct?
There are multiple ways to improve Amtrak. There's multiple. I'll speak to it in train. Because I don't work for Amtrak. There are multiple ways to improve train speed across a given area.
And it's not always adding new infrastructure, correct?
No, you got to look at each situation's unique.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, Amtrak used to have a layover track in CSX's Choctaw Yard for. Yes.
I'm sorry to take you out of the flow and interrupt you, Mr. Johnson. I just, when you were talking about the previous train, you were talking about what's known as the Niagara Falls service?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. And were you talking about, when you were making your points, were you talking about the improvement for the service overall or the improvement over CSX, where CSX is listed as the host railroad?
Where CSX is listed as the host railroad.
Thank you. I just wanted to, because there's a little bit of which train we were talking about. I appreciate you both.
Well, can I, well, I mean, I've already answered, but I guess.
Mr. Johnson, there's
okay.
No question pending.
Okay.
If a question needs to be asked, if it isn't asked by Jesse, it'll be asked by Ray.
Thank you.
Or perhaps me.
So, Mr. Johnson, Amtrak used to have a layover track in CSX's Choctaw Yard for the Gulf Coast Limited. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge. I'm not aware.
You're not aware of a track that was called the Amtrak track or the West Stub track within Choctaw Yard?
I'm not aware. Again, I testified earlier, the only thing I'm aware of is Amtrak had a permit or lease to be able to Y trains for the 1984 World Fair in New Orleans.
So you're not aware that the Gulf Coast Limited also laid over at Choctaw Yard in 1996 to 1997 on a track called the Amtrak track?
No, I mean, I researched the permits and the only one that I seen that wasn't deleted or gone was that.
And you are the vice president for infrastructure for CSX, correct?
No, I'm the Senior Vice President of Engineering and Mechanical for
Apologies,
CSXT.
but you're in charge of CSX's infrastructure, correct?
I am in charge of CSX Infrastructure Engineering Department.
And CSX, are you aware that CSX took out the west stub track in 2019?
I spoke to it earlier in my testimony. I had that exact question, I believe, and I'm not aware of any in the last couple of years. There have been tracks that's been removed, and I'm sure you've seen the video where we the footage there of Choctaw Yard, where the yard was there that we talked about earlier.
Yes, I did hear your testimony, and you said that there was no removal of track in 2020 or 2021. Are you aware of removal of track in 2019, sir?
I'm aware of removal of track, but I can't pinpoint a year.
So if Amtrak needs a layover track at Choctaw Yard, Amtrak will have to pay for a new track, correct?
It's CSX infrastructure, so I'm not, yeah, I mean, if you want to use CSX infrastructure, then there's, I'm sure, things in our contract to provide for the compensation of such.
So Amtrak would have to rebuild the track that was taken out.
Well, I think you proposed to use one of our original tracks. So tell me what you proposed. Did you propose to build a track, or did you propose to use one of the existing? It's two different things. If you're going to build your own existing, then that's different than if you're proposing that the board demand that we lease you the tracks that we switch cars on.
Thank you, sir. I think I'll ask the questions, but when Amtrak previously operated the Sunset Limited, Amtrak funded certain infrastructure improvements for service, correct?
I'm unaware of that.
Amtrak funded improvements at Gentilly Yard, correct?
I'm unaware of that.
Amtrak installed an automatic braking system on the southbound main at Gentilly Yard, correct?
An automatic brake, well,
An ABS, yep.
an automatic braking system. I'm not sure what is can you tell me what an automatic braking
An automatic
system is?
clock system, I apologize, sir.
Oh, a signal system.
An ABS, yep.
I'm not sure who paid for any signal aspect or signal system, you know, however many years ago. I'm not aware of that funding.
And Amtrak paid for track work that was required to increase speed at Gentilly Yard. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that.
If I represent you that Amtrak did in fact pay for those improvements, you're aware that Amtrak, of course, is not currently operating over CSX line on the Gulf Coast, correct?
Yeah, that's why you're here.
And CSX is still benefiting from those improvements that Amtrak paid for, correct?
I wouldn't say we're benefiting. I'm sure that just as you are here, you're very judicial. Amtrak is very judicial in spending taxpayer funds that fund their operations and their capital. And they would not have paid something that's just for the sole benefit of the railroads, to, you know.
Mr. Johnson, within the past week or so, did CSX run a passenger train on the Gulf Coast line?
We run I was actually on a train. It was a office car train. So I guess you could term that as a passenger train, but yes, we run an office car train over that line.
And did you park the train at the old Amtrak station in downtown Mobile for a few hours?
Yes, we were in Mobile for a couple hours across this line.
And did the port shut down during that time?
Did the port shut down? No, the port did not shut down.
And was there any meltdown in CSX's freight transportation during that time?
There were actually lots of issues. That's why we sat for so long. First off, coming into Mobile, the local at Theodore, I was stopped for, I think, 35 minutes out on a single main south of Mobile because the industrial local that goes into Theodore branch had to clear the main. That's what I talked about earlier, where they had to walk back and line the switches and get out of our way. Well, that time we were off schedule. So hence there were trains then that we got into the window of that had to leave out of Cybert Yard to go north. And because we missed our window and was delayed, we took additional delay there at the passenger station longer than what was planned.
CSX has acknowledged that there is sufficient capacity for the Gulf Coast service to operate, correct?
We've acknowledged that it's an impact issue, that there is capacity, and it's about the impact and the time that's required to get from one end to the other from the 3 hour and 36 minutes versus a 5 to 6 hour schedule.
And CSX has acknowledged that Gulf Coast service can be added now without causing the corridor to grind to a halt, correct?
Without causing the what to grind to a halt?
Without causing the corridor to grind to a halt.
Yes, it can be added now, and we can run a 5 to 6 hour schedule, and we won't should not grind to a halt potentially.
Are you aware that the Gulf Coast Limited that operated in 96 and 97 actually operated on a quicker trip time than what is proposed for the Gulf Coast service now?
I'm not aware of the schedule in 95 or 96. I'm more, I would think I'm more aware of the ones in the 2000s. So.
Okay. If you can just give me a moment, Mr. Chairman. I believe.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've concluded the cross-examination of this witness.
All right, Ray, I have 2 or 3 questions, which I think might be more efficient for me to ask, and then you can do your redirect.
No problems, member.
Right.
Chairman Overman.
Jesse asked you, Mr. Johnson, about the difference in number of through trains going back to 2001 to today, or I guess before 2001. But there wasn't a follow-up that I heard. Is there a different number of yard trains that are operating on this line between Mobile and New Orleans than there was in 2001? More or less, or the same, do you know?
I would have to, I didn't supply the 2001 data for the through trains, or if she can supply that, I can, compare numbers.
Well, I'm only asking if you know.
No, I do not, sir.
All right. And accepting her questioning that there were 20 some through trains back then, and there are now, I think you confirmed, 8 to 10 through trains per day, but more carloads. Is that right?
That's correct.
So there are more carloads on fewer trains.
Yeah, and when I spoke about more carloads, again, I'm not sure what date she was using for the data that she had. I was specific that over the last, say, 15 years, our business has increased 20%, really from the 2004 to 2006 to 2018, 2020. Our business has increased 20% over that period of 14 to 16 year period. So if the data is outside of that, I can't speak to any.
Within the period you're talking about, are there more cars on fewer trains?
That's correct.
Are you running trains longer now? Are any of your trains on that line longer now than will fit into the sidings on that line?
Yes.
But when that happens, does all the traffic have to stop until that train goes from start to finish? What happens?
No, what we do today in operation. So at CSX, this is our policy and our goal and our train plans. We run up to 12,000 foot freight trains, and we run up to 14,000 foot intermodal trains. 12,000 foot. There are no intermodal trains on this NO&M subdivision. It is all freight. So what we'll do is on this line, a typical clearing train is limited to 8,500 foot. And we will run what's called a non-clearing train in one direction. So let's say today is, I don't even know what day it is, Tuesday. Today is Tuesday, and, coming out of Mobile, we run a couple of 10,000, let's say they're 10,000 foot trains. They won't clear in all the sidings or, in all the areas across this line. And we plan the meets with everything coming out of New Orleans will be a clearing train. So they always take the siding, and the longer trains stay on the main line. Depending on our interchanges and the timing of our interchanges in New Orleans, tomorrow, Wednesday, potentially out of New Orleans, we'll reverse that and we'll actually run non-clearing 10,000, 11 up to 12,000 foot trains out of New Orleans towards Mobile. And in reverse, every train coming out of Mobile going to New Orleans will be an 8,500 foot or less train so that we can clear in every siding. And it gives us that flexibility to be able to move traffic.
How many of the through trains are longer, 10,000 feet or longer?
I would tell you there's one or two a day on average.
But one or two a day still affects a large number of trains going in the other direction, right?
Doesn't affect them. The other trains are able to take the sidings and meet and pass. So it doesn't affect them.
So are you saying all of the trains going in the opposite direction of the long trains are able to fit into sidings?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. That was all I had, Ray. Does any other board member have any questions?
I have one question. Oh, Robert, please.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Pat. Oh, I'm sorry. Robert, did you have a question?
Just a couple. Mr. Johnson, you referenced and talking about the cost of maintaining the line. I think it was over 400%. You were saying compared to the other parts of the network. Was that correct?
Yes, sir. About 460% over the last 15 years.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to you had mentioned specifically the line from, or that portion from Mobile to Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
Is that now, what about the Mobile to New Orleans? I mean, does that include that portion as well? Or is it mostly the Montgomery to Mobile to Montgomery?
No, sir. It's the 460% more expensive for capital per mile is from Mobile to New Orleans. The rest of the M&M, it falls in with the averages of the rest of our network in total.
And my last question is, how much of that large percentage is due to the natural disaster and you having to repair those tracks as opposed to any new construction or sidings in those past several years?
There's a large percentage, probably, if I was handicapping, I don't have the numbers. Yeah, there's a 50% or more of that is related. Hence, I'm sure you heard me say, I don't want to build one single foot more railroad than what I got to rebuild every other year for a hurricane. So yes, sir, there is a large, you're absolutely, and your thoughts are right on point.
Okay. I mean, that's just, I just want to get to the clarification of.
Yeah. And I would say that it is on the general capital as well. For instance, this line between the, Bay St. Louis and the New Orleans, where we always take. So when the storm surge comes in, it actually will take our track and most times flip it upside down where ties are on top. It'll be 30, 40, 50 foot out in the water in Lake Pontchartrain. And we have to try to flip it back. So we make sure that we over timber and we have all good ties. We have it all anchored solid, which is not our standard anywhere else, so that we are able to restore as economically as we can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Patrick?
Yeah. I want to pause after this question in case it is felt by CSXNS that this goes beyond clarification. But I do want to understand, Mr. Johnson, what you mean when you say, you don't want to build more than 1 foot more than you have to. And as you are evaluating infrastructure projects across the CSX network, when you encounter a network delay, is part of your calculus for whether or not to build the infrastructure project a comparison of how much it would cost to make an operational change to mitigate the network delay?
So I want to make sure I understand. So you're asking if part of the calculation is when we look to expand or make additional infrastructure is part of is a changing the operating plan part of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that you summarized
Okay.
it, but
Yeah.
I could give a hypothetical, but I think you hear where I'm coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you an example to see if this is, I want to make sure. So our Fitzgerald subdivision, the question is, can I add infrastructure on the Dothan line to get to Waycross out of Montgomery versus a line that it has a tremendous amount of traffic, what we call the Fitzgerald sub, which goes the other way to Waycross. So we do weigh like, hey, we can build track here. And it may be less costly than building track here on the Fitzgerald sub that has high fields, deep banks, lots of volume of dirt and other things.
So if you let's say you have a freight customer that expands, I'm tracking what you're saying, and you're going to have more freight traffic on a particular line, and you see that that's going to cause some congestion. So part of your calculus is, do I route a different way? Do I run freight trains at a different time? Do I shorten trains to fit in a siding, and compare the cost to CSX versus the comparison of the cost to build infrastructure? That's part of your calculus.
Yes, sir. When we're looking at, yes, we think about any way and every way that, we can serve a customer on a line in order to, number one, can we handle it with the existing trains that come through there? When you talk about train plans and changing train schedules, it really affects so much more than just that line, because the train that's leaving Montgomery today, it's for an outbound train. That power is for an outbound train in Nashville tomorrow, and 2 days from now, it's for an outbound train in Cincinnati. And so if you make changes and change the schedules, it cascades, and you have the potential to change 50 trains for one train. So it's a balancing act of what's the best way to solve skin the cat.
Right. And so when you were thinking about the infrastructure projects on this specific line, and just about whether or not they were good economic value, setting aside who pays for it, are you aware of a comparison between the costs associated with various operational changes versus the costs of the infrastructure? So in other words, is there a comparison that was made, to use your language? Did CSX assess whether or not there was a cheaper way to skin the cat?
Yeah, and I think yes, I believe we looked at the modelers, and they had various inputs and solutions that they work with. And the challenge really was around the local impact and the times of operation of our customers, and really being up against a fence that we can't tell customer, you got to go to a 24-hour operation because you're, in order to spot and service you, and if you're a closed gate customer, et cetera. So the real challenge, at least my understanding, and I'm sure the modelers can expand on it, was the local service.
I appreciate it. And I thought, given your expertise in evaluation of infrastructure projects, I thought you were the appropriate person for this question, but I agree that there's obviously a nexus with the modelers, and I appreciate you providing this information.
Thank you.
Any other board members have questions for Mr. Johnson?
I just want to make sure I understand the impact of running 2 long trains a day. If Amtrak is going north and it meets a long train coming south, the only choice is for Amtrak to take the siding because there's no siding long enough for the other train, the long train, to use to allow the Amtrak train to pass it. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But if Amtrak is going north and there are no long trains, then let me start over. If Amtrak is going north and there's a long train ahead of it, then Amtrak's just going to have to go at the speed of the long train because it can't get the long train going north can't get out of the way.
That's correct. They would have to, yes, ma'am.
So if you were just looking at this line in a vacuum, setting aside any of the other impacts, there might be an operational way to time the Amtrak trains and the long trains to avoid that situation. But I understand what you say, that there are a lot of other considerations at play, but there would be an operational fix to this absent other considerations.
Yes, ma'am. If we were a 138-mile railroad, yes, ma'am. If we were a 138-mile railroad, there, you could potentially, and you hadn't, yes.
But if now the easy case is Amtrak's going north, it's got nothing but short trains in front of it. Those short trains could get out of the way by going into a siding.
That is, yes, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood the implications of the length of the trains.
That's, yes, ma'am.
Do you, Mr. Johnson, do you know, or did you have any discussion with the modelers about running a model where all of the freight trains were short enough to fit in the existing sidings?
I have not had I have not personally had any discussions with the modelers about that, no.
Okay, we'll ask the modelers.
Absolutely.
Any other board members have questions? Ray?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, I think Mr. Johnson, Jesse, you had an objection. Do you want to, I think it's too late in the day to argue it, but do you want to make that objection while Mr. Johnson is, well, it's not too late, still here? Do you want to raise it at another time? How do you want to handle your pending objection, which we reserve ruling on?
If it's amenable to you, Mr. Chair, the objection was with respect to whether we might need to call another witness, given that Mr. Johnson's testimony went well beyond the scope of his verified statement. And if it's okay with you, I would appreciate the opportunity to consult with my client first about that and then report in the morning to the board.
No problem. Please take what time you need, and we'll leave your objection pending for the moment. My only reason for raising it is whether the disposition of that motion might require further questioning of Mr. Johnson. Do you foresee that? So otherwise we could let Mr. Johnson go.
I do not foresee that, Mr. Chair.
Ray, I think we can discharge Mr. Johnson.
I agree.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't give Rob a chance for any further questioning. Did you have any?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Johnson, thank you for your patience and your calm demeanor. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to testify.
And I'll add your Southern charm. All
Thank
right.
you.
We are ready to recess for today. Ray, we begin tomorrow with who? Mr. Dingler?
No, Randy Hunt from Norfolk Southern, who will be describing the New Orleans terminal area.
All right, we'll have more drone footage.
Yes, you will.
And then How long do you anticipate, Mr. Hunt?
40 minutes on direct if there's no questioning.
All right, and followed by,
Hannah Ross,
okay, and then she's involved with the RTC model, right?
that is correct. She's the CSX who put together the data as well as the forecasts that were used for the growth.
All right, and then she'll be followed by,
So it's Holly. I can't ever pronounce her last name.
I know who you mean. Okay.
Sincannon. Thank you. Holly Sincannon was with Norfolk Southern. She's going to kill me when I walk out of the room, by the way. Ms. Sincannon is will be describing our Norfolk Southern's data gathering operations for this as well.
And then,
Mr. Dingler.
all right, what about Mr. Guthrie?
He'll be last.
All right. Well, it sounds like a long day, but maybe we can get through them all. We'll try. Maybe we can go further. I would say this, Rob, in the ever wishful thinking category, you should have your witnesses prepared if we finish all this in time to start your case tomorrow afternoon.
That would be great if we could.
Yes, yes, it would. All right, everyone. Thank you. We will recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning Eastern.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
apologies.
yes.
Just
Sorry.
one housekeeping matter.
Sure.
When we got on this morning, we heard Member Fuchs discussing with the court reporter whether there's a rough transcript that has been prepared and that could be disseminated to the parties and to the board. If there is such a rough transcript, we would very much appreciate receiving one.
Okay, I'm not sure who in our shop is responsible for that, but we'll find the right person. And do you want to know the answer to that tonight?
Just, I imagine all of the parties would, if there are rough transcripts. We did ask about the possibility of real-time transcripts prior to the hearing, and we're told that was not possible. But if there are in fact rough transcripts that we can get, that would certainly, I think, help all of the parties.
And it may be helpful. I suspect someone on our team can weigh in more fully. I have not received a rough transcript, but what I have been using is the Zoom live transcription, which, as I understand, is AI generated. It is imperfect, but it is still somewhat helpful. So just so that everybody knows, the overall status of that. I don't have that rough transcript.
All right, I'm going to ask Ellen Erickson, who I see is on the call, to follow up with whoever's in charge of the court reporter and disseminate whatever we find. We have all of the council's email contacts, I believe. Actually, the court reporter's here. Maybe she could answer for herself. Do you want to respond to this, Donna?
I can. I did receive an email from my office that there was a request by your office. And I said, as soon as I go off the record, I will clean up and send out. And they sent me some email addresses to send it to. So I could, whenever I send it, they can forward it to who needs to get it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Donna.
Okay. So
Does that work?
Are you going to try to do that this evening yet?
I am. I'm expecting to send what I did yesterday afternoon. As soon as I get off here, and maybe even what I did this morning, but I'll need a little bit of time with this afternoon because obviously I've been working.
Right. All right. There's Jesse, your answer. It will be transmitted as one way or another, apparently, as soon as it's available.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it,
All
Mr.
right.
Chair. Appreciate
Thank
it,
you for raising it.
Madam Court Reporter.
All right.
So,
Anything else?
The email addresses I have are all for Adil Galami at STB. So I'm assuming that she'll get it to Amtrak.
That's the board. You only have the board's email addresses?
That is correct. So if somebody else wants it and they want to put the email in the chat or tell me now, I will go ahead and make sure you get it.
Well, I'm wondering if there's a way, Rachel, can we facilitate this in some way?
Let me make some calls.
All right, I mean, we have email addresses for council, I believe, do we not?
Okay.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you got it to wherever you have, whatever your contact is at the board, Donna, then we'll take it from there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Thank you again. And we will see you in the morning at 9:30.
Thank you.
Good night.